any bacterium of the genus Actinobacillus. Actinobacteria, plural of Actinobacterium. Actinobacterial, of, pertaining to, or derived from a member of the Actinobacteria. Actinobacteriophage, the bacteriophage of an Actinobacterium. Actinobacteriophages, plural of Actinobacteriophage. Actinobacterium, any member of the phylum or class Actinobacteria of bacteria. Actinobiology, the study of the effects of radiation upon living organisms. Actinobolism, radiation, emission or projection. Actinobranch, an organ in some anthozoans that functions as a gill. Actinobranchia, alternative form of actinobranch. Actinosrotid, any of the extinct cephalopods in the family Actinosrotidae. Actinosrotids, plural of actinosrotid. Actinosrid, any extinct cephalopod of the order Actinosrida. Actinosrids, plural of actinosrid. Actinosroi, any member of the Actinozoidea superfamily of cephalopods. Actinochemical, relating to actinochemistry. Actinochemistry, the science of chemistry and actinism. Actinocrinite, a crinoid of the genus Actinocrinites, present only as fossils. Actinocrinites, plural of actinocrinite. Actinocyclid, any sea slug of the family Actinocyclidae. Actinocyclids, plural of actinocyclid. Actinotophene, a particular aporphine alkaloid. Actinotoph9, an alkaloid isolated from various plants, including Actinotoph hookeri, Cassithophiliformis, and Litsi monopetalus and Litsi polyantha, and investigated for its medicinal properties. Actinodermatitis, actinic dermatitis. Actinodin, any of a group of proteins that are essential structural components of fin rays and fin folds of zebrafish. Actinodins, plural of actinodin. Actinodentid, synonym of iapid. Actinodentids, plural of actinodontid. Actinodrome, alternative form of actinodromus. Actinodromus, having palmate veins. Actinoelectric, synonym of photoconductive. Actinoelectricity, photoconductivity. Actinofibral, one of the parallel actin filaments found in pterosaur wings. Actinofibrils, plural of actinofibral. Actinoform, alternative form of actiniform. Actinogenidial, having radially arranged genital organs. Actinogram, the record produced by an actinograph. Actinograms, plural of actinogram. Actinogranuloma, an actinic granuloma. Actinogranulomas, plural of actinogranuloma. Actinograph, a recording actinometer. Actinographs, plural of actinograph. Actinography, measurement with an actinograph. Actinohematin, alternative form of actiniohematin. Actinoavin, a lectin that counters HIV, isolated from an actinomycete of the genus Longospora. Actinohedin, misspelling of actinorhedin. Actinoid, actini. Actinoids, plural of actinoid. Actinolpid, any of the extinct placoderms in the family Actinolpidae. Actinolpids, plural of actinolpid. Actinoleukin, a toxic antibiotic produced by Streptomyces bacteria. Actinolectin, a lichen-like association between an actinobacterium and a green alga. Actinolectin, plural of actinolicin. Actinolite, a mineral with monoclinic crystals of the chemical formula KMgFeC800H, belonging to the amphibolyl group. Actinolites, plural of actinolite. Actinolytic, containing or resembling actinolite. Actinological, relating to actinology, relating to the effect of light on chemicals. Actinologist, a student of actinology, one versed in the science of actinology. Actinologists, plural of actinologists. Actinologus, relating to actinologues. Actinologue, part of an actinomer. Actinologues, plural of actinologue. Actinology, the study of the effect of light on chemicals. Actinome, all the actins of an organism. Actinomer, one of the radial segments making up the body of one of the Coeloderata or similar organism. Actinomers, plural of actinomer. Actinomeric, relating to actinomers. Actinomes, plural of actinome. Actinometer, a device used to measure the heating power of electromagnetic radiation, especially that of solar radiation. Actinometers, plural of actinometer. Actinometric, of or pertaining to actinometry. Actinometries, plural of actinometry. Actinometry, the measurement of the heating power of electromagnetic radiation, especially that of solar radiation. Actinomorphic, having its petals arranged in a radially symmetric fashion. Actinomorphically, in an actinomorphic manner. Actinomorphous, synonym of actinomorphic. Actinomorphy, the condition of being actinomorphic. Actinomyces, any bacterium species of the genus Actinomyces. Actinomystal, or relating to the Actinomystales, an order of actinobacteria. Actinomycete, any of various filamentous or rod-shaped bacteria of the order Actinomystales that resemble fungi. Some actinomycetes are pathogens and some are sources of antibiotics. Actinomycetes, plural of actinomycete. Actinomycetic, of or relating to actinomycetes. Actinomystoma, a tumor produced by infection by bacteria of genus Actinomyces. Actinomystomas, plural of actinomystoma. Actinomystis, of or relating to actinomycetes. Actinomycin, any of a class of toxic polypeptide antibiotics found in soil bacteria of genus Streptomyces. Actinomycins, plural of actinomycin. Actinomycoma, the granulomatous lesion characteristic of actinomycosis. Actinomycosis, plural of actinomycosis. Actinomycosis, an infectious bacterial disease of cattle and swine sometimes transmitted to humans, characterized by the formation of painful abscesses in the mouth, lungs, or gastrointestinal tract caused by Actinomyces israelii, Actinomyces jarring-sui, and Propionibacterium propionicum. Actinomycotic, of or pertaining to actinomycosis. Actinomycin, actinomycin. Actinomyxidian, any parasitic protozoan of the order Actinomyxidia. Actinomyxidians, plural of Actinomyxidian. Actinin, radon 219-2Rn, symbol and an isotope of radon. Actinonin, a peptidomimetic antibacterial antibiotic. 3,1,2-hydroxymethyl-1-pyrrolidinyl carbonyl 2-methyl-propyl-carbamoyl octanohydroxamic acid. Actinins, plural of actinin. Actinopathy, an abnormality of actin in muscles. Actinophage, any bacteriophage that infects bacteria via actinomysteles. Actinophages, plural of actinophage. Actinopharynges, plural of actinopharynx. Actinopharynx, a tube which leads from the mouth to the sea litter in sea anemones. Actinopharynxes, plural of actinopharynx. Actinophone, an apparatus for the production of sound by the action of the actinic or ultraviolet rays. Actinophones, plural of actinophone. Actinophonic, relating to the production of sound by means of the actinic or ultraviolet rays. Actinophore, a cartilaginous spine that supports the fin rays of fish. Actinophores, plural of actinophore. Actinophorus, having straight projecting spines. Actinophryan, of or relating to the Heliozoan genus Actinophrys. Actinophryaens, plural of Actinophryan. Actinophrid, a member of the genus Actinophrys of Heliozoans. Actinophrids, plural of actinophrid. Actinophiid. Any heliozoan of the order Actinophida. Actinophiids, plural of actinophiid. Actinophytosis, synonym of actinomycosis. Actinopolin, a seta of some mites of the allomorph spider of the family Actinoptidae. Actinoptids, plural of actinoptid. Actinopods, plural of actinopod. Actinoporin, a type of actinotixin that form pores in membranes that contain sphingomyelin. Actinoporins, plural of actinoporin. Actinopt, actinopterygian. Actinopterien, any fish of the Actinopteri variously treated as a clade, class, or sub or infraclass. Actinopteriens, plural of actinopterien. Actinopterygian, any of the ray fin fish of the taxonomic class Actinopterygii. Actinopterygians, plural of actinopterygian. Actinopterygian, of or pertaining to Actinopterygii, the bony fin fish. Actinopts, plural of actinopt. Actinoptogen, any sea cucumber of the genus Actinopiga. Actinoptogens, plural of actinoptogen. Actinoquinol, a topical and infective drug. Actinor is a root nodule formed as a result of a symbiotic relationship between an actinomycete and fine plant roots. Actinor is able to form a symbiosis with nitrogen-fixing actinobacteria. Actinorhizals, plural of actinorhizal. Actinorhizas, plural of actinorhiza. Actinorhodin, a benzoyl antibiotic produced by Streptomyces silicolor. Actinorhodins, plural of actinorhodin. Actinorhodopsin, a rhodopsin found in the freshwater Actinobacterium rhodoluna lassicola. Actinorhodopsins, plural of actinorhodopsin. Actinoscopy, radiology, examination by means of an X-ray machine. Actinosiphonate, having vertical lamellae on the siphuncle hypothesized to be either outgrowths of the connecting ring or the result of gerontic secretions. Actinosome, the body of various cnidarians and ctenophores such as the starfish. Actinosomes, plural of actinosome. Actinospore, actinosporian. Actinosporian, a microscopic parasite of the class Myxosporia during an alternate stage of its life cycle. Actinosporians, plural of actinosporian. Actinospores, plural of actinospore. Actinosporin, any of a group of antibiotics present in marine sponges of the genus Actinospora. Actinosporins, plural of actinosporin. Actinos, a bone at the base of a paired fin of a fish. Actinostel, a type of protostele, in which the core of vascular tissue in the stem extends outward in lobes. Actinostels, plural of actinostel. Actinostelic, of or possessing an actinostel. Actinosteli, any sea anemone of the family Actinostelidae. Actinostelids, plural of actinostelid. Actinostome, the mouth or anterior opening of a various marine animals, such as the starfish. Actinostomes, plural of actinostom. Actinosts, plural of actinos. Actinote, any butterflies of the genus Actinote of the subfamily Heliconiinae, endemic to South America. Actinotes, plural of actinote. Actinotherapeutic, relating to actinotherapy. Actinotherapeutics, actinotherapy. Actinotherapy, the treatment of disease, especially skin disease, by exposure to ultraviolet light, radiotherapy. Actinotoxin, a toxin derived from extracts of the tentacles of sea anemones. Actinotrich, any mite of the former superorder Actinotrichida now cariforms. Actinotrichia, plural of Actinotrichium. Actinotrichium, any of a group of hair-like fibers in the fin folds of fish larvae that develop into fin rays. Actinotrich, plural of actinotrich. Actinotro, alternative form of Actinotrocha. Actinotrocha, the larva of a foreignet. Actinoranium, alternative spelling of actinouranium. Actinovirus, any virus of the genus Actinovirus. Actinoviruses, plural of actinovirus. Actinozoa, plural of actinozoon. Actinozo, of or pertaining to the obsolete class of animals Actinozoa. Actinozoan, synonym of actinozoon. Actinozoans, plural of actinozoon. Actinozoon, one of the actinozoa. Actinozoons, plural of actinozoon. Actins, plural of actin. Actinua, a kind of larva of certain hydroids tubularia. Actimuli, plural of actinula. Actinui, plural of actinula. Actio, the use of voice and gestures in oratory, the style of delivery of a speech. Actio popularis, action to obtain remedy by a person or a group in the name of the collective interest. Action, the effort of performing or doing something. Action adventure, a film, novel, television series, or video game characterized by action, intrigue, and sometimes violence. Action adventures, plural of action adventure. Action at a distance, the concept that an object can be affected, changed, moved, or otherwise affected without being physically touched by another object. Action démocratique, Action démocratique du Québec. Action démocratique. Alternative spelling of action démocratique. Action démocratique du Québec. Alternative spelling of action démocratique du Québec. The action démocratique du Québec. Action doll. A redressable action figure like the original G.I. Joe. Action dolls. Plural of action doll. Action figure. A children's toy in the form of a posable plastic figurine of a character, often from a movie, video game, or television program, with moving parts and often capable of some form of spring-loaded movement. It is used to distinguish from dolls, which have acquired the reputation as a girl's toy, whereas action figures are more marketed toward boys. Action figures. Plural of action figure. Action film. Synonym of action movie. Action films. Plural of action film. Action game. A video game that emphasizes physical challenges including hand-eye coordination and reaction time. Action games. Plural of action game. Action group. A group of people who come together temporarily to accomplish some task or take part in some organized collective action. Action groups. Plural of action group. Action hero. The hero of a work of fiction containing action, whose heroism typically includes participation in that action. Action heroes. Plural of action hero. Action hoe. Hoopo. Action hose. Plural of action hoe. Action house. A cinema that shows mainstream action films. Action houses. Plural of action house. Action item. A task, especially regarding an agenda item discussed in a meeting that requires further activity or investigation in order to reach a conclusion, select an alternative, or implement a change. Action items. Plural of action item. Action man. Alternative form of man of action. Action men. Plural of action man. Action movie. A motion picture whose storyline involves fast-paced activity and conflict, usually including such elements as a heroic protagonist, violent fights, acrobatic stunts, chase scenes, and gunplay. Action movies. Plural of action movie. Action noun. A noun denoting the action of the verb or verbal root from which it is derived. Action nouns. Plural of action noun. Action painter. An artist involved in action painting. Action painters. Plural of action painter. Action painting. A genre of modern art in which the paint is dribbled, splashed, or poured onto the canvas to obtain a spontaneous and totally abstract image. Action paintings. Plural of action painting. Action plan. A planned series of actions, tasks, or steps designed to achieve an objective or goal. Action plans. Plural of action plan. Action point. A point that the player can spend on performing various in-game actions, such as spell casting, which require various numbers of points. Action points. Plural of action point. Action potential. A short-term change in the electrical potential that travels along a cell such as a nerve or muscle fiber. Action potentials. Plural of action potential. Action replay. In TV broadcasting, there is showing of a short segment of action, especially slow-motion sporting action, shortly after it was broadcast live or in real time. Action replays. Plural of action replay. Action research. Research where the researcher themselves is an agent of social action. Action sermon. Alpha sacramental sermon in the Scots Presbyterian Church, especially that preached right before communion. Action sermons. plural of action sermon. Action song, a children's song that is accompanied by specific actions. Action songs, plural of action song. Action space, the area within which a person moves, acts, and makes decisions about what they do. Action spaces, plural of action space. Action sport, synonym of extreme sport. Action star, an actor or actress who plays the leading role or a major role in an action movie. Action stars, plural of action star. Action stations, the positions or activity assumed by the crew of a warship immediately in advance of combat or other hostile action. General quarters, also the signal given to indicate such imminent action. Action teaching, an instructional style designed to educate students about academic subjects while simultaneously contributing to societal improvement. Action theory, any theory that centers its gaze, analysis, and interpretation around human action, for example rational choice theory, phenomenology, etc. Action verb, a word that expresses action and tells what the subject of a sentence does. Action verbs, plural of action verb. Action word, a word that indicates an action, event, or state. Action words, plural of action word. Action forcing, that compels someone to take action. Action-packed, full of action, dramatic and exciting. Action abilities, plural of actionability. Actionability, the characteristic of being actionable. Actionable, able to be acted on, able to be used as the basis for taking action. Actionables, plural of actionable. Actionably, in an actionable manner. Actional, of, pertaining to, or depicting action, especially physical action. Actionalism describes the theory of sociologist Elaine Turin that aims to replace sociology's focus from society to actors. Here, they emphasize the importance of individuals as agents of social systems rather than passive observers. Actionality, the quality of being actional. Actionaries, plural of actionary. Actionary, a shareholder in a joint stock company. Action, simple past and past participle of action. Actiony, the recipient of an action item, the person assigned responsibility for a specific task or issue. Actionies, plural of actiony. Actioner, an action movie. Actioners, plural of actioner. Actions populares, plural of actio popularis. Actionfest, a film, video game, or other such story that is full of action. Actionfists, plural of actionfists. Actioning, present participle and gerund of action. Actionings, plural of actioning. Actionism, Viennese actionism, a school of thought which stood in Vienna, Austria. Actionisms, plural of actionism. Actioness, one taking part in the actionism movement. Actioness, plural of actioness. Actionize, to bring a legal action against, to sue. Actionized, simple past and past participle of actionize. Actionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of actionize. Actionizing, present participle and gerund of actionize. Actionless, lacking action, particularly with respect to entertainment, dull, boring. Actionlessness, absence of action. Actionate, a component of an action performed by a person, used in computerized gesture recognition systems. Actionlets, plural of actionlet. Action-like, resembling or characteristic of an action. Actionness, the property of being in action. Actions, plural of action. Actions at a distance, plural of action at a distance. Actions have consequences. All individual actions may result in negative repercussions. Actions speak louder than words. It is more effective to act directly than to speak of action. Action script, an object-oriented programming language originally designed for making visual animations. Action scripts, plural of action script. Actiony, full of or related to action. Actus, active, full of activity, full of energy. Actisign, synonym of synsign. Actisigns, plural of actisign. Actisami, a particular antiarrhythmic drug. Actitation, frequent action, specifically the debating of lawsuits. Actao, a promontory in Iconia in ancient Greece where Mark Antony and Cleopatra were defeated by Octavian in a naval battle in 31 BC. Activable, capable of being activated. Activant, a substance or agent that activates a process. Activants, plural of activant. Activase, any enzyme that activates a gene. Activases, plural of activase. Activatability, the state of being activatable. Activatable, capable of being activated. Activate, to encourage development or induce increased activity, to stimulate. Activated, simple past and past participle of activate. Activated alumina, a form of aluminium hydroxide that has been dehydroxylated for high porosity, used as a desiccant and in filtering water. Activated carbon, a very absorbent form of finely powdered carbon, used in purifying gases and as an antidote for many poisons. Activated charcoal, activated carbon. Activated clotting time, a test of coagulation used to monitor anticoagulation effects. Activated clotting times, plural of activated clotting time. Activated complex, a transitional structure in an energetically excited state that forms between the reactants of a chemical reaction and breaks down to form the products. Activated complexes, plural of activated complex. Activated partial thromboplastin time, synonym of partial thromboplastin time. Activated partial thromboplastin times, plural of activated partial thromboplastin time. Activated sludge, sewage that has been aerated and agitated in order to promote the growth of beneficial microorganisms that break down organic matter. Activated sludges, plural of activated sludge. Activator, alternative spelling of activator. Activators, plural of activator. Activates, third person singular simple present indicative of activate. Activating, present participle and gerund of activate. Activation, making active and effective, bringing into a state of activity. Activation analyzes, plural of activation analysis. Activation analysis, any of several similar radiochemical techniques of analysis in which a subatomic particle or gamma ray is captured by a nuclide to form a second stable nuclide which is then measured. Activation energies, plural of activation energy. Activation energy, the energy required to initiate a reaction. For example, the flame from the fuse of a firecracker provides a small initial amount of energy, after which the explosive reaction proceeds by itself releasing a considerably larger quantity of energy. A small push given to a stable but top-heavy object may cause it to fall over. The potential energy released during the fall was present in the system all along but could not be realized as long as the object was upright and balanced. Activation function. A function that defines the output of a particular node in an artificial neural network on the basis of its inputs. Activation functions. Plural of activation function. Activation record. A data structure containing subroutine state information located on the call stack. Activation records. Plural of activation record. Activational. Of or pertaining to activation. Activationist. A person who designs and implements recreational activities as therapy, especially for the disabled. Activationists. Plural of activationists. Activationless. Having an activation energy near zero. Activations. Plural of activation. Activative. Of or pertaining to the grammatical case used to indicate a noun that is subject to a mental or metaphysical state that could hypothetically lead to an action. Activator. One who, or that which activates. Activators. Plural of activator. Activatory. That acts as an activator. Active. Having the power or quality of acting, causing change, communicating action or motion, acting opposed to passive that receives. Active braking time. The amount of time elapsed between the moment when the braking force takes effect and the point in time at which it ceases. Active braking times. Plural of active braking time. Active camouflage. Camouflage that adapts, often rapidly, to the surroundings of an object such as an animal or military vehicle. Active couple. In set dances with more than one couple dancing, the couple doing the more complicated movement during any given portion of the dance, the role of active couple may pass from one couple to another. In many quadrilles, certain figures will have two active couples at any one time. In long set dances, quite often every other couple or every third couple is the active couple. Active couples. Plural of active couple. Active directories. Plural of active directory. Active Directory. A directory service of Microsoft for Windows domain networks. Active dry yeasts. A form of yeast in which yeast cells in dehydrated granules are alive but dormant because of the lack of moisture. Active dry yeasts. Plural of active dry yeasts. Active duty. A state in which person in the military performs military duties on a full-time basis as opposed to reserve, where one only occasionally performs military duties. Active echolocation. The technique of using a sound that an organism produces in order to learn its surroundings by interpreting the echoes that bounce back. Active euthanasia. A form of euthanasia wherein death is intentionally brought about, usually by medical intervention to end the patient's suffering. Active fault. A geologic fault which has exhibited seismic activity within a geologically recent time period. Active faults. Plural of active fault. Active front. The boundary between two different air masses or a portion thereof which produces appreciable cloudiness and precipitation and is usually accompanied by significant shifts in wind direction. Active fronts. Plural of active front. Active galactic nuclei. Plural of active galactic nucleus. Active galactic nucleus. A compact region at the center of a galaxy that has a much higher than normal luminosity over at least some portion of the measurable electromagnetic spectrum. Active galaxies. Plural of active galaxy. Active galaxy. A galaxy where a significant fraction of the energy output is not emitted by the normal components of a galaxy. Active gravitational mass. The mass of an object measured via the gravitational force that it exerts. Active gravitational masses. plural of active gravitational mass. Active ingredient, the specific compound in a natural or man-made mixture that is responsible for the mixture's activity. Active ingredients, plural of active ingredient. Active learning, a method of learning in which students actively take part in devising the learning process. Active LiDAR, a remote sensing technique that uses a laser to generate light and measure objects. Active LiDARs, plural of active LiDAR. Active listening, the process of attending carefully to what a speaker is saying, involving such techniques as accurately paraphrasing the speaker's remarks. Active material, essential components of a device, reaction, etc. Active materials, plural of active material. Active matrices, plural of active matrix. Active matrix, a form of liquid crystal display with a grid of transistors and capacitors that can hold a charge for a limited period of time, contrasted with passive matrix. Active matrices, plural of active matrix. Active measures, political warfare conducted by the Soviet or Russian government since the 1920s to advance foreign policy, including espionage, propaganda, sabotage, and assassination. Active participle, a participle indicating an ongoing or completed action or state in the active voice where a noun modified by the participle is taken to represent the agent of the action denoted by the verb. Active participles, plural of active participle. Active photolocation, the use of light originating from the organism to illuminate the visual field in order to see into the field of vision. Active.
I get it. I'm a kid, but at Tommy Guns, I'm a boss. Check it out. I'm over here sipping on pop and watching TV. Meanwhile, my mom is stuck reading a digest magazine.
Yeah, I still gotta go to school tomorrow, but at least you'll be looking fresh. Look at little Timmy over there.
He's stuck with the at-home bowl cut. Tommy Guns just gets it. They got me looking so good that there's some random gram away to pinch my cheeks. Maybe I'll take the back door.
Of radicalization in which a person wishes to join a radical group and disclaim their prior identity, name, family, country. Active rock, a commercial radio format combining modern hard rock and older classic rock. Active service, full-time occupation in the military. Active shooter, a person actively engaged in a shooting spree. Active shooters, plural of active shooter. Active solar, making indirect use of solar energy by first converting it to another form, for example by using solar panels. Active sonar, a technique that uses sound waves to detect and locate objects underwater. Active sonars, plural of active sonar. Active timing, a type of accurate timing system in which a battery-powered active chip, known as a transponder, sends a unique code to the detection loop, which is connected to a decoder. Active timings, plural of active timing. Active transport, movement of ions or molecules across a cell membrane into a region of higher concentration, assisted by enzymes and requiring energy. Active travel, any form of travel that involves human physical activity, such as walking or cycling. Active vocabularies, plural of active vocabulary. Active vocabulary, the collection of words and phrases that someone commonly uses in speech and writing. Active voice, the form in which the subject of a verb carries out some action. Active voices, plural of active voice. Active volcano, a volcano that has erupted in the last 10,000 years, although not necessarily venting lava or gases now. Active volcanoes, plural of active volcano. Active volcanoes, plural of active volcano. Active duty, of a person on active duty, performing military duties on a full-time basis. Actively, in an active manner. Activeness, the state or quality of being active. Activeness is plural of activeness. Actos, plural of active. Activewear, casual clothing that is comfortable to wear when exercising or partaking in sportswear. Activin, a peptide that participates in the regulation of the menstrual cycle, cell proliferation, apoptosis, metabolism, and many other diverse functions. Activins, plural of activin. Activism, the practice of using action to achieve a result, such as political demonstration or a strike in support of or in opposition to an issue. Activisms, plural of activism. Activist, one who is politically active in the role of a citizen, especially one who campaigns for change. Activist investor, a person or a group purchasing and using an equity stake in a publicly traded corporation to put public pressure on its management with the goal of effecting a change. Activist investors, plural of activist investor. Activist judge, a judge or justice who makes rulings based on personal political views or considerations rather than on the law, or who issues rulings intended to have political effects. Activist judges, plural of activist judge. Activist justice, a justice usually referring to a member of a supreme, high or appellate court who makes rulings based on personal political views or considerations rather than on the law, or who issues rulings intended to have political effects. Activist justices, plural of activist justice. Activiste, relating to the practice of activism or the behavior and beliefs of activists. Activistly, in an activist fashion. Activists, plural of activists. Active idol, relating to activity, especially anthropology, the complex activities of human beings within a culture. Activities, plural of activity. Activities of daily living, a set of common daily activities including bathing, feeding, and relieving oneself. A person's ability or inability to perform them is used as a measurement of their functional status. Activity, the state or quality of being active, activeness. Activity book, a book for children with interactive content such as games, puzzles, and pictures to be colored in. Activity books, plural of activity book. Activity group psychotherapy, a form of group psychotherapy in which the patients, usually children, say and do whatever they wish, and this is then interpreted by the therapist or other patients. Activity stream, a list of recent activities performed by someone, typically on a particular website. Activity streams, plural of activity stream. Activity theory, a line of eclectic social science theories and research with its roots in a Soviet theory pioneered by Sergei Rubinstein in the 1930s, seeking to understand human activities as systemic and socially situated phenomena and to go beyond paradigms of reflexology and classical conditioning. Activity tracker, a wearable electronic device or a software application that monitors and tracks fitness-related metrics such as distance walked, calorie consumption, or heartbeat. Activity trackers, plural of activity tracker. Activity trap, the risk of employees spending significant effort looking busy with an activity at the expense of measuring progress toward what the activity is ultimately supposed to achieve. Activity traps, plural of activity trap. Activization, the act of activizing. Activizations, plural of activization. Activize, to convert to activism. Activized, simple past and past participle of activize. Activizes, third person singular simple present indicative of activize. Activizing, present participle and gerund of activize. Activo-passive, synonym of mediapassive. ActiWatch, a device in the form of a wristwatch that measures and records a patient's activity. ActiWatches, plural of ActiWatch. Acculous, without action or spirit. Acculousness, absence of an act, failure to act, inaction. Actobindin, a dimeric polypeptide that can bind two molecules of actin. Actodigin, a cardiotonic steroid, CHO9, which is a synthetic isomer of digitoxygenane glucoside with a modified lactone ring. Actogmin, misspelling of acetogenin. Actogram, a graphical representation of the activity of an animal that has been isolated from environmental cues as to the time of day. Actograms, plural of actogram. Actograph, a device that records the movements of a sleeping person. Actographs, plural of actograph. Actol, silver lactate. Actometer, a device that measures and records activity and rest. Actometers, plural of actometer. Actometry, the measurement of people's activity/rest cycles. Actomyosin, a protein complex composed of actin and myosin found in muscle fibers. Actomyosins, plural of actomyosin. Acton, any of a few places in England. Acton Bridge, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 5975. Acton Burnell, a village and civil parish south of Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 5302. Acton Round, a village and civil parish served by Morville Parish Council in Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 6395. Actomo, a trade name for the drug risedronic acid. Actonian, of or relating to the architect Samuel Acton, applied to a septennial prize awarded by the Royal Institution. Actonitrile, misspelling of acetonitrile. Actins, plural of actin. Actobaxin, a focal adhesion protein that binds paxillin. Actophorin, a protein that cuts actin filaments into monomers, found in acanthamoeba. Actophotometer, a device that uses infrared light to monitor the activity of a caged laboratory animal. Actophotometers, plural of actophotometer. Actor, someone who institutes a legal suit, a plaintiff or complainant. Actor proof, of a play or a dramatic part, sufficiently good that it should be able to succeed even with an inferior cast. Actoress, alternative form of actress. Actoresses, plural of actoress. Actorfe, a fanfic focusing on the imagined activities of a real actor or actors. Actorfics, plural of actorfic. Actorial, relating to an actor or one who performs an action. Actoring, an actress. Actorians, plural of actorine. Actorge, of pertaining to or characteristic of an actor or theatrical acting, like an actor. Actorishly, in an actorish manner. Actorishness, the state or condition of being actorish. Actorism, the manner or habits of an actor. Actoi, like or resembling an actor. Actoi, pertaining or proper to an actor. Actornaut, a person who is claimed to be an astronaut in the context of conspiracy theories that claim that some or all travel into outer space is faked. Actornauts, plural of actornaut. Actorness, quality of being an actor, an agent performing an act. Actormy, obsolete spelling of attorney. Actorneys, plural of actorney. Actors, plural of actor. Actorship, the state or quality associated with being an actor. Actorist, an actor who engages in political or social activism. Actorists, plural of actorists. Actor, like, characteristic, or typical of an actor. Actosyringon, misspelling of acetosyringon. Actor, obsolete spelling of actor. Actors, plural of actor. Actixumab, a monoclonal antibody for preventing the recurrence of Clostridium difficile infection. Actress, a female who performs on the stage or in films. Actresses, plural of actress. Actressy, characteristic of an actress. Actress, female equivalent of actor. Actresses, plural of actress. Actrix, a female plaintiff. Actroid, a form of android that can function as an actor or actress. Actroids, plural of actroid. Act, plural of ACT. Acts, clipping of Acts of the Apostles. Acts a fool, third person singular simple present indicative of act a fool. Acts chicken, third person singular simple present indicative of act chicken. Acts of a journal, plural of act of a journal. Acts of a journal, plural of act of a journal. Acts of Congress, plural of act of Congress. Acts of darkness, plural of act of darkness. Acts of God, plural of act of God. Acts of independent significance, plural of act of independent significance. Acts of Parliament, plural of act of Parliament. Acts of Parliament, plural of act of Parliament. Acts of Sederunt, plural of act of Sederunt. Acts of Sederunt, plural of act of Sederunt. Acts of the Apostles, the fifth book in the New Testament of the Bible. Acts of war, plural of act of war. Acts on, third person singular simple present indicative of act on. Acts one's age, third person singular simple present indicative of act one's age. Acts one's age, not one's shoe size, third person singular simple present indicative of act one's age, not one's shoe size. Acts out, third person singular simple present indicative of act out. Acts possum, third person singular simple present indicative of act possum. Acts the fool, third person singular simple present indicative of act the fool. Acts the giddy goat, third person singular simple present indicative of act the giddy goat. Acts the goat, third person singular simple present indicative of act the goat. Acts the hypocrite, third person singular simple present indicative of act the hypocrite. Acts the jennet, third person singular simple present indicative of act the jennet. Acts the jinnah, third person singular simple present indicative of act the jinnat. Acts the maggot, third person singular simple present indicative of act the maggot. Acts up, third person singular simple present indicative of act up. Acts upon, third person singular simple present indicative of act upon. Athu, initialism of Australian Council of Trade Unions. Actuability, capable of being acted or actuated upon. Actual, relating to a person's acts or deeds, active, practical. Actual bodily harm, hurt or injury which interferes with the health or comfort of the victim and which is more than transient or trifling. Actual cash value, the value of insured property computed by subtracting depreciation from replacement cost. Actual cash values, plural of actual cash value. Actual costs, the entire expense incurred in acquiring an item, including freight, duty, etc. Actual costs, plural of actual costs. Actual flying time, the total amount of time that an aircraft is in the air, excluding its time on the ground. Actual flying times, plural of actual flying time. Actual malice. In United States defamation law, the level of knowledge that must be demonstrated for a public figure to prevail as a plaintiff in a lawsuit for defamation. The defendant must have either known that information published about the plaintiff was false, or must have shown reckless disregard for the truth by not making simple inquiry or investigation which would have disclosed it. Actual neurosis, plural of actual neurosis. Actual neurosis, a type of neurosis primarily caused by present-day factors, particularly disturbances in sexual satisfaction, rather than by unresolved infantile conflicts. Actual occasions, the final real things in the universe that are experiential in nature rather than strictly material, the most basic thing or construct in the universe. Some whitehead scholars would hold that trillions of actual occasions compose one quark. Actual occasions make up everything, even empty space. Actual parameter, a value applied to a method or function as opposed to a formal parameter. Actual parameters, plural of actual parameter. Actual sin, sin committed by an individual in contradistinction to original sin. Actualization, alternative spelling of actualization. Actualizations, plural of actualization. Actualize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of actualize. Actualize, simple past and past participle of actualize. Actualizer, alternative form of actualizer. Actualizers, plural of actualizer. Actualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of actualize. Actualizing, present participle and gerund of actualize. Actualism, the belief that actuality and existence are coextensive, i.e. that only actual things exist and merely possible things do not. Actualisms, plural of actualism. Actualist, a proponent of actualism. Actualistic, relating to action or the actual. Actualistically, in an actualistic manner. Actualists, plural of actualists. Actualities, plural of actuality. Actuality, the state of existing existence. Actualizabilities, plural of actualizability. Actualizability, the quality of being actualizable. Actualizable, able to be actualized. Actualization, making actual or really existent. Actualizational, of or relating to actualization. Actualizations, plural of actualization. Actualize, to make real, to realize. Actualize, simple past and past participle of actualize. Actualizer, one who or that which actualizes. Actualizers, plural of actualizer. Actualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of actualize. Actualizing, present participle and gerund of actualize. Actually, in act or in fact, really, in truth, positively. Actualness, the state or quality of being actual. Actuals, plural of actual. Actuario, of or pertaining to actuaries. Actuarial science, the discipline within applied mathematics dealing with risk assessment and the modeling of uncertainty, the rigorous application of mathematical and statistical methods to assess risk in industries including insurance and finance. Actuarially, by actuarial principles. Actuarian, synonym of actuarial. Actuarians, plural of actuarian. Actuaries, plural of actuary. Actuarially, in the manner of or using the methods of an actuary. Actuary, registrar, clerk. Actuaryship, the role or status of actuary. Actuaryships, plural of actuaryship. Actuatable, able to be actuated. Actuate, to activate or to put into motion, to animate. Actuated, simple past and past participle of actuate. Actuates, third person singular simple present indicative of actuate. Actuatus, second person singular simple present indicative of actuate. Actuateth, third person singular simple present indicative of actuate. Actuating, present participle and gerund of actuate. Actuation, the act of putting into motion. Actuations, plural of actuation. Actuator, something that actuates something else. Actuatoric, relating to actuators or to actuatorics. Actuatorics, the science and technology of actuators. Actuators, plural of actuator. Actuapaleontological. Alternative, form of actuapaleontological. Actuapaleontology, alternative form of actuapaleontology. Actuapaleontological, relating to actuapaleontology. Actuapaleontology, actualistic paleontology. Actuapaleontology, the branch of palynology concerned with the study of modern-day pollens and spores rather than with fossils. Actuos, very active. Actuosity, abundant activity. Actuous, active, acting to produce some effect. Acture, action. Acturiance, impulsiveness. Acthes, a former Roman unit of length equal to 120 Roman feet, about 35.5 m. Actus re, plural of actus reus. Actus reus, an act or series of acts considered as separate from the intentions or state of mind of the perpetrator in the context of criminal law. Actinolite, alternative form of actinolite. Actinopterygian, any fish of the class Actinopterygii. Actinopterygians, plural of Actinopterygian. Adu, initialism of accessory commercial unit. Adu, hearing sound. Aguirre, any nematode in the family Aguirre. Aguirres, plural of acuare. Acuate, sharpened, sharp-pointed. Acuated, simple past and past participle of acuate. Acuates, third person singular simple present indicative of acuate. Acuing, present participle and gerund of acuate. Acuation, the act of sharpening. Acati, alternative form of acalchi. Acaches, plural of acachi. Acuphenometry, the measurement of tinnitus. Aka, a surname. Acas, plural of a cuff. Acuities, plural of acuity. Acuation, synonym of acuation, act of sharpening. Acuity, sharpness or acuteness as of a needle, wit, etc. Achillesen, any of a group of lipoptide antibiotics. Achillesens, plural of Achillesin. Achillir, of our elating to the Achilles. Achilleate, having a sting, sharp like a prickle. Achilleate, having a sharp point armed with prickles. Achilleately, in an achilleate manner. Achilleates, plural of achilleate. Achilletisci, a particular steroid glycoside. Achille, plural of Achilleus. Achilleiform, like a prickle or thorn. Achilleo, a lichen pain. Mapo, chilly, now dry. Achillealit, having small prickles or sharp points. Achilleaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Achilleus, resembling or pertaining to a needle. Achilleus, a sharp spike or other projection growing on a plant, as in some brambles and roses. Accultamency, divination using needles. Accultural, without or irrespective of culture, customs, and habits. Acculturality, the quality of being accultural. Culturally, in an accultural way. Acumen, quickness of perception or discernment, penetration of mind, the faculty of nice discrimination, acuity of mind. Acumens, plural of acumen. Acumena, plural of acumen. Acumenate, tapering to a point, pointed. Acumenated, simple past and past participle of acumenate. Acumenately.
La semaine 3 du solde d'avant le vendredi fou est arrivée. Rabais jusqu'à 50% sur certains articles de cuisine et plus.
Present participle and gerund of acumenate. Acumenation, a sharpening, termination in a sharp point, a tapering point. Acumenations, plural of acumenation. Acumenite, a mineral composed of strontium, aluminium, fluorine, oxygen, and hydrogen. Acumenites, plural of acumen. Acumenoli, a polycyclic macrolide, 5-hydroxy, 4,2-R3-AS5-AR9-AR9-BS3-A-hydroxmethyl 6,6,9-atrimethylodecahydronatho 2,1-B furan, 2-il-2,5-H-furan unisolated from the dinoflagellate dinophysis acuminata. Acuminophenon, a benzophenon derivative present in Redia acuminata. Acuminos, terminating in a flat, narrow end. Acuminous, characterized by acumen, keen. Acuminulate, somewhat or slightly acuminate. Acuda, a surname from Spanish, an anglicization of Acuña. Agurnia, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Agunas, plural of Acuna. Acophagia, the ingestion or consumption of sharp objects. Acophaze, brand name for the drug zaclopenthixol acetate. Acophonometry, the measurement of tinnitus. Acupoint, a specific point on the body where acupuncture or acupressure is applied. Acupoints, plural of acupoint. Acupress, to apply acupressure to. Acupress, simple past and past participle of acupress. Acupresses, third person singular simple present indicative of acupress. Acupressing, present participle and gerund of acupress. Acupressure, an alternative medicine technique derived from acupuncture in which physical pressure is applied to acupoints. Acupressures, plural of acupressure. Acupressurist, a therapist who performs acupressure. Acupressurists, plural of acupressurists. Acupunctuate, to pierce with a needle, to treat with acupuncture. Acupunctuated, simple past and past participle of acupunctuate. Acupunctuates, third person singular simple present indicative of acupunctuate. Acupunctuating, present participle and gerund of acupunctuate. Acupunctuation, a pricking with or as if with a needle, the practice of acupuncture. Acupunctural, relating to acupuncture. Acupuncturally, in terms of or by means of acupuncture. Acupuncturation, acupuncture. Acupuncturations, plural of acupuncturation. Acupuncturator, an acupuncturist. Acupuncturators, plural of acupuncturator. Acupuncture, the insertion of needles into the living tissue of the body affecting the chi or energy along energetic pathways of the body called meridians. This modality is traditionally used as a form of internal medical treating all disease and illnesses. In Western countries, it is widely used for the purposes of pain relief. Acupuncture, simple past and past participle of acupuncture. Acupunctures, plural of acupuncture. Acupuncturing, present participle and gerund of acupuncture. Acupuncturist, a healthcare professional who is qualified or professionally engaged in the practice of acupuncture. Acupuncturists, plural of acupuncturists. Akushla, darling. Akushless, plural of akushla. Acushla, a town in Bristol County, Massachusetts, United States. Accustimulation, electrical stimulation of an acupuncture point, typically to control nausea following chemotherapy. Accustimulations, plural of accustimulation. Acutance, edge contrast in an image, a component of sharpness. Acutances, plural of acutance. Acutangled, obsolete form of acutangled. Acutangular, acutangle. Acudate, slightly sharpened as at the apex. Acute, brief, quick, short. Acute abo, flipping of acute abdomen. Acute abdomen, a condition of the abdomen which is indicated by an acute onset of severe pain. Acute abdomens, plural of acute abdomen. Acute abdos, plural of acute abdo. Acute accent, a diacritical mark that can be placed above a number of letters in many languages of the Latin, Greek, and Cyrillic writing systems. Acute accents, plural of acute accent. Acute angle, an angle greater than 0 degrees and less than 90 degrees. Acute angles, plural of acute angle. Acute aortic syndrome, any of a range of severe, painful, potentially life-threatening abnormalities of the aorta. Acute aortic syndromes, plural of acute aortic syndrome. Acute chest syndrome, a vaso-occlusive crisis of the pulmonary vasculature commonly seen in cases of sickle cell anemia. Acute cystitis, plural of acute cystitis. Acute cystitis, a urinary tract infection. Acute flaccid myelitis, a sudden onset illness of children causing loss of muscle tone and reflexes, weakness in arms and legs, which may lead to paralysis. The illness has an indeterminate cause and no known treatment. Acute kidney failure, synonym of acute kidney injury. Acute kidney injury, a potentially fatal condition in which the kidneys suddenly lose their ability to filter waste from the blood. Acute lymphoblastic leukemia, a type of leukemia that affects the lymphocytes. Acute lymphoblastic leukemias, plural of acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Acute membranous gingivitis, synonym of acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis. Acute mountain sickness, altitude sickness. Acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis, alternative spelling of acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis. Acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis, medical name of the form of severe gum infection popularly called trench mouth. Acute oak decline, Acute otitis media, a type of otitis media infection in the ear characterized by severe pain. Acute otitis medias, plural of acute otitis media. Acute radiation syndrome, acute illness caused by irradiation of the entire body by a high dose of penetrating radiation in a very short period of time. Acute radiation syndromes, plural of acute radiation syndrome. Acute renal failure, synonym of acute kidney injury. Acute respiratory distress syndrome, a form of respiratory failure characterized by rapid onset of widespread inflammation in the lungs. Acute retroviral syndrome, the first flu-like stage of infection with a human immunodeficiency virus. Acute retroviral syndromes, plural of acute retroviral syndrome. Acute sedge, a sedge species, Carex acuta in Carex sub. Carex. Acute toxicities, plural of acute toxicity. Acute toxicity, the ability of a substance to cause harmful effects soon after a single exposure or dose. Acute triangle, a triangle all of the angles of which are acute. Acute triangles, plural of acute triangle. Acute ulcerative gingivitis, synonym of acute necrotizing ulcerative gingivitis. Acute tangled, of a triangle having three acute angles. Acute tangled triangle, an acute triangle. Acute tangled triangles, plural of acute tangled triangle. Acute phase protein, any of a class of proteins whose plasma concentrations change in response to inflammation, such as C-reactive protein. Acute phase proteins, plural of acute phase protein. Acute angled, alternative form of acute tangled. Acute, simple past and past participle of acute. Acutely, in an acute manner. Acuteness, the quality of being accused or pointed. Acutenesses, plural of acuteness. Acuter, comparative form of acute, more acute. Acutes, plural of acute. Acutus, superlative form of acute, most acute. Acotherapes, plural of acotherapy. Acotherapy, any therapy involving acupoints, such as acupuncture or acupressure. Acuticulate, lacking a cuticle. Acutifoliate, having sharp pointed leaves. Acutilingual, having a sharply pointed tongue or oral region. Acuting, present participle and gerund of acute. Acutish, somewhat acute. Acutisimin, a particular elegitinin. Acutobin, any of a group of serine glycoprotein proteases. Acutobins, plural of acutobin. Acutortion, the twisting of an artery with a needle to arrest hemorrhage. Air, the wood of the tree Proteum altisimum. Av, initialism of armored combat vehicle. Av, plural of ACV. Apwa, abbreviation of anticlockwise. What? Abbreviation of Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America. Aquarth, a surname. Aquarths, plural of Aquarth. Aku, initialism of Advisory Committee on Women Veterans. Adure, not cyanic. Agianobelsia, inability to see the color blue. Agianogenic, not cyanogenic. Agenophilus, having cell walls that do not readily absorb nobelsia, inability to see the color blue. Agianogenic, not cyanogenic. Agenophilus, having cell walls that do not readily absorb cotton blue stain. Agianopia, a form of color blindness, the inability to distinguish blue. Agionepsia, alternative form of agianopia. Agianosis, the absence of cyanosis. Adonate, not cyanotic. Atheoi, not cyclic, having an open chain structure. Acyclic digraph, a directed acyclic graph, a finite directed graph that contains no directed cycles. Acyclic digraphs, plural of acyclic digraph. Acyclical, moving independent of the overall state of an economy. Acyclicality, the quality of being acyclical. Acyclically, in an acyclic manner, without cycles. Acyclicity, the property of being acyclic. Acyclic guanosine, a guanosine analog antiviral drug. Acyclovir, US and UK spelling of acyclovir. Acyclovirs, plural of acyclovir. Adesis, the inability to conceive sterility. Akel, any of class of organic radicals, RCO, formed by the removal of a hydroxyl group from a carboxylic acid. Acyl anhydride, an acid anhydride. Acyl anhydrides, plural of acyl anhydride. Acyl bromide, any organic compound containing an acyl functional group directly attached to a bromine atom. Acyl bromides, plural of acyl bromide. Acyl chloride, any organic compound containing an acyl functional group OCO directly attached to a chlorine atom OCOCl. Acyl chlorides, plural of acyl chloride. Acyl fluoride, any organic compound containing an acyl functional group directly attached to a fluorine atom. Acyl fluorides, plural of acyl fluoride. Acyl halide, any organic compound containing an acyl functional group directly attached to a halogen. Acyl halides, plural of acyl halide. Acylaceae, any organic compound containing a acyl functional group directly attached to a iodine atom. Acyl iodides, plural of acyl iodide. Acyl adenylate, any acyl adenylate. Acyl adenylates, plural of acyl adenylate. Acyl, any diester of a geminal diol, R2-thiocher. Acylos, plural of acyl. Acylamidase, synonym of amidase. Acylamidases, plural of acylamidase. Acylamide, any acylamide. Acylamides, plural of acylamide. Acylamido, any radical derived from an acylamide. Acylamino, any acyl derivative of an amino group. Acylaminamide, any acyl derivative of an aminamide. Acylaminamides, plural of acylaminamide. Acylaminoes, plural of acylamino. Acylанilide, any acylanilide. Acylanides, plural of acylonilide. Acylase, any enzyme that catalyzes the removal of acyl groups, especially from acylated amino acids. Acylases, plural of Achilles. Acylate, to add one or more acyl groups to a compound. Acylated, having an acyl functional group modified by addition of an acyl group. Acylate, third person singular simple present indicative of acylate. Acylating, present participle and gerund of acylate. Acylation, the process of adding an acyl group to a compound. Acylations, plural of acylation. Acylate, that produces or undergoes acylation. Acylozoleum, any acyl derivative of an azolean ion. Acylozoleums, plural of acylozoleum. Acylcarnitine, any ester of carnitine and a carboxylic acid, especially a fatty acid. Acylcarnitines, plural of acylcarnitine. Acylceramide, any acyl derivative typically from a fatty acid of a ceramide. Acylceramides, plural of acylceramide. Acyldiphseptide, any acyl derivative of a diphseptide, but especially any of a class of antibiotics having this structure. Acyldiphseptides, plural of acyldiphseptide. Acylphenolamine, any anacyl derivative of an ethanolamide. Acylphenolamides, plural of acylphenolamide. Acylphenolamine, any amide of ethanolamine, many of which have biochemical significance. Acylphenolamines, plural of acylphenolamine. Acylfulvene, any acyl derivative of fulvene. Acylfulvenes, plural of acylfulvene. Acylglycerol, any ester of glycerol, glyceride. Acylglycerols, plural of acylglycerol. Acylglycerophosphate, phosphatidate. Acylglycerophosphates, plural of acylglycerophosphate. Acylglycerophosphocholine, phosphatidylcholine, lecithin. Acylglycerophosphocholines, plural of acylglycerophosphocholene. Acylglycerophosphothienolamine, phosphatidylphenolamine, cephalin. Acylglycerophosphothienolamines, plural of acylglycerophosphothienolamine. Acylglycerophosphoglucose, phosphatidylglucose. Acylglycerophosphoglycerol, phosphatidylglycerol. Acylglycerophosphoglycerols, plural of acylglycerophosphoglycerol. Acylglycerophosphoniacetol, phosphatidylinositol. Acylglycerophosphoniacetols, plural of acylglycerophosphoniacetol. Acylglycerophosphosarine, phosphatidylserine. Acylglycerophosphosarines, plural of acylglycerophosphosarine. Acylguanidine, any acyl derivative of guanidine. Acylguanidines, plural of acylguanidine. Acylhomoserine, the acyl derivative of homoserine whose lactone is active in quorum sensing. Acylhydrazide, the hydrazide of a carboxylic acid. Acylhydrazides, plural of acylhydrazide. Acylhydrazine, the N-amino derivative of a carboxylic acid amide RCONHNH2. Acylhydrazines, plural of acylhydrazine. Acylhydrazone, any acylhydrazone. Acylhydrazones, plural of acylhydrazone. Acylhydrolase, any acylhydrolase. Acylhydrolases, plural of acylhydrolase. Acylhydroxyamino, any acyl derivative of a hydroxyamino vesicle. Acylhydroxyaminos, plural of acylhydroxyamino. Acylhydroxylamine, any acyl derivative of a hydroxylamine. Acyl hydroxylamines, plural of acyl hydroxylamine. Acylamine, any acyl derivative of an imine. Acylamines, plural of acylamine. Acylominium, any acylominium man. Acylominiums, plural of acylominium. Acylammonium, an acylammonium cation. Acylomoniums, plural of acylammonium. Acylindra, not cylindrical. Acylindrical, not cylindrical. Acylindrically, in an acylindrical manner. Acylindricity, the quality of being acylindrical. Acylam, any acyl cation Rc equals O derived from a carboxylic acid. Acyliums, plural of acylium. Acylketene, any acylketene. Acylketenes, plural of acylketene. Acylosine, any acyl derivative of lysine. Acylosines, plural of acylosine. Acylmercaptan, an acylmercaptan. Acylmercaptans, plural of acylmercaptan. Acylone, any alpha hydroxyketone. Acylones, plural of acylone. Acylome, all the acyl species in the biochemistry of an organism. Achylomes, plural of achylum. Achylome, relating to an achylum or to achylomics. Achylomics, the study of the achylum of an organism. Acyloxazolidinon, any acyloxazolidinon. Acyloxazolidinons, plural of acyloxazolidinon. Acyloxy, a univalent radical RCOO derived from a carboxylic acid. Acyloxyacyl, any acyloxy derivative of an acyl group. Acyloxyacyls, plural of acyloxyacyl. Acyloxyl, any univalent radical containing an acyl functional group bonded to an oxygen atom having a free valence on the oxygen atom. Rc equals OO. Acyloxylation, any reaction that adds an acyloxy group. Acyloxylations, plural of acyloxylation. Acyloxyls, plural of acyloxyl. Acyloxymethyl, any acyloxy derivative of a methyl radical, especially one used as a protecting group. Acyloxymethyls, plural of acyloxymethyl. Acyloxys, plural of acyloxy. Agylphenol, any acyl derivative of a phenol. Agylphenols, plural of acylphenol. Acylfluoroglucinol, any acyl derivative of fluoroglucinol. Acylfluoroglucinols, plural of acylfluoroglucinol. Acylphosphatase, the enzyme acylphosphate phosphohydrolase. Acylphosphatases, plural of acylphosphatase. Acylphosphate, any acyl formed by the removal of a hydroxyl group from phosphoric acid. Acylphosphates, plural of acylphosphate. Acylphosphatidylphenolamine, any N-acyl derivative of phosphatidylphenolamine, especially those that are hormones associated with fat metabolism. Acylphosphatidylphenolamines, plural of acylphosphatidylphenolamine. Acylphosphine, any acylphosphine. Acylphosphenes, plural of acylphosphine. Acylphosphonate, any acylphosphonate. Acylphosphonates, plural of acylphosphonate. Acylphosphonide, any acylphosphonate. Acylphosphonites, plural of achilphosphonite. Achilpopyridine, any acyl derivative of piperidine. Achilpopyridians, plural of achilpopyridine. Achilpholamine, achilpholamine. Achilpholamines, plural of achilpolamine. Achilpyrazole, any achilpyrazole. Achilpyrazoles, plural of achilpyrazole. Achilpyridine, any acyl derivative of pyridine. Achilpyridians, plural of achilpyridine. Achilpyrrole, any acyl derivative of a pyrrole. Achilpyrroles, plural of achilpyrrole. Acyls, plural of acyl. Acylsilane, any acylsilane of general formula RCOCR3. Acylsilanes, plural of acylsilane. Acylsugar, any acyl ester of a sugar. Acylsugars, plural of acylsugar. Acylsulfamate, any acylsulfamate. Acylsulfamates, plural of acylsulfamate. Acylsulfonamide, any acylsulfonamide. Acylsulfonamides, plural of acylsulfonamide. Acyltheria, any acyl derivative of thiourea. Acylthereas, plural of acyltheria. Acyltransferase, any of several transferase enzymes that catalyze the transfer of acyl groups between lipids. Acyltransferases, plural of acyltransferase. Acyptase, a particular fungicide derived from a petroleum acid combined with copper or zinc. Achyrologia, inexact, inappropriate, or improper use of a word. Achyrology, the incorrect use of language. Agyrin, the use of words incompatible with or contrary to the speaker's meaning. Agesta, congenital absence of the bladder. Aesthetic, lacking a cystidium. Achitokinetic, not cytokinetic. Acolamate, obsolete typography of acolamate. Acotes, archaic spelling of acotes. Initialism of Anno Domini borrowed from Latin in the year of our Lord. Abbreviation of adenovirus. Ad absurdum, to the point of absurdity. Ad baculum, by appeal to force. Ad banner, an advertisement that stretches across most often the top of a website. Ad banner, plural of ad banner. Ad blindness, a tendency to ignore advertisements, for example skipping over them when reading a print publication. Ad break, synonym of commercial break. Ad breaks, plural of ad break. Ad captandum, attempting to win popular favor or to dupe the public. Ad coelum, the principle by which property rights extend vertically upwards and sometimes downwards from a property. It is used to describe air rights or no-fly zones, as well as rights to resources under the soil, such as mineral rights, among others. Adana, alternative form of Dammam city in Saudi Arabia. Adanum, synonym of ad quod damnum. Adundum, awarded by one institution to an alumnus of another. Ad feminam, related to an invalid response to an argument by attacking the woman who made it in a sexist manner. Ad feminams, plural of ad feminam. Ad hoc, for a particular purpose. Ad hosieries, plural of ad hosiery. Ad hosiery, use of ad hoc or improvised reason. reasoning. Ad hocism, use of ad hoc or improvised reasoning. Ad hocisms, plural of ad hocism. Ad hoceries, plural of ad hocery. Ad hocery, alternative spelling of ad hocery. Ad hocly, synonym of ad hoc in an ad hoc fashion. Ad hocness, the quality or condition of being ad hoc. Adhocracies, plural of adhocracy, alternative form of adhocracy. Adhocracy, alternative form of adhocracy. Adhocrat, alternative form of adhocrat. Adhocrats, plural of adhocrat, alternative form of adhocrats. Adham, abbreviation of adham. Ad hominem, ellipsis of argumentum ad hominem, a fallacious objection to an argument or factual claim by appealing to a characteristic or belief of the person making the argument or claim, rather than by addressing the substance of the argument or producing evidence against the claim, an attempt to argue against an opponent's idea by discrediting the opponent themselves. Ad hominems, plural of ad hominem. Ad hominem, misspelling of ad hominem. Ad homs, plural of ad hom. Ad item, in agreement. Alin, advantage to the server. Ad infinitum, endlessly, forever, never-endingly. Ad int, abbreviation of ad interim. Ad interim, in or for the meantime, temporarily. Ad interim copyright, a special short-term copyright valid for 5 years from the date of its first publication, applied to certain books and periodicals in the English language. Ad interim copyrights, plural of ad interim copyright. Ad inventories, plural of ad inventory. Ad inventory, the number of page views that a website receives. Ad lib, at pleasure. Ad-libbed, simple past and past participle of ad-lib. Ad-libbing, present participle and gerund of ad-lib. Ad-libitum, as much as desired, to one's fill. Without restriction. Ad-libs, third person singular simple present indicative of ad-lib. Ad litem, for the purpose of a legal case as in guardian ad litem. Ad literam, to the letter. Ad hoc, alternative form of ad hoc. Ad hoc, there at the specified location. Ad modum, consistent with. Ad modum donders, of vision by the Donders standards. Ad nauseam, to a nauseating or sickening degree. Ad nausea, misspelling of ad nauseam. Ad orientem, facing liturgical east, that is, in the same direction as and thus away from the congregation. Ad dauf, advantage to the receiver. Ad particle, alternative spelling of ad particle. Ad particles, plural of ad particle. Ad personam, given exclusively to one specific person and not transferable to or heritable by others, over role, title, privilege, etc. Ad quod damnum, according to the harm done. Ad referendum, subject to agreement by others and finalization of details, especially an ad referendum contract. Ab rel, pertinent, relevant. Ad seriatim, sequential. Ad truck, a truck whose sole purpose is to advertise, for example by means of billboards, electronic displays, or music. Ad trucks, plural of ad truck. Ad valorum, measured by or in proportion to value. Ad valorem tax, a tax that is assessed as a proportion of the value of the property being taxed. Ad valorem taxes, plural of ad valorem tax. Ad valorums, plural of ad valorem. Adverbum, on a word-by-word basis without rephrasing, word for word, verbatim. Ad verecundiam, appeal to authority, argument from authority. Ad verecundiams, plural of ad verecundiam. Ad vitam aut culpem, for life or fault, a kind of appointment or tenure in Scotland. Ad vivo, from live. Initialism of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Ad NDS, plural of AD and D. Doing, enacting, forming a verb. Ad Dhamma, alternative form of Dammam city in Saudi Arabia. Advari, not containing any advertisements. An I, alternative spelling of ad hoc. Ad hoc polymorphism, a kind of polymorphism where polymorphic functions can be applied to arguments of different types, as they can denote a number of distinct and potentially heterogeneous implementations depending on the types of argument to which they are applied. Ad hoc polymorphisms, plural of ad hoc polymorphism. Ad hocism, alternative spelling of ad hocism. Ad hocisms, plural of ad hocism. Ad hoceries, plural of ad hocery. Ad hocery, alternative spelling of ad hocery. Ad hocly, alternative form of ad hocly. Ad hocness, alternative form of ad hocness. Adhocracies, plural of adhocracy, alternative form of adhocracies. Adhocracy, alternative form of adhocracy. Adhocrat, alternative form of adhocrat. Adhocrats, plural of adhocrat, alternative form of adhocrats. Ad-lib, to improvise all or part of a speech or other performance, especially in comedy. Ad-lib, simple past and past participle of ad-lib. Ad-libber, a person who ad-libs, particularly one who is well known for skill in ad-libbing. Ad-libbers, plural of ad-libber. Ad-libbing, present participle and gerund of ad-lib. Ad-libs, plural of ad-lib. Other than, alternative spelling of admin. Admin, plural of adman, alternative spelling of admin. Atsay, abbreviation of administrative segregation, solitary confinement in prison. Abbreviation of adaptation. Ada, plural of ad. Ada, initialism of adenosine deaminase, the enzyme that specifically affects RNA. Seda, Eda, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Ada County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Boise, the state capital. Ada from Decatur, alternative form of Ader from Decatur. Ada, initialism of anxiety disorders association of America. Adeo, a non-existent Papuan language erroneously listed in some references as being spoken on as Toro in East Timor by people who actually speak Malayo-Polynesian Weters. Adachi, a special ward of Tokyo Prefecture, Japan that is surrounded by clockwise from North Saitama Prefecture, Katsushika, Sumida, Arakawa, and Kita special wards. Adaches, plural of Adachi. Adesha, a female given name. Adactyle, synonym of adactylus. Adactylia, alternative form of adactyly. Adactylism, synonym of adactyly. Adactylus, without fingers or without toes. Adactyly, congenital absence of the digits, the fingers or toes. On that, the god of storms in Mesopotamian mythology. Anatus, alternative form of adat. Adathanexay, a compound related to centrophenixine with nootropic activity in rats. Adav, abbreviation of agio. Ad, an old saying which has obtained credit by long use. Adages, plural of adage. Adagio, pertaining to an adage, proverbial. Adages, plural of adagi. Adagietto, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played slightly faster than adagio. Adagiettos, plural of adagietto. Ado, a surname. Adagos, plural of adagio. Adagissimo, very slowly. Adagressive, an anti-cancer medication used to treat NSCLC. Adadi, obsolete form of adage. That the wife of Lamech. Thy, a Native American people of northwestern Louisiana and northeastern Texas. Adal, a surname. There, a male given name from Scottish Gaelic, of Scottish usage, equivalent to English Edgar. Adair County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat. Greenfield. Adak, a city and community in Adak Island, Aleutian Islands, Alaska, United States. The westernmost community with a city charter in the United States. The southernmost city in Alaska, situated next to the former military base, formerly Adak Station. Adake, a kind of volcanic rock of intermediate to felsic composition, with high strontium to yttrium ratio, and enriched in light rare earth elements compared with the heavy rare earths. Adakites, plural of adakite. Adakite, relating to or composed of adakite. And now, an island off the coast of Sabah, Malaysia. Adali, a female given name. Adalimumab, an immunosuppressive drug trademark Humira is a genetically engineered monoclonal antibody administered by subcutaneous injection to treat the symptoms of various autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, and psoriasis. It acts by binding to and blocking the activity of tumor necrosis factor. Analine, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Adalin, a female given name. Adalin, a female given name. Ada, the first man and the progenitor of the human race. Adam and Eve, the first man and woman, respectively, according to the book of Genesis. Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, a phrase indicating the notion that only heterosexual relations are valid. Adam and Eve on a raft, 2 eggs poached or fried on toast. Adam and Eve, simple past and past participle of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve's, third person singular simple present indicative of Adam and Eve. Adam and healing, present participle and gerund of Adam and Eve. Adam and Steve, a phrase often satirical, recasting the biblical couple of Adam and Eve as a homosexual couple, Adam and Steve. In context, it may be used as a pejorative against either homosexuality or religious opposition to it. Adam Tyler, a pickpocket's accomplice, the person who takes the goods a pickpocket steals and leaves with them. Adam Tylers, plural of Adam Tyler. Adam's ale. Water. Adam's apple. The lump in the throat, usually more noticeable in men than in women. The laryngeal prominence. Adam's apples, plural of Adam's apple. Adam's bridge, a chain of shoals that connects India and Sri Lanka. Adam's earth, synonym of Adamic earth. Adam's flannel, the malign verbascum thapsus. Adam's morsel, synonym of Adam's apple. Adam's needle, certain species of yucca. Adam's needles, plural of Adam's needle. Adam's peak, Sri Pada. Adam's wine, synonym of Adam's ale. Amendiu, alternative form of Adam and Eve plant, the pudgeroot. Adam and Yaman, a historic site in Davis County, Missouri, where Adam and Eve are said to have lived after being expelled from the Garden of Eden. Adam teasing, the sexual harassment of men by women. Adala, a city formerly the capital city of Oromia region in Ethiopia. Adamalison, a zinc metalloproteinase present in the venom of rattlesnakes Crotalus adamantius. Adamalisons, plural of Adamalison. Adamana, an unincorporated community in Apache County, Arizona, United States, named after rancher Adam Hanna. Adamants, the quality of being adamant. Adamancies, plural of adamancy. Adamancy, the property of being adamant. Adamendia, a female given name from Greek, variant of adamantia. Adamant, firm, unshakable, unyielding, determined. Adamantamine, alternative form of adamantylamine. Adamantin, a polycyclic hydrocarbon, CH, having a cage-like structure similar to a portion of the diamond lattice, any of its derivatives. Adamantins, plural of adamantane. Adamantinathiol, either of two isomeric thiols derived from adamantane, but especially one adamantinathiol which is used to make adamantilthiose sialocydes. Adamantinathials, plural of adamantinathiol. Adamantinote, any salt or ester of adamantinoic acid. Adamantinotes, plural of adamantinote. Adamantinoic acid, the carboxylic acid derived from adamantane adamantyl carboxylic acid. Adamantinoid, having an extended tetrahedral configuration as in diamond or adamantane. Adamantinol, either of two isomeric alcohols formerly derived from adamantane by replacing a hydrogen atom with a hydroxy group, but especially the tertiary alcohol 1-adamantinol. Adamantinols, plural of adamantinol. Adamantinon, the allocyclic ketone formerly derived from adamantane by replacing a bridge methylene group with a carbonyl group. Adamantinyl, alternative form of adamantyl. Adamantiniles, plural of adamantinyl. Adamantin, of adamant, hard as adamant. Adamantia, a female given name from Greek. Adamante, adamant. Adamantides, a surname from Greek. Adamantine, made of adamant or having the qualities of adamant, incapable of being broken, dissolved, or penetrated. Adamantinely, in an adamantine way. Adamantinoma, a benign tumor of the jaw occurring occasionally in young people. These tumors originate in the enamel organ, developing from the remains of its epithelium, and may reach the size of an apple. Adamantinomus, plural of adamantinoma. Adamantinomata, plural of adamantinoma. Adamantinomatus, relating to adamantinomas. Adamantite, synonym of adamantium. Adamantium, a fictional metal that is indestructible or nearly so. Adamantive, archaic form of adamantine. Adamantize, to render something adamant, to harden, to strengthen. Adamantize, simple past and past participle of adamantize. Adamantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adamantize. Adamantizing, present participle and gerund of adamantize. Adamantly, in an immovable or inflexible manner. Adamantoblast, ameloblast. Adamantoblasts, plural of adamantoblasts. Adamantoi, a crystal characterized by being bound by 48 equal triangles, a hexahedron. Adamantoids, plural of adamantoid. Adamantoma, alternative spelling of adamantinoma. Adamantomas, plural of adamantoma. Adamanton, a ketone derivative of adamantane. Adamantones, plural of adamantone. Adamants, plural of adamant. Adamantile, the univalent radical derived from adamantane. Adamantilamide, any adamantile derivative of an amide. Adamantilamides, plural of adamantilamide. Adamantilamine, the primary amine derived from adamantane, any derivative of this compound. Adamantilamines, plural of adamantilamine. Adamantiles, plural of adamantile. Adamni, a surname from Arabic. Adamatsky, a surname. Adamatskis, plural of Adamatsky. Adamant, obsolete form of adamant. Adamawa, a state of Nigeria in the northeast geopolitical zone. Capital and largest city, Yola. Adamawa Eastern, synonym of Adamawa Ubangi. Adamawa Ubangi, a geographic language family spoken by around 12 million people in Central Africa. Adambiolacral, next to the ambulacra. Adambiolacrals, plural of adambiolacral. Adamglisi, a commune and village in Constanta County, Romania. Adamsac, a surname from Polish. Adamsax, plural of Adamsac. Adamsac, a surname from Polish. Adamsex, plural of Adamsek. Adamar, a surname from Czech or Slovak. Adamex, plural of Adamek. Adamar, a surname. Adamex, plural of Adamek. Adamelite, Monzonite. Adamelites, plural of Adamelite. Misspelling of adamant. Adamantly, misspelling of adamantly. Adamasked, in the style of Robert Adam 1728-1792 Scottish neoclassical architect. Adamsign, a mucolytic drug. Adamhood, manhood or human nature, especially in its degenerate or unrefined form. Adamian, synonym of Adamite member of a certain sect. Adamians, plural of Adamian. Adana, of, relating to, or resembling the biblical character Adam. Adamic earth, the primordial substance of corporeal matter, said to be closely related to the philosopher's stone and symbolically identified as red earth or sometimes other substances. Adamic stone, synonym of Adamic earth. Adamical, Adamic, Adamically, in an Adamic manner. Adavish, in the style of Robert Adam 1728-1792, Scottish neoclassical architect, interior designer, and furniture designer. Adamite, a person descended from the biblical Adam. Adamites, plural of Adamite. Adamitic, relating to the biblical Adam. Adamitical, relating to the biblical Adam. Adamitism, any of a variety of Christian sects or cults that advocated nudity as an expression of human perfection. Adamas, without Adam. Adam, an Irish Saint c. 624-704, patron saint of the Diocese of Raphoe, the biographer of St. Columba, and an acquaintance of the Venerable Bede. Adamorobe Sign Language, an indigenous sign language used in Adamorobe, a village of Ghana. Adamos, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1F04 delta alpha mu omicron sigma Adamos, alternative form of letter 1F00 delta alpha mu Adam, equivalent of Adam. Adams, a surname originating as a patronymic derived from Adam. Adams City, an unincorporated community in Adams County, Colorado, United States. Adams County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Brighton. Adams Island, a former island in Massachusetts, United States. Adams Morgan, a neighborhood of Washington, D.C., United States, noted as a culinary, countercultural, and arts district. Adams is catalyst. Platinum dioxide, a dark brown powder that is a catalyst for hydrogenation and hydrogenolysis in organic synthesis. Adams-Nance syndrome, a medical condition involving persistent tachycardia, paroxysmal hypertension, and seizures. Adams-Oliver syndrome, a rare congenital disorder characterized by defects of the scalp and cranium, transverse defects of the limbs, and modeling of the skin. Adams-Stokes attack, a fainting spell caused by Adams-Stokes syndrome. Adams-Stokes attacks, plural of Adams-Stokes attack. Adams-Stokes syndrome, a condition characterized by periodic fainting spells in which there is intermittent complete heart block or other high-grade arrhythmia that results in loss of spontaneous circulation and inadequate blood flow to the brain. Adapsus, plural of Adams. Adamsonin, of or relating to Douglas Adams, 1952-2001, English writer, humorist, and dramatist. Adamsite, a supporter of John Quincy Adams 1767-1848, American statesman who served as the 6th President of the United States from 1825 to 1829. Adamsites, plural of Adamsite. Adamski, a surname from Polish. Adamskis, plural of Adamski. Adamson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Adamsons, plural of Adamson. Adamstown, the capital and only settlement of the Pitcairn Islands. Adamsville, a village in Little Compton, Rhode Island, United States. Adamas, a commune of Muirs County, Romania. Anada, a province and metropolitan municipality in central Cilicia in southern Turkey. Adanal, near or beside the Anus. Edincata, a village in Goiasti, Dolj County, Romania. Adas, dancing. That, a language of Indonesia. Adar, a language of Ghana. Edango, Dangole. Adami, a Niger-Congo language spoken in southeastern Ghana. Adana, a surname. Adak, a surname. Adinsarnia, any member of the tree genus Adansonia, the baobabs. Adansonian, that gives equal weight to every character of an organism. Adansonias, plural of Adansonia. And now, a surname from Tagalog. And now, Initialism of AIDS Drugs Assistance Programs, an American institution that pays for HIV medicines for those that make less than $50,000 a year. And now, a language of Bhutan. Adapalene, a retinoid CHO3 applied topically to the skin in the treatment of acne vulgaris. It is marketed under the trademark Differin and when used in combination with benzoyl peroxide under the trademark Epiduo. Adapazari, alternative form of Adapazari. Adapazari, a city in Sakarya province in northwestern Turkey. Adaptat, any bivalve mollusk of the order Adaptanta. Adaptants, plural of adaptant. Adapertural, towards the aperture. Adaperturally, in an adapertural manner. Adapical, towards an apex. Adapically refers to a direction toward the apex or pointed end of a structure, particularly in the context of coiled shells like those of ammonites and other cephalopods. Adapid, any extinct primate of the family Adapidae. Adapids, plural of adapid. Adapiform, any of a group of extinct primate of the infraorder Adapiforms. Adapiforms, plural of adapiform. Adapine, a dihydropyridine calcium channel blocker or a class of similar drugs. Adapines, plural of adapine. Adapisauricid, any of the extinct males in the family Adapisauricidae. Adapisauricids, plural of Adapisauricid. Adapisauricillid, an extinct eutherian mammal of the family Adapisauricillidae. Adapisauricillids, plural of Adapisauricillid. Adaptates, misconstruction of adapts. Adaploid, any member of the genus Adaploids of extinct primates. Adaploids, plural of adaploid. Adaprolol, a beta blocker drug. Adapts, plural of adapt. Adapt, to make suitable, to make to correspond, to fit or suit. Adaptabilities, plural of adaptability. Adaptability, the quality of being adaptable, a quality that renders adaptable. Adaptable, capable of adapting or of being adapted. Adaptableness, the state or quality of being adaptable, adaptability. Adaptably, in an adaptable manner. Adaptamer, a type of synthetic oligonucleotide that can bind to a selected target molecule. Adaptamers, plural of adaptamer. Adaptate, to adapt. Adaptative, simple past and past participle of adaptate. Adaptates, third person singular simple present indicative of adaptate. Adaptating, present participle and gerund of adaptate. Adaptation, the process of adapting something or becoming adapted to a situation, adjustment, modification. Adaptational, relating or pertaining to adaptation or the adjustment of one thing to another, adaptive. Adaptationally, in terms of or by means of adaptation. Adaptationism, the view that many traits of organisms are evolved adaptations. Adaptationists, a supporter of adaptationism. Adaptationists, plural of adaptationists. Adaptations, plural of adaptation. Adaptative, of or pertaining to adaptation, adaptive. Adaptatively, in an adaptative manner. Adaptativeness, Adaptability. Adaptativity. The condition of being adaptative. Adaptator. Synonym of adapter. Adaptators. Plural of adaptator. Adaptant. Simple past and past participle of adapt. Adaptedness. The state of being adapted, suitableness, fitness. Adaptednesses. Plural of adaptedness. Adaptee. A class that is converted to another class using a so-called adapter class. Adaptees. Plural of adaptee. Adapter. A device or application used to achieve operative compatibility between devices that otherwise are incompatible. Adapter pattern. A structural design pattern that translates one interface for a class into a compatible interface. Adapter patterns. Plural of adapter pattern. Adapters. Plural of adapter. Adaptant. Any of a class of proteins that interact with membrane-bound receptors to assemble clathrin-coated vesicles. Adapting. Present participle and gerund of adapt. Adaptans. Plural of adaptin. Adaption. Alternative form of adaptation. Adaptional. Relating or pertaining to adaptation or the action of adapting. Adaptionally. In an adaptational manner. Adaptionism. Alternative form of adaptationism. Adaptionist. Alternative form of adaptationist. Adaptionist. Plural of adaptionists. Adaptions. Plural of adaption. Adaptitude. Adaptedness. Special aptitude. Adaptitudes. Plural of adaptitude. Adaptive. Of pertaining to, characterized by or showing adaptation, making or made fit or suitable. Adaptive control. A form of control system whose parameters may be changed dynamically in order to adapt to a changing environment. Adaptive cruise control. An automatic system that uses sensors to adjust a road vehicle's speed to maintain a safe distance from vehicles ahead. Adaptive enzyme. An enzyme that is present in the cell only under conditions in which it is clear of adaptive value. Adaptive enzymes. Plural of adaptive enzyme. Adaptive immune system. A system activated by the innate immune system that consists of particularly specialized systemic cells and processes that remove or counter pathogenic growth. Adaptive immune systems. Plural of adaptive immune system. Adaptive immunity. Immunity and immune response granted by the adaptive immune system. Adaptive intelligence. The human mind model. In that human intelligence, as represented by the brain/mind model, will tend to adapt toward positive modes of survival. Adaptive learning. An educational method which uses computer algorithms as well as artificial intelligence to orchestrate the interaction with the learner and deliver customized resources and learning activities to address the unique needs of each learner. Adaptive management. An iterative method of decision-making in the face of uncertainty that reduces uncertainty by continuous monitoring, used especially in the management of ecosystems, etc. Adaptive optics. An optical system in telescopes that reduces atmospheric distortion by dynamically measuring and correcting wavefront aberrations in real time, often by using a deformable mirror. Adaptive radiation. The diversification of species into separate forms that each adapt to occupy a specific environmental niche. Adaptive reuse. The use of an existing building for a purpose other than that for which it was built or designed. Adaptive reuses, plural of adaptive reuse. Adaptive tile refresh, a side-scrolling technique for video games making unusual use of the e.g. graphics hardware to minimize redrawing. Adaptive zone, an environment that allows the development of adaptive radiation. Adaptive zones, plural of adaptive zone. Adaptive control function, that part of a control system that dynamically updates the parameters of an optimizing control function or a direct control function. Adaptive control functions, plural of adaptive control function. Adaptively, in an adaptive manner with adaptation in a fitting manner. Adaptiveness, the state or quality of being adaptive, capacity to adapt. Adaptivenesses, plural of adaptiveness. Adaptivities, plural of adaptivity. Adaptivity, the state or quality of being adaptive, capacity to adapt. Adaptly, in a suitable or convenient manner, aptly, fitly. Adaptness, the state of being fitted, adaptation, aptness. Adaptogen, any natural herbal substance, such as ginseng, that is purported to assist the body to adapt to stress and to exert a normalizing effect upon body functions. Adaptogenic, being or relating to an adaptogen. Adaptogenous, synonym of adaptogenic. Adaptogens, plural of adaptogen. Adaptometer, an optometric instrument that measures the minimum threshold of brightness that can be detected or how well the human eye can adapt to a recently darkened environment. Adaptometers, plural of adaptometer. Adaptometric, of or relating to adaptometry. Adaptometry, the measurement of threshold of brightness by means of an adaptometer. Adaptomic, relating to adaptation to temperature and regime. Adaptomics, the use of genomics in the study of adaptation. Adapter, alternative form of adapter. Adaptoio, tending to adapt or fit, adaptive. Adapters, plural of adapter. Adapts, third person singular simple present indicative of adapt. Adar, the enzyme adenosine deaminase that affects RNA, important in editing nuclear double-stranded RNAs from a Ti and higher eukaryotes that work by acting to convert adenosines to inosines via hydrolytic deamination. Adar, the 6th month of the civil year and the 12th month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar, after Sheva and before Nisan. Adar Sheni, Vidai. Adira, a language spoken in Nigeria. Adars, a saltish concretion on reeds and grass in marshy grounds in Galatia. It is soft and porous, and was formerly used for cleansing the skin and to treat leprosy. Adarses, alternative form of adraces. Nair, a village in County Limerick, Ireland. Adar, a traditional Spanish unit of mass equivalent to about 1.8 g. Adarotene, a bioactive retinoid. Adar, plural of adar. Adarsh, a male given name from Sanskrit. Adarticulation, ardrodia. Adarticulations, plural of adarticulation. ADAS, acronym of Advanced Driver Assistance System. ADA, plural of ADA. MAT, initialism of Alesis digital audio tape, a kind of magnetic tape for storing soundtracks. MAT, traditional custom or law in Islamic parts of Southeast Asia. Adatsansarin, a drug once investigated as a possible antidepressant. Adati, a fine Bengal muslin or cotton cloth. Adatis, plural of adati. Adato, an atom that lies on a crystal surface. Adatami, of or pertaining to adatoms. Adatums, plural of adatum. Mat, plural of adat. Anas, plural of adat. Adot, de sabot. Adante. Simple past and past participle of adont. Adonting, present participle and gerund of adont. Adots, third person singular simple present indicative of adont. Adol, to daunt, overcome, subdue. Adol, simple past and past participle of ada. Adai, present participle and gerund of ada. Adala, a court of justice. Adaluts, plural of adalut. Adas, third person singular simple present indicative of ada. Adaxale, on the set at is towards the axis or center line, usually on the upper side. Adaxialization, the process or the result of adaxializing. Adaxializations, plural of adaxialization. Adaxialize, to convert to adaxial form. Adaxialized, simple past and past participle of adaxialize. Adaxializes, third person singular simple present indicative of adaxialize. Adaxializing, present participle and gerund of adaxialize. Adaxially, in an adaxial manner. Adaxonal, close to an axon. Adaxonally, in an adaxonal manner. Ade, a surname. Ades, Los Ades. Ades, plural of ade. Ades, and ades, days. And now, illuminated so as to dazzle. Initialism of Android debug bridge. At Basel, towards a base. And Baston, a village and civil parish in Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7627. Ad blocker, a piece of software that removes advertising elements from a web page. Ad blockers, plural of ad blocker. Ad blocking, the use of an ad blocker to remove advertising from the display of a web page. Ad board, a screen on which to present ads. Ad boards, plural of ad board. Ad ma, a bot automated software agent that displays advertisements. Ad bots, plural of ad bot. Ad plural of ADB. At initialism of AD camp and postnominal. Accolin, that bend towards a common stem. At initialism of antibody-dependent cell-mediated cytotoxicity. At Gokul, near the cloaca. At cluster, an arrangement of atoms within a nanoparticle. Ad clusters, plural of ad cluster. Adtai, a surname transferred from the given name. Adito, abbreviation of additional collection, the additional cost of airfare taxes and airline fees on a reissued airline ticket. Aditax, a surname. Adcoxes, plural of adcox. Ad, plural of ADC. Accumulate, accumulate rock in which the ground mass is of the same composition as the accumulated crystals. Initialism of attention deficit disorder. To join or unite, for example, one thing to another, or as several particulars so as to increase the number, augment the quantity, or enlarge the magnitude, or so as to form into one aggregate. Add fuel to the fire. Alternative form of add fuel to the fire. Add fuel to the fire. to worsen a conflict between people, to inflame an already tense situation. Add fuel to the flame, synonym of add fuel to the fire. Add in quadrature, to combine the magnitude of two uncorrelated signals, usually noise or errors, by taking the square root of the sum of the squares. Add insult to injury, to further a loss with mockery or indignity, to worsen an already unfavorable situation. Add oil, synonym of let's go, a cheer of encouragement, support, etc. To incorporate something extra, often an amount of money into something else, often a bill. Add one's tupenorth, to offer one's opinion. Add-ons, plural of add-on. Add salt to injury, eggcorn of add insult to injury. Add to the list, to geld a horse. Add to take the sum of, to total. Add up to have a particular effect in combination. Add to value, to make a product or service more desirable or useful. Add value machine, a machine that adds money to tops up public transport cards. Add value machines, plural of add value machine. Abbreviation of additional. Add-in, a plug-in. Add-ins, plural of add-in. Add-on, something which can be appended to something else. Add-ons, plural of add-on. Abbreviation of addendum. An informal meeting place for conversation. Addability, alternative spelling of addability. Addable, alternative spelling of addable. Addables, plural of addable. Adder, a surname. Adders, plural of adder. Adamo, a surname from Italian. Adamos, plural of Adamo. Adams, a surname originating as a patronymic. Adansus, plural of Adams. Adaru, the 12th month of the Babylonian calendar. Adas, plural of Ada. Adades, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Adax, a large African antelope. Adax nas maculatus, with long, corkscrewing horns, which lives in the desert. Adaxes, plural of adax. Add back, an expense that is added back to normalize earnings. Obsolete spelling of add. Indebted. Simple past and past participle of add. Added fuel to fire. Simple past and past participle of add fuel to fire. Added fuel to the fire. Simple past and past participle of add fuel to the fire. Added fuel to the flame. Simple past and past participle of add fuel to the flame. Added in quadrature. Simple past and past participle of add in quadrature. Added insult to injury. Simple past and past participle of add insult to injury. Added oil. Simple past and past participle of add oil. Add on. Simple past and past participle of add on. Added one's tupenorth. Simple past and past participle of add one's tupenorth. Added salt to injury. Simple past and past participle of add salt to injury. Added time. Stoppage time. Added to the list. Simple past and past participle of add to the list. Added up. Simple past and past participle of add up. Added up to. Simple past and past participle of add up to. Added value. Simple past and past participle of add value. Addedly. in addition, additionally. Adest. Second person singular simple past indicative of ad. Ade, to adjudge, to try, test. Adim, simple past and past participle of adim. Adim, present participle and gerund of adim. Adams, third person singular simple present indicative of adim. Anend, addendum, any one of two or more numbers or other terms that are to be added together. Addenda, plural of addendum. Addended, simple past and past participle of addend. Addending, present participle and gerund of addend. Addends, plural of addend. Addendum, something to be added, especially text added as an appendix or supplement to a document. Addendums, plural of addendum. Addensal, near the teeth. Addo, a surname from Italian. Addos, plural of atio. Adere, a person who has attention deficit disorder. Adder, any snake. Adder bead, synonym of adderstone. Adder beads, plural of adder bead. Adder flies, plural of adderfly. Adderfly, a dragonfly. Adderstone, a stone of varying forms and usually glassy with a naturally formed hole, which is often used as an amulet or bead. Adderstones, plural of adderstone. Adder fern, a fern of species Polypodium vulgare. Adder's grass, or a purple orchid. Early spring orchis, Orchis mascula. Adder's mouth, an orchid of the genus Malaxis. Adder's tongue, a lily in the genus Erythronium, other common names of which include fawn lily, trout lily, and dog's tooth violet. Adder's tongues, plural of adder's tongue. Adder's wart, synonym of adderwort. Adder's tongue, alternative form of adder's tongue. Adder's dongs, plural of adder's tongue. Adder subtractor, a circuit that is capable of adding or subtracting binary numbers. Adder subtractors, plural of adder subtractor. Adder slash subtractor, alternative form of adder subtractor. Adder slash subtractors, plural of adder slash subtractor. Adderall, a brand name for a psychostimulant combination drug containing 4 salts of amphetamine used in the treatment of conditions such as ADHD and narcolepsy and often misused as a recreational drug. Adderall, under the influence of the drug Adderall. Adderalls, plural of Adderall. Adderbead, alternative form of adderbead. Adderbeads, plural of adderbead. Adderbolt, a dragonfly. Adderbolts, plural of adderbolt. Adderbury, a village and civil parish in Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 4735. Adderley, a village and civil parish in Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 661397. Adderley Green, a suburb of Launton, Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 9144. Adderleys, plural of Adderley. Adderlike, resembling or characteristic of an adder snake. Adderley, a surname. Adderleys, plural of Adderley. Addares, plural of ad dare. Adders, Addison's Walk, Magdalen College, Oxford. Addersme, a European plant with white flowers, Rablera holistia. Addersmates, plural of addersmeet. Adderson, a surname. Adderstone, a scattered settlement in Adderstone with Lucker Parish in northern Northumberland, England, OS Grid Ref NU 1330. Adderstone with Lucker, a civil parish in northern Northumberland, England. Adderstones, plural of adderstone. Adderwort, common bistort by Storta officinalis, sin. Persicaria by Storta, or snakeweed. Adderworts, plural of adderwort. Third person singular simple present indicative of ad. As, second person singular simple present indicative of ad. Adda, third person singular simple present indicative of ad. A surname transferred from the given name. A female given name. Addability, capability of addition, capability of being added to or added together. Addable, capable of being added, thus. Addis. And adds. Addises, plural of addis. Addis. Someone connected with Charlton Athletic Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Addex, plural of addic. Addicot, as surname. Addicots, plural of addicot. Addic, a person who is addicted, especially to a harmful drug. Addicted, having a biochemical addiction. Addictedness, the quality or state of being addicted, attachment. Addicting, causing addiction. Addictingly, in an addicting manner. Addiction, a state that is characterized by compulsive drug use or compulsive engagement in rewarding behavior, despite negative consequences. Addiction-like, resembling an addiction. Addiction-like, resembling or characteristic of addiction. Addictionologist, a physician whose specialty is addictionology. Addictionologists, plural of addictionologists. Addictionology, the study and treatment of addiction. Addictions, plural of addiction. Addicta, causing or tending to cause addiction, habit forming. Addictive personalities, plural of addictive personality. Addictive personality, a personality prone to addiction or obsession. Addictively, in an addictive manner. Addictiveness, the characteristic of being addictive. Addictives, plural of addictive. Addictivities, plural of addictivity. Addictivity, the characteristic of being addictive. Addictly, resembling or characteristic of an addict or addictive behavior. Addicto, combining form of addiction. Addictogenic, that creates addictive behavior. Addictologic, relating to addictology. Addictological, relating to addictology. Addictologist, a person who practices addictology. Addictologists, plural of addictologists. Addictology, the study of addictions. Addictophobia, bigotry or discrimination against addicts, especially drug addicts. Addictovigilance, the active identification, investigation, and evaluation of addiction in the environment. Addicts, plural of addict. Acronym of analysis, design, development, implementation, evaluation, and instructional design framework that many instructional designers and training developers use to develop courses. A diminutive of the female given names Adele, Adeline, Adelaide, or Addison. Addis, plural of Addie. Adeline, a female given name of modern usage. Adeline, a female given name of modern usage. Adamant, synonym of complement. Adamants, plural of adamant. Present participle and gerundive add. Adding fuel to fire. Present participle and gerundive add fuel to fire. Adding fuel to the fire. Present participle and gerundive add fuel to the fire. Adding fuel to the flame. Present participle and gerundive add fuel to the flame. Adding in quadrature. Present participle and gerundive add in quadrature. Adding machine, a simple mechanical or electromechanical calculator that performs simple calculations such as addition or subtraction. It aids repetitive arithmetic as compared with unaided human effort. It cannot do advanced functions like a scientific calculator can. Adding machines, plural of adding machine. Adding oil, present participle and gerundive add oil. Adding on, present participle and gerundive add on. Adding one's to north, present participle and gerundive add one's to north. Adding salt to injury, present participle and gerundive add salt to injury. Adding to the list, present participle and gerundive add to the list. Adding up, present participle and gerundive add up. Adding up to, present participle and gerundive add up to. Adding value, present participle and gerundive add value. Adana, a village and civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 0749. Addens, plural of adding. Addington, a place in England. Addington Highlands, a township in Lennox and Addington County, Ontario, Canada. Addingtonian, a supporter of Henry Addington 1757-1844, British Tory politician. Addingtonians, plural of Addingtonian. Addingtons, plural of Addington. As, a surname originating as a patronymic. Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. Addis Ababan, an inhabitant of Addis Ababa. Addis Ababans, plural of Addis Ababan. Addis Ababa, alternative spelling of Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Ascombe, a suburban area in the borough of Croydon, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3466. Assen, a surname transferred from the given name. Addison County, one of 14 counties in Vermont, United States. Shire Town, Middlebury. Addison's anemia, synonym of pernicious anemia. Addison's disease, a disorder in which the adrenal glands fail to produce a sufficient quantity of steroids, causing hypocortisolemia and a resultant brownish discoloration of the skin. Addisonian, of or relating to Joseph Addison 1672-1719, English writer and politician. Addisonianism, Addison's disease. Addisons, plural of Addison. Assen, a female given name transferred from the surname. Addendum, an addition, something added. Addenduments, plural of addendament. Additive, misconstruction of additive. Addition, the act of adding anything. Addition polymerization, alternative spelling of addition polymerization. Addition polymerizations. Plural of addition polymerization. Addition polymerization. A form of polymerization in which copies of a monomer are repeatedly added to one end of an existing polymer. Addition polymerizations. Plural of addition polymerization. Addition reaction. A reaction in which radicals are added to both sides of a double or triple bond. Addition reactions. Plural of addition. Reaction. Addition sign. Plus sign. Addition signs. Plural of addition sign. Additional. Supplemental or added to something. Additional accompaniment. The practice of enlarging and revising the orchestration of an earlier work, usually a Baroque piece, to accommodate the larger contemporary orchestras and tastes of the time. Additional accompaniments. Plural of additional accompaniment. Additional time. Stoppage time. Additionalities. Plural of additionality. Additionality. The property of being additional. Additionally. By way of addition, in addition to. Also. Additionals. Plural of additional. Additionary. Synonym of additional. Additionist. One who supports or implements a policy of adding something. Additionists. Plural of additionists. Additions. Plural of addition. Additive. Additive, increasing. Additive, pertaining to addition that can be or has been added. Additive category. A pre-additive category in which all finite byproducts, including the empty byproduct, which by definition must be a zero object, exist. Additive combinatorics. A sub-branch of combinatorics that concerns additive problems expressed using subsets. Additive function. A unary function that preserves the addition operation. A unary function f such that for any x and y, fx plus y equals fx plus fy. Additive functions. Plural of additive function. Additive group. Any group or algebraic object that can be regarded as a group whose binary operation is called addition and denoted plus, specifically. Additive groups. Plural of additive group. Additive identities. Plural of additive identity. Additive identity. An element of an algebraic structure, generally denoted 0, which is an identity for an additive operation generally denoted plus. That is, x plus 0 equals 0 plus x equals x for any x in the structure. Additive inverse. The inverse with respect to addition, the opposite. Additive inverses. Plural of additive inverse. Additive manufacturing. 3D printing. Additive number theory. The subfield of number theory concerning the behavior of some sets integer sets added to each other element-wise. Additive operation. An operation written using the symbol plus that produces the sum of two operands. Additive operations. Plural of additive operation. Additive plural. A form of plural in which the referent is a collection of those items to which the stem itself refers within a given frame of reference. Additive plurals. Plural of additive plural. Additively. In an additive manner. Additiveness. Additivity. Additives. Plural of additive. Additivism. A view of the evolution of the brain in which features were added over generations. Additivities. Plural of additivity. Additivity. The property of being additive. Additory. Tending to add, making some addition. Additor. The augmentation by a judge of damages awarded by a jury. Additors, plural of additor. Addle, initialism of amyloid beta-derived diffusible ligand, a kind of toxic oligomer implicated in Alzheimer's disease. Addle. To earn by labor, earn money or one's living. Addlepate, a foolish or dull-witted person. Addlepates, plural of addlepate. Addlebrain, a foolish or dull-witted person. Addlebrained, muddled in thought or mind, foolish, stupid. Addlebrains, plural of addlebrain. Addleheaded, addlepated. Addlepated, alternative form of addlepated. Addlepatedness, alternative spelling of addlepatedness. Addlebrain, an addlebrained person. Addlebrained, synonym of addlepated. Addlebrains, plural of addlebrain. Addled, simple past and past participle of addle. Addle-eyed, a foolish or dull-witted person. Addleheaded, addled, confused, stupid, flustered. Addleheadedness, the quality of being addleheaded. Addleheads, plural of addlehead. Addleman, a surname. Addlemans, plural of addleman. Addlement, confusion, and addled state. Addleness, the state or quality of being addle. Addlepate, alternative form of addlepate. Addlepate, addled, confused, stupid, flustered. Addlepatedness, the quality of being addlepated. Addlepates, plural of addlepate. Addles, plural of addle. Addlestone, a town in Runnymede Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ0564. Addling, alternative form of addling's earnings. Addlings, earnings. Addlins, earnings. Addle, plural of addle. Addle, abbreviation of addition. Add, abbreviation of addition. Addle, abbreviation of additional. Addons, plural of addon. Addle, initialism of accredited drug dispensing outlet. Addolorado, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played sorrowfully. Addolorados, plural of addolorado. Add-on, alternative form of add-on. Add-in is O. A surname. Add-ons, plural of add-on. Add, to adjudge. Addon, simple past and past participle of addum. Adduben, present participle and gerund of addum. Adamus, third person singular simple present indicative of addum. Addars, to place back to back, to place with the back to something else's back. Addarsts, set back to back, facing away from each other. Addarses, third person singular simple present indicative of addors. Addarsing, present participle and gerund of addors. Addle, plural of addo. Abat, the amhor or damagazelle. Address, plural of address. Address, direction. Address bar, a bar in a web browser that displays the address uniform resource identifier of the page or resource being displayed. Address bars, plural of address bar. Address book, a small book for keeping other people's addresses and phone numbers. Address books, plural of address book. Address bus. A bus that is used to specify a physical address. Address buses. Plural of address bus. Address buses. Plural of address bus. Address line. The physical or logical line of an address that usually contains parts of the address, such as the street address, building number, or post box number. Address lines. Plural of address line. Address message. A message sent in the forward direction that contains address information, be the signaling information required to route and connect a call to the called line. See service class information, D information relating to user and network facilities, and e-call originator identity or call receiver identity. Address messages. Plural of address message. Address of record. The SIP or SIPS URI that points to a domain with a location service that can map the URI to another URI where the user might be available, frequently thought of as the public address of the user. Address resolution protocol. The protocol used to translate IP addresses into MAC addresses to support communication on a LAN. Address space. A range of discrete addresses, all the address locations available in a particular, named, subset of a computer's virtual or real memory. Address spaces. Plural of address space. Address the ball. To grant one's club immediately in front of or behind the ball as a preamble to swinging. Address verification service. The process of validating a cardholder's given address against the issuer's records to determine accuracy and deter fraud. This service is provided as part of a credit card authorization for mail order/telephone order transactions. A code is returned with the authorization result that indicates the accuracy of the address match, abbreviated AVS. Address verification services. Plural of address verification service. Address. Simple past and past participle of address. Addressabilities. Plural of addressability. Addressability. The capability of a microprocessor etc. to deal with values of a certain size using a single instruction. Addressable. Able to be addressed. Addressably. In an addressable manner. Addressal. The act of addressing in various senses. Addressals. Plural of addressal. Addressation. The identification by an address of an assertion intended by a speaker. Addressative. Invocatory. Address. Of a document marked with an address. Address the ball. Simple past and past participle of address the ball. Address this. The state or quality of being addressed. Addressee. The person or organization to which something, such as a letter or message, is addressed or sent, for whom the item is intended. Addressees. Plural of addressee. Addresser. A machine that addresses. Addressers. Plural of addresser. Addresses. Plural of address. Addresses of record. Plural of address of record. Addresses the ball. Third person singular simple present indicative of address the ball. Addresses. Second person singular simple present indicative of address. Addressat. Third person singular simple present indicative of address. Addressful. Adroit, resourceful. Addressable. Alternative form of addressable. Addressin. An extracellular protein of the endothelium of venules. Addressing. Present participle and gerund of address. Addressing the ball. Present participle and gerund of address the ball. Addresses. Plural of addressing. Adjacents. Plural of addressin. Addression. the act of addressing or directing one's course. Addressions, plural of addression. Addressa, tending to address, directed towards the attention of another. Addressivities, plural of addressivity. Addressivity, the quality of being addressive, of engaging in communication for the sake of one's interlocutor. Addressless, without an address. Addresslessness, absence of an address or addresses. Addressment, the act of addressing, the act of directing one's attention, speech, or effort toward a particular point, person, or object. Addressograph, a device for making mailing labels used for much of the 20th century. Addressographs, plural of addressograph. Addresser, alternative form of addresser. Addressers, plural of addresser. Address, simple past and past participle of address. Add is plural of add. Adds fuel to fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of add fuel to fire. Adds fuel to the fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of add fuel to the fire. Adds fuel to the flame. Third person singular simple present indicative of add fuel to the flame. Adds in quadrature. Third person singular simple present indicative of add in quadrature. Adds insult to injury. Third person singular simple present indicative of add insult to injury. Adds oil. Third person singular simple present indicative of add oil. Adds on. Third person singular simple present indicative of add on. Adds one's tupenorth. Third person singular simple present indicative of add one's tupenorth. Adds salt to injury. Third person singular simple present indicative of add salt to injury. Adds to the list. Third person singular simple present indicative of add to the list. Adds up. Third person singular simple present indicative of add up. Adds up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of add up to. Adds value. Third person singular simple present indicative of add value. Although the southernmost atoll of them all deep. Adubitation, a doubting, insinuated doubt. Adubitations, plural of adubitation. Adukawal, misspelling of adducible. Address, to bring forward or offer as an argument passage or consideration which bears on a statement or case, to cite, to allege. Adducel, able to be adduced. Address, simple past and past participle of adduce. Adducement, something adduced. Adducements, plural of adducement. Adducet, related to the muscles of the body which pull one part towards another. Adducer, one who adduces. Adducers, plural of adducer. Adduces, third person singular simple present indicative of adduce. Adduces, second person singular simple present indicative of adduce. Adduce, third person singular simple present indicative of adduce. Adduci, a surname from Italian. Adducil, capable of being adduced. Adduce, any of a group of related actin-regulating proteins. Adducing, present participle and gerund of adduce. Adducin-like, pertaining to the protein produced by the Hulai-Tai Shao gene HDS in Drosophila, which serves a role similar to that of adducin. Adducens, plural of adducin. Adduces, plural of adduci. Adduct, to draw towards a center or a middle line. Adducted, simple past and past participle of adduct. Adducting, present participle and gerund of adduct. Adduction, the act of adducing or bringing forward. Adductions, plural of adduction. Adductive, adducing or bringing towards or to something. Adductively, in an adductive fashion. Adductum, the totality of DNA adducts in an individual. Adductomes, plural of adductum. Adductor, a muscle which draws a limb or part of the body toward the middle line of the body, or closes extended parts of the body opposed to abductor. Adductor hiatus, a gap in the thigh that allows the femoral artery and vein to pass from the front of the thigh to the back. Adductor longus, a large fan-shaped muscle in the inner thigh that helps to adduct the thigh at the hip joint. Adductors, plural of adductor. Adductors, plural of adductor. Adductory, operating as an adductor. Adducts, third person singular simple present indicative of adduct. Adducts, to sweeten, to soothe. Adducts, simple past and past participle of adults. Adults, third person singular simple present indicative of adults. Adulting, present participle and gerund of adults. A diminutive of the female given names Adelaide, Adeline, Adrian, or Addison from the Germanic languages or French or transferred from the surname. Adaman, a surname transferred from the given name. Asin, a female given name. Asin, a female given name transferred from the surname. That, initialism of adverse drug effect. That, a surname transferred from the given name. Adii, plural of adigas. Adagas, alternative spelling of edigas. Edeb, alternative form of ardeb in Egyptian weight. Adabeo, a male given name from Yoruba. Adebeos, plural of adebeo. Adebrilina, a humanized monoclonal antibody that blocks PD-L1, enhancing anti-tumor immune response. Aned, plural of adeb. Adicotumumab, a recombinant monoclonal antibody used to target tumor cells. Adeciduate, not assiduate. Adecker, a barren Gav Samuel, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Adictecus, having no mandibles. A surname. Adam, to revoke a legacy, grant, etc., or to satisfy it by some other gift. Adin, simple past and past participle of adin. Adin, present participle and gerund of adim. Adams, third person singular simple present indicative of adim. Adis, plural of adi. Adafovir, a drug used to treat hepatitis B and herpes simplex virus infection. Adafovir dipivoxyl, an oral nucleotide analog reverse transcriptase inhibitor used to treat hepatitis B. Adadab, a surname. Adadabs, plural of adajub. Adakog, a surname. Adal, a female given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Adele. Adala, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Adelaide, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Adelaide Hills, the portion of the Southern Mount Lofty Ranges that is east of the city of Adelaide, South Australia. Adelaidean, a native or inhabitant of the city of Adelaide, South Australia. Adelaideans, plural of Adelaidean. Adelaidean, alternative spelling of Adelaidean, a native or inhabitant of the city of Adelaide, South Australia. Adelaideans, plural of Adelaidean. Adelantadillo, a Spanish red wine made of the first ripe grapes. Adelantadillos, plural of Adelantadillo. Adelantado, a title bestowed by the king on certain nobles in the 15th, 17th centuries, who granted them governorship of a province or charged them with conquering a foreign territory. Adelantados, plural of adelantado. Adelantados, plural of adelantado. Adelanto, a city in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Adalor, a male given name of historical usage. Adelaster, a provisional name for a plant which has not had its flowers botanically examined and therefore has not been referred to its proper genus. Adelasters, plural of Adelaster. Adalbert, a male given name. Adal, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Adeling, alternative form of Adeline female given name. Adel, plural of Adel. Adelge, an insect of the genus Adelges. Adelgeds, plural of adelgid. Adeli's suit, an elastic suit that imposes artificial forces on the wearer's body, originally designed for cosmonauts to counter the effects of weightlessness and later used to treat certain physical disabilities. Adeli suits, plural of Adeli suit. Adela, a female given name. Adelic, of or pertaining to an Adele ring. Adelically, in an Adelic manner. Adelid, any moth in the family Adelidae. Adelids, plural of Adelid. Adali, an Adelie penguin. Adali, alternative spelling of Adelie Adelie penguin. Adelie land, one of the 5 French southern and Antarctic lands, a subdivision of the Antarctic. Adelie penguin, Pygosceles adelie, a species of penguin with distinctive white rings surrounding the eyes. Adelie penguin, alternative spelling of Adelie penguin. Adelie penguins, plural of Adelie penguin. Adelie penguins, plural of Adelie penguin. Adales, plural of Adelie. Adales, plural of Adelie. Adewena, a female given name. Adeline, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Adeling, alternative form of Atheling. Adelings, plural of Adeling. Adelaida, a female soldier during the Mexican Revolution. Adelaidas, plural of Adelita. Adelite, a rare mineral, a calcium-magnesium arsenate, forming blue, green, yellow, or gray orthorhombic crystals. Adelites, plural of Adelite. Adeliza, a female given name of historical usage. Adelize, to make Adelic. Adelize, simple past and past participle of Adelize. Adelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Adelize. Adelizing, present participle and gerund of Adelize. Adel, a male given name from the Germanic languages of rare usage, variant of Adele. Adelma, a female given name, masculine equivalent Adelmer. Adelman, a surname from German of Jewish Ashkenazic ancestry. Adelman, a surname from German. Adelmans, plural of Adelman. Adelmadral, a mast cell stabilizer. Adelicodonic, applied to hydroids, sexual zooids that have a sac-like form and do not become free. Adelagirinid, any amphibian in the extinct family Adelagiridae. Adelagirinids, plural of Adelagirinid. Adelomorphous, having a form that is not clearly defined, especially as applied to the principal cells in the pepsin glands of the stomach. Adelophthalmid, any member of the Adelophthalmidae family of eurypterids. Adelophthalmids, plural of Adelophthalmid. Adelopod, an animal having feet that are not apparent. Adelopode, alternative spelling of adelopod. Adelopods, plural of adelopode, alternative spelling of adelopods. Adelopods, plural of adelopod. Adelphi, a census-designated place in Maryland. Adelphia, any plant of the genus Adelphia of Latin America. Adelphias, plural of Adelphia. Adelphe, describing a form of polyandry in which a woman is married to two or more brothers. Adelpho, related to siblings. Adelphogamy, a form of polyandry where a woman is married to two or more brothers. Adelphomeine, extinct spiny of the family Echimini, not only as fossils. Adelphomeines, plural of Adelphomeine. Adelphoparasitism, embryonic parasitism. Adelphophage, an embryo that practices adelphophagy. Adelphophagus, plural of adelphophage. Adelphophagic, relating to adelphophagy. Adelphophagy, the consumption of one embryo by another in utero, particularly among certain amphibians, sharks and fishes. Adelphopoiesis, fraternization between men. Adelphopoia, synonym of adelphopoiesis. Adelphotaxa, plural of adelphotaxon. Adelphotaxon, a sister taxon. Adelphotaxy, the mutual attraction of spores of achilla and of pedestry after extrusion. Adelphas, having coalescent or clustered filaments. Adelphi, fusion of stamen filaments. Adelson, a surname. Adalon, a female given name. Adalon, a female given name. Adal, acronym of acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. Adal, a surname from Amharic. Adaba, a surname. Adametianine, S-adenosylmethionine, a common co-substrate involved in methyl group transfers. Adapt, to take away. Adaptive, simple past and past participle of adempt. Adempting, present participle and gerund of adempt. Ademption, in the law of wills, the determination of what happens when property left under a will is no longer in the testator's estate when the testator dies. Ademptions, plural of ademption. Adempts, third person singular simple present indicative of adempt. Adaz, plural of adem. Aden, a port city, the largest city in Yemen, the former capital of South Yemen. Aden ulcer, synonym of Aleppo boil. Aden ulcers, plural of Aden ulcer. Aden, alternative form of adeno, used before vowels. Adena, a female given name. Adenin, an endopeptidase that catalyzes the cleavage of adenovirus proteins. Adenalgia, pain in a gland. Adenase, An enzyme found especially in animal tissue is liver that hydrolyzes adenine to hypoxanthine and ammonia. Adenauerian, relating to the politics of Konrad Adenauer. Adenver, not dendric. Adendritic, not having a branching structure, not tree-like. Adenectomies, plural of adenectomy. Adenectomy, the removal of all or part of the adenoid glands by surgery. Adeni is from or belonging to Aden, a seaport in Yemen. Adeni, a hamlet in Edgeman Parish, Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. OSGrid Ref SJ 7018. Adeni, of or relating to Aden, a seaport in Yemen. Adenia, synonym of lymphadenia. Adenias, plural of adenia. Adeniform, shaped like a gland. Adenin, a base C5H5N5 found in certain glands and tissues which pairs with thymine in DNA and uracil in RNA. Adenins, plural of adenine, multiple adenine molecules. Adenides, plural of adenitis. Adenitis, glandular inflammation. Adenidizes, plural of adenitis. Adenau, any of the species of shrubs classified in the genus Adenium, native to Africa and the Middle East, having large caudexes at the base of their stem and bearing many colorful flowers on gnarled branches. They are often cultivated as bonsai. Adeniums, plural of adenium. Adeni, a surname from Yoruba. Adeni is plural of adeni. Adeno, clipping of adenovirus. Adeno, gland. Adeno-associated, of or pertaining to the adenoid. Adeno-associated virus, any of the viruses of the genus Dependoparvovirus that infects primates but, having no known adverse effects, is a possible vector for therapies. Adeno-associated viruses, plural of adeno-associated virus. Adenocanthoma, an adenocarcinoma characterized by the presence of squamous cells. Adenocanthomas, plural of adenocanthoma. Adenocanthomata, plural of adenocanthoma. Adenomaloblastoma, a benign adenomatoid odontogenic tumor. Adenomaloblastomas, plural of adenomaloblastoma. Adeno-associated, associated with adenoviruses. Adenoblasts, an embryonic cell that can develop to form glandular parenchyma. Adenoblasts, plural of adenoblasts. Adenocancer, synonym of adenocarcinoma. Adenocancers, plural of adenocancer. Adenocarcinophroma, a cancerous form of adenophroma. Adenocarcinophromas, plural of adenocarcinophroma. Adenocarcinogenesis, the carcinogenesis of adenocarcinomas. Adenocarcinoma, any of several forms of carcinoma that originate in glandular tissue. Adenocarcinoma, synonym of adenocarcinoma. Adenocarcinomas, plural of adenocarcinoma. Adenocarcinomata, plural of adenocarcinoma. Adenocarcinomatas, of or pertaining to adenocarcinomas. Adenocarcinomic, relating to adenocarcinomata. Adenosal, a cystadenoma, a hydrocystoma. Adenosals, plural of adenosal. Adenocellulitis, inflammation of the lymph node and the surrounding connective tissue. Adenocandroma, a hamartoma consisting of glandular and cartilaginous tissue. Adenocandromas, plural of adenochroma. Adenochrome, a red pigment present in the branchial heart tissue of the octopus. Adenocortical, misspelling of adrenocortical. Adenocorticotropic, misspelling of adrenocorticotropic. Adenocystic, relating to adenocystomas. Adenocystoma, an adenoma in which the neoplastic glandular epithelium forms cysts. Adenocystomas, plural of adenocystoma. Adenocyte, a secretory cell of a gland. Adenocytes, plural of adenocyte. Adenocytic, relating to or composed of adenocytes. Adenodiastases, the ectopia of a gland. Adenodenia, pain in a gland, adenalgia. Adenopithelial, relating to epithelial tissue of glands. Adenopithelioma, a glandular epithelioma. Adenopitheliomas, plural of adenopithelioma. Adenofected, transfected by means of adenoviruses. Adenophtion, a form of transfection by means of adenoviruses. Adenophtions, plural of adenophtion. Adenophobroma, a benign glandular and fibrous connective neoplasm. Adenophobromas, plural of adenophobroma. Adenophoromata, plural of adenophobroma. Adenophobremioma, an adenomatoid tumor. Adenophobremiomas, plural of adenophobremioma. Adenofibrosis, a nodular, benign breast lesion consisting of hyperplastic distorted lobules of the cinar tissue with increased collagenous stroma. Adenogenesis, the development of uterine glands in mammals. Adenogenic, relating to adenogenesis. Adenographic, pertaining to adenography. Adenography, the division of anatomy describing the glands. Adenopophyseal, alternative form of adenoepiphyseal. Adenoepiphysectomy, the surgical removal of the adenoepiphysis. Adenopophysis, plural of adenoepiphysis. Adenopophyseal, relating to the adenoepiphysis. Adenophysiotropy, that stimulates the adenoepiphysis. Adenoepiphysis, the anterior lobe of the pituitary gland producing and secreting several peptide hormones that regulate many physiological processes including stress, growth, and reproduction. Adenophysitis, an inflammation of the anterior pituitary gland. Adenoid, of or relating to lymphatic glands or lymphoid tissue. Adenoid cystic carcinoma, a rare type of cancer that rises from the salivary glands and invades surrounding tissues. Adenoid organ, the ligule of lepidodendron. Adenodal, of or pertaining to the adenoids. Adenodally, in an adenoidal way. Adenoid cystic carcinoma, alternative form of adenoid cystic carcinoma. Adenoidectomies, plural of adenoidectomy. Adenoidectomy, surgical removal of the adenoids or of adenoid growths in the nasopharynx, commonly performed along with tonsillectomy. Adenoidism, adenoiditis. Adenoiditis, inflammation of the adenoid in the human throat. Adenoiditises, plural of adenoiditis. Adenoids, plural of adenoid. Adenoidi, adenoidal of a voice. Adenomyges, induced by an adenocter. Adenolipoma, a benign lipoma of a gland containing both glandular and fat tissue. Adenolipomas, plural of adenolipoma. Adenolipomatosis, the formation of numerous adenolipomas in the neck, axilla, and groin. Adenological, pertaining to adenology, the study of glands. Adenology, the part of physiology that deals with the glands. Adenolymphangiodeninitis, alternative form of adenolemphangitis. Adenolemphangitis, adenoidal lymphangitis. Adenolemphitis, synonym of lymphadenitis. Adenolymphosal, cystic dilation of lymph nodes caused by an obstruction. Adenolymphosals, plural of adenolymphosal. Adenolymphoma, a kind of benign tumor of the salivary glands. Adenolemphomas, plural of adenolymphoma. Adenolymphomata, plural of adenolymphoma. Adenoma, a benign tumor of the epithelium arising from or resembling a gland. Adenoma sebaceum, a cutaneous disorder consisting of angiofibromas that begin in childhood, generally present between 2 to 5 years of age, and appear clinically as red papules on the face, especially on the nasolabial folds, cheek, and chin. Adenomagenesis, the generation and development of adenomas. Adenomas, plural of adenoma. Adenomata, plural of adenoma. Adenomatoid, of or pertaining to an adenoma. Adenomatosis, plural of adenomatosis. Adenomatosis, a form of cancer characterized by multiple adenomas within an organ or system. Adenomatode, of or pertaining to adenomatosis. Adenomatous, of or pertaining to adenoma. Adenomectomes, plural of adenomectomy. Adenomectomy, removal of an adenoma. Adenomboles, plural of adenomboly. Adenomboly, the enlargement of a gland, especially those of the neck. Adenomere, the functional unit in a salivary gland, consisting of all the secretory cells that release their products into a single intralobular duct. Adenomers, plural of adenomer. Adenomeric, relating to adenomers. Adenomyosinosis, mucinosis of glandular tissue. Adenomyopus alveole, adenomyomatis and epithelial. Adenomyopaleoma, adenomyomatis epithelioma. Adenomyoma, a complex tumor including components derived from glands and muscle. Adenomyomas, plural of adenomyoma. Adenomyomata, plural of adenomyoma. Adenomyomatosis, plural of adenomyomatosis. Adenomyomatosis, the condition of having adenomyomas. Adenomyomatis, of, relating to, or exhibiting the features of an adenomyoma. Adenomyomectomy, removal of an adenomyosis. Adenomyosarcoma, a myosarcoma that contains striated muscle cells. Adenomyosarcomas, plural of adenomyosarcoma. Adenomyosis, a medical condition characterized by the presence of ectopic glandular tissue in the surrounding muscles, often and especially of the endometrial tissue of the uterus in the myometrium endometriosis. Adenomyotic, relating to adenomyosis. Adenoneuroendocrine, adenoid and neuroendocrine. Adenopathies, plural of adenopathy. Adenopathy, swelling or enlargement of the glands, especially the lymph nodes, any glandular disease. Adenoptily, the transformation of nectaries into petals or similar structures. Adenophlegmon, inflammation of a lymph gland. Adenophore, a stalk supporting a gland. Adenophorian, any nematode of the class Adenophoria. Adenophorians, plural of adenophorian. Adenophores, plural of adenophore. Adenophistin, a derivative of inositol-tryphosphate that is a receptor agonist. Adenophilus, containing glands on the leaves. Adenopituitary, relating to or produced by the pituitary gland. Adenopolyposis, adenomatous polyposis. Adenorceptor, an adenosine receptor. Adenorceptors, plural of adenorceptor. Adenorulin, an antibiotic peptide present in the skin mucus of some frogs. Adenosarcoma, an uncommon form of cancer that arises from mesenchymal tissue and has a benign glandular component. Adenosarcomas, plural of adenosarcoma. Adenosarcomata, plural of adenosarcoma. Adenocytolite, relating to dependoviruses. Adenosclerosis, the hardening of a gland. Adenose, related to glands. Adenoses, plural of adenosis. Adenosine, a secondary amine derived from adenosine. Adenosides, plural of adenosine. Adenosinase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of adenosine. Adenosinases, plural of adenosinase. Adenosine, a nucleoside derived from adenine and ribose, found in striated muscle tissue. Adenosine diphosphate, a nucleotide, the result of adenosine triphosphate losing a phosphate group in metabolism. Adenosine monophosphate, a nucleotide found in all animal muscle cells, reversibly convertible to adenosine diphosphate and adenosine triphosphate. Adenosine monophosphates, plural of adenosine monophosphate. Adenosine phosphate, any phosphorylated adenosine. Adenosine phosphates, plural of adenosine phosphate. Adenosine triphosphate, a nucleotide that is used as a source of energy in cellular reactions in the synthesis of nucleic acids and is a neurotransmitter recognized by purinergic receptors. Adenosinergic, that operates on the adenosine system in the body or brain. Adenosines, plural of adenosine. Adenosine triphosphatases, ATPase. Adenosine triphosphatase, plural of adenosine triphosphatases. Adenosine triphosphate, alternative form of adenosine triphosphate. Adenosinic, of, relating to, or containing adenosine. Adenosis, benign swelling, scarring or enlargement of the lymph glands, a minor, low-risk glandular condition. Adenosquamous carcinoma, an adenosquamous carcinoma. Adenosquamous carcinomas, plural of adenosquamous carcinoma. Adenosquamous, having both glandular adenoid and squamous characteristics. Adenostyle, any member of the adenostyles genus of plants. Adenosyl, the univalent radical derived from adenosine. Adenosylated, modified by the addition of adenosyl groups. Adenosylation, modification by the addition of adenosyl groups. Adenosylations, plural of adenosylation. Adenosyl cobalamin, cobamamide. Adenosyl homocysteinase, an enzyme that hydrolyzes adenosyl homocysteine to homocysteine and adenosine. Adenosyl homocysteinases, plural of adenosyl homocysteinase. Adenosyl homocysteine, an adenosine derivative of homocysteine that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of cysteine. Adenosomethionase, the enzyme adenosomethionine cyclotransferase. Adenosomethionine, an adenosine derivative of methionine that is a common co-substrate involved in transmethylation. Adenosyls, plural of adenosyl. Adenosyltransferase, any enzyme that catalyzes the transfer of an adenosyl group, for example from ATP to an amino acid. Adenosyltransferases, plural of adenosyltransferase. Adenotome, pertaining to adenotomy, the dissection of or incision into a gland. Adenotomies, plural of adenotomy. Adenotomy, dissection of or incision into a gland or glands. Adenotonsillar, relating to the adenoids and tonsils, especially to adenoiditis and tonsillitis. Adenotonsillectomies, plural of adenotonsillectomy. Adenotonsillectomize, to perform or to undergo adenotonsillectomy. Adenotonsillectomize, simple past and past participle of adenotonsillectomize. Adenotonsillectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adenotonsillectomize. Adenotonsillectomizing, present participle and gerund of adenotonsillectomize. Adenotonsillectomy, the surgical removal of the adenoids and tonsils, combination of adenoidectomy and tonsillectomy. Adenotonsillitis, inflammation of the tonsils and adenoids. Adenotrophic, that are nourished by internal glands after being internally hatched. Alanus, like a gland, full of glands. Adenocter, adenoviral vector. Adenoctered, treated with an adenocter. Adenocters, plural of adenocter. Adenoviral, of pertaining to or caused by an adenovirus. Adenovirally, by means of or in relation to adenoviruses. Adenoviremia, the condition of having adenovirus infection in the bloodstream. Adenovirion, the virion of an adenovirus. Adenovirians, plural of adenovirion. Adenovirologists, a scientist who studies adenoviruses. Adenovirologists, plural of adenovirologists. Adenovirology, the scientific study of adenoviruses. Adenovirus, any virus of the family Adenoviridae, many of which are responsible for respiratory infections in humans. Adenoviruses, plural of adenovirus. Adens, plural of aden. Adenol, the univalent radical derived from adenine. Adenylase, the enzyme adenylyl cyclase. Adenylate, the dissociated anion present in adenylic acid, adenosine monophosphate. Adenylate cyclase, an enzyme which cyclizes adenosine triphosphate ADP into cyclic adenosine monophosphate cyclic AMP CAMP, having key regulatory roles in essentially all cells. Adenylated, simple past and past participle of adenylate. Adenylates, third person singular simple present indicative of adenylate. Adenylating, present participle and gerund of adenylate. Adenylation, any reaction or process that forms an adenylate, but especially such a post-translational modification to a protein. Adenylations, plural of adenylation. Adenyl cyclase, an enzyme that catalyzes the cyclization of adenosine triphosphate. Adenylic, of or pertaining to adenylic acid or its derivatives. Adenylic acid, a nucleotide found in RNA. It is an ester of phosphoric acid with the nucleoside adenosine. It consists of a phosphate group, a pentose sugar ribose, and the nucleobase adenine. Adenylosuccinase, an enzyme that converts adenylosuccinate to AMP and fumarate as part of the purinucleotide cycle. Adenylosuccinate, any salt or ester of adenylosuccinic acid, an intermediate in the interconversion of the purinucleotides IMP adenosine monophosphate and AMP adenosine monophosphate. Adenylosuccinic, relating to adenylosuccinic acid or its derivatives. Adenylosuccinic acid, the adenyl derivative of succinic acid 2,9,3,4-dihydroxy 5-phosphonucleoxylene 2-il-purine 6-aminobutene-dioic acid that plays a part in nucleotide metabolism. Adenylpyrophosphatases, synonym of ATPase. Adenylpyrophosphatases, plural of adenylpyrophosphatase. Adenylpyrophosphate, synonym of adenosine triphosphate. Adenyls, plural of adenyl. Adenyltransferase, any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of phosphate groups from or to adenyl groups in nucleic acids. Adenyltransferases, plural of adenyltransferase. Adenyl, a functional group derived from adenosine monophosphate, also known as 5-adenylic acid. Adenylate, to undergo or to carry out adenylation. Adenylated, simple past and past participle of adenylate. Adenylates, third person singular simple present indicative of adenylate. Adenylating, present participle and gerund of adenylate. Adenylation, addition of an adenyl group typically from adenosine monophosphate. Adenylations, plural of adenylation. Adenyls, plural of adenyl. Adenyl sulfate, adenosine phosphosulfate. Adenyltransferase, any of a group of enzymes that catalyze the transfer of adenyl groups. Adenyltransferases, plural of adenyltransferase. Adiamatosis, misspelling of adenomatosis. Adiamatus, misspelling of adenomatosis. Added, any result of the foliated. Adanids, plural of adianid. Adianiform, resembling the fossil Baezoan adionet, especially in forming a colony that is lobate and bilamellar. Adipescent, becoming fatty. Adaphagon, any of many beetles of the suborder Adiphaga. Adaphagans, plural of adaphagon. Adiphagia, the goddess and personification of gluttony. Adiphagus, greedy, gluttonous. Adepithelial, close to, but distinct from, the epithelium. Adapt, soft or liquid animal fat. Adept, well-skilled, completely versed, thoroughly proficient. Adapter, comparative form of adapt, more adept. Adaptus, superlative form of adept, most adept. Adaption, in obtaining, attainment. Adaptus, a skilled alchemist. Adaptus, plural of adaptus. Adeptly, with great skill or knowledge. Adeptness, the quality of being adept. Adeptnesses, plural of adeptness. Adepts, plural of adept. Adeptship, the role or status of an adept. Adeptships, plural of adeptship. Adequacies, plural of adequacy. Adequacy, the quality of being sufficient, adequate, or able to meet the needs. Well, approximately equal in the context of infinitesimal calculus. Adequity, the quality of being adequate. Adequate, equal to or fulfilling some requirement. Adequate intake, a typical and average nutrient level consumed daily by a healthy individual. Adequate intakes, plural of adequate intake. Adequated, simple past and past participle of adequate. Adequately, in an adequate manner. Adequately wet, of asbestos, made wet for safety reasons in order to prevent the escape of harmful particles, for example during demolition. Adequateness, the quality of being adequate of meeting needs or expectations. Adequateness is plural of adequateness. Adequate, third person singular simple present indicative of adequate. Adequating, present participle and gerund of adequate. Adequation. Equivalence. Adequationism, the definition of truth such that a theory is true if there is a relationship of adequation or equivalence between the facts or state of the world and the details and implications of the theory. Adequations, plural of adequation. Adequative, equivalent or sufficient, adequate. Adequatively, in an adequative fashion, sufficiently, adequately, equivalently. Other, a surname from German. Der Receiver, a kind of telephone receiver incorporating a magnetized metal ring. Der Receivers, plural of der Receiver. Der Besev, a particular shed-ACE inhibitor. Der Hold, a surname from German. Der Holds, plural of der Hold. Der Holtz, a surname. Der Holtz, plural of der Holt. Adaru, any beetle in the family Adaridae. Adarids, plural of Adarid. Epidermidoglyphia, the rare congenital absence of epidermal ridges, fingerprints, and toe prints. Adura, synonym of peridox sign. That, plural of ADA. That, a surname originating as a patronymic. Adesmi. The division or defective coherence of an organ that is usually whole. Adispota, literary works not attributed to or claimed by an author, originally used as a title of collections of anonymous Greek poetry. Adespotic, not absolute, not despotic. A decennarian, a believer in the real presence of Christ's body in the Eucharist, but not by transubstantiation, applied to followers of Luther. Adecennarians, plural of adecennarian. Adasa, of or relating to the grammatical case that in some languages indicates adjacent location. Adessive case, a noun case used to indicate adjacent location. In English, this is usually expressed by the prepositions near, at, or by. Languages that use the adessive case include Finnish, Hungarian, Estonian, Lesgi, and Lithuanian. Adessive cases, plural of adessive case. Adessively, in an adessive manner. Adessives, plural of adessive. Adests, a female given name. Adechino, a surname. Edevidam, the denial of the existence of gods, especially the legendary gods of Hinduism. Adai, a surname transferred from the given name. Adami, a surname from Yoruba. Adamus, plural of Adami. Adamo, a male given name from Yoruba. Adamos, plural of Adamo. AF, initialism of automatic direction finder. On that, initialism of Australian Defence Force Academy. Advective, having different powers of the unknown quantity in its various terms. Affiliated. Obsolete form of affiliated. Advex. A type of affix that is attached to the outside of a stem an existing word to form a new word. The adfix category branches into prefixes, ones which appear before the stem, and suffixes, ones which appear after the stem. Advexes, plural of adfix. Adfluvial, toward the flowing waters of a river or stream. Adfluxion, alternative form of affluxion. Adhoch, people in the advertising industry. Adfreeze, to freeze together, to adhere through the formation of ice. Adfreezes, third person singular simple present indicative of adfreeze. Adfreezing, present participle and gerund of adfreeze. Adfrontal, one of a pair of narrow plates on the head of a caterpillar, forming an inverted V shape. They divide the head into two lateral and one central plates. Adfroze, simple past of adfreeze. Adfrozen, past participle of adfreeze. As, plural of ADF. Adali, a place name. Ad, obsolete spelling of age. Adder, a surname. Adgerminal, towards a germ or ovary. Adgers, plural of adger. Adjaz, plural of adj. Agglutinate, synonym of accrete grown together. Agglutinated, alternative form of agglutinate. Initialism of antidiuretic hormone. Adhavara, Zeta Leonis, a star in the constellation of Leo. Adhage, an ancient Indian unit of weight equivalent to around 2.5 kilograms. Adhakas, plural of adhaka. Adhaman, clinging as by hooks. And that, the Godbrer, which consists of the attacker followed by the stem Arabic of the Arabic, good 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 Arabic, 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 670, Arabic, Arabic, because Arabic, Arabic, 671, Arabic, love stop, aesthetic, du love stop, and love stop, idle, immigrant, love stop, idle, immigrant lot. Adhans, plural of Adhan. Adhira, the second brightest star in the constellation of Canis Major. Adharbijan, alternative form of Azerbaijan. Adharbajan, alternative form of Azerbaijan. Adharma, that which is not in accord with dharma, i.e. wrong, immorality, and wickedness. Adharmas, plural of adharma. Adharmic, unrighteous, contrary to universal law. Adhavasanan, a quinazolone alkaloid present in a tetoda. ADHD, initialism of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADHD, initialism of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined. ADHD PH/A, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder primarily hyperactive/impulsive. ADHD PI, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder primarily inattentive. ADARE, a person with ADHD attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADARES, plural of ADHD. DARE. Adherability, the condition of being adherable. Adherable, capable of adhesion. Adherence, misspelling of adherence. Adhere, to stick fast or cleave, as a glutinous substance does, to become joined or united. Adhere, simple past and past participle of adhere. Adherence, a close physical union of two objects. Adherences, plural of adherence. Adherences, plural of adherency. Adherence, the state or quality of being adherent, adherence. Adherent, that which adheres to something else by adhesion. Adherence, plural of adherend. Adherens junction, a protein complex that occurs at cell-cell junctions in epithelial tissues. Adherens junctions, plural of adherens junction. Adherent, adhesive, sticking to something. Adherently, in an adherent manner. Adherence, plural of adherent. Adherer, an adherent, one who practices or follows a belief. Adherers, plural of adherer. Adhere, third person singular simple present indicative of adhere. Adhera, third person singular simple present indicative of adhere. Adherin, a cadherin that regulates the loading of the cohesin complex onto chromosomes. Adherin, present participle and gerund of adhere. Adheringly, so as to adhere. Adherens, plural of adherent. Adhes, to attach adhesively or via adhesives. Adhesed, simple past and past participle of adhes. Adhesed, third person singular simple present indicative of adhes. Adhesibilities, plural of adhesibility. Adhesibility, the condition of being adhesible. Adhesible, capable of adhesion. Adhesin, any of several factors that enable bacteria to adhere to epithelial surfaces as a step towards infection. Adhesine, misspelling of adhesin. Adhesines, plural of adhesine. Adhesing, present participle and gerund of adhes. Adhesens, plural of adhesin. Adhesiogenesis, the promotion of adhesion. Adhesiogenic, that promotes adhesion. Adhesialysis, the cutting or removal of adhesions or scar tissue. Adhesiolite, relating to adhesialysis. Adhesion, the ability of a substance to stick to an unlike substance. Adhesion contract, a contract set by one party so that the other party has little or no ability to negotiate more favorable terms and conditions. Adhesion contracts, plural of adhesion contract. Adhesiano, relating to adhesion. Adhesionally, in an adhesional manner. Adhesionless, lacking adhesion. Adhesionalysis, alternative form of adhesialysis. Adhesions, plural of adhesion. Adhesiotomies, plural of adhesiotomy. Adhesiotomy, the surgical procedure to divide or separate an adhesion. Adhesive, sticky, tenacious as glutinous substances. Adhesive capsulitis, a disorder in which the shoulder capsule, the connective tissue surrounding the glenohumeral joint of the shoulder, becomes inflamed and stiff, greatly restricting motion and causing chronic pain. Adhesive tape, tape with an adhesive film on one side used to attach materials to something. Adhesive tapes, plural of adhesive tape. Adhesively, in an adhesive manner by adhesion. Adhesivometer, an instrument for measuring the adhesive qualities of a substance. Adhesivometers, plural of adhesivometer. Adhesiveness, the quality of being or the degree to which a thing is adhesive. Adhesivenesses, plural of adhesiveness. Adhesives, plural of adhesive. Adhesivities, plural of adhesivity. Adhesivity, the condition of being adhesive. Adhesum, all the adhesion receptors of an organism. Adhesums, plural of adhesum. Adhibit, to allow in, to admit. Adhibit, simple past and past participle of adhibit. Adhibiting, present participle and gerund of adhibit. Adhibition, the act of adhibiting. Adhibitions, plural of adhibition. Adhibits, third person singular simple present indicative of adhibit. Adhikar, alternative form of adigar. Adhikarana, in ancient India, an administrative department. Adhikaranas, plural of adhikarana. Adhikari, a surname from Sanskrit. Adhikaris, plural of adhikari. Adhikars, plural of adhikar. Adhira, a male given name from Sanskrit. Adhisthana, an initiation or blessing in Vajrayana schools such as Tibetan Buddhism and Shingon Buddhism. Adhisthanas, plural of adhisthana. Adh, alternative form of adhiv. Adhomukha svanasana, synonym of downward facing dog. Adhomukha svanasana, downward facing dog. And hi, Cambodian Human Rights and Development Association, Cambodia's oldest human rights organization, founded in 1991. Adhosaries, plural of adhosary. Adhoyuri, alternative spelling of adhosary. Adhosism, alternative spelling of adhosism. Adhosisms, plural of adhosism. Adhocaries, plural of adhocary. Adhocary, alternative spelling of adhosary. Adhocness, alternative form of adhocness. Adhocracies, plural of adhocracy. Adhocracy, an organizational system designed to be flexible and responsive to the needs of the moment rather than excessively bureaucratic. Adhocrat, one who espouses or practices adhocracy. Adhocratic, relating to adhocracy, adhocratical. Adhocratical, relating to an adhocracy, adhocratic. Adhocratically, in an adhocratic manner. Adhocrats, plural of adhocrat. Adhola, a language of Uganda. Adhort, to exhort, to advise. Adhortation, advice, exhortation. Adhortations, plural of adhortation. Adhortative, relating to the giving of advice, tending to adhort. Adhortatory, containing counsel or warning, advisory. Adhorted, simple past and past participle of adhort. Adhorting, present participle and gerund of adhort. Adhorts, third person singular simple present indicative of adhort. Ad, initialism of Arizona Department of Health Services. Plural of ADH. Atumulone, the denon 3,5,6-trihydroxy 2,2-methylbutanol 4,6-bis-3-methyl but 2-anyl cyclohexa 2,4-dene 1,1 present in hops. An Indian surname. Adasa, the human habit of superimposition or false attribution of properties of one thing on another thing. There, obsolete spelling of adhere. Adherence, archaic spelling of adherence. Adherent, archaic form of adherent. Adherence, plural of adherent. Adhium, obsolete form of adhesion. Adhesions, plural of adhesion. Adhesive, obsolete form of adhesive. Initialism of area of dominant influence. A Tibeto-Burman language spoken in India and Tibet. Adi Granth, synonym of Guru Granth Sahib. Adam Buddha, the primordial Buddha, a self-emanating, self-originating Buddha, present before anything else existed. Adi Guru, the first spiritual master of a disciplic succession. Adi Gurus, plural of Adi Guru. The curve on a graph of pressure and temperature which gives the adiabatic heating or cooling of a gas. Without gain or loss of heat and thus with no change in entropy in the quasi-static approximation. Adiabatic cooling, expansion cooling. Adiabatic lapse rate, the rate of decrease of temperature with height of a parcel of dry air lifted upward through the atmosphere with no addition or deletion of heat. Adiabatic lapse rate, plural of adiabatic lapse rate. Adiabatic wall, any interface through which there is no transfer of heat or entropy. Adiabatic walls, plural of adiabatic wall. Adiabatical, alternative form of adiabatic. Adiabatically, in an adiabatic way. Adiabaticities, plural of adiabaticity. Adiabaticity, the condition of being adiabatic, a measure of the extent to which a process is adiabatic. Adiabatics, plural of adiabatic. Adiabats, plural of adiabat. An ancient kingdom in Assyria with its capital at Arbela. Adadinian, of or pertaining to Adiabene. Adabinians, plural of Adiabenian. Adalis, one who does not believe in the devil. Adabalists, plural of adiabalists. Aektine, not capable. Adalis, one who does not believe in the devil. Adalists, plural of adiabalists. Aektine, not capable of transmitting actinic rays of light. Adiatichasania, alternative form of adiatichakainia. Adiatichakainia, a dyskinesia characterized by the inability to perform the rapid alternating movements of diadochikainesia. Adiatichakinesis, alternative form of adiatichakainia. Adiatichakainia, alternative form of adiatichakainia. Adiatichakainia, alternative form of adiatichakainia. Adiatichakinesis, alternative form of adiatichakainia. Adianaste, not diagnostic. Adialptal, not dialectal. Adianota, an expression intended to be understood one way by part of the audience and in an opposing way by another part. Adianotas, plural of adianota. Adianta, plural of adiantum. Adiantatious, belonging to the adiantaceae. Adiantoid, belonging to the adiantidae. Adiantum, the maidenhair fern and related ferns of the genus Adiantum. Adiantums, plural of adiantum. Adiaphanous, not transparent, not translucent, not diaphanous, opaque. Adiaphanon, an instrument similar to the nail violin but having bowed steel rods and a 6-octave range. Adiapha, plural of adiaphoron. Adiaphoral, being or relating to an adiaphoron. Adiaphoresis, lack of sweating, anhidrosis. Adiaphide, having or relating to adiaphoresis. Adiaphoria, the failure to respond to stimulation after a series of previously applied stimuli. Adiaphore, adiaphoriste. Adiaphorism, the belief that certain religious doctrines or ceremonies are indifferent, i.e. do not matter. Atheist, one of the German Protestants, condemned as heretics by Luther, who held some religious doctrines and ceremonies as indifferent. Atheist, theologically indifferent. Atheists, plural of atheist. Atheist, an atheist. Atheist, plural of atheistai. Atheization, the act of making into an atheism. Atheism, an indifferent matter. Atheist, neither harmful nor beneficial. Atheist, indifference. Adiapnische, defective perspiration, adiaphoresis. Adiaspiromycosis, a pulmonary infection, primarily of rodents that is caused by soil fungi of the genus Amencia. Adiaspore, a fungal spore in the lungs of some animals that can cause adiaspiromycosis. Adiaspores, plural of adiaspore. To receive an inheritance. Aid, simple past and past participle of 88. It's third person singular simple present indicative of 88. A diathermal, adiabatic, not involving transmission of heat. A diathermancy, a resistance to the flow of heat. A diathermic, impervious to heat. A diathetic, not diathetic. And present participle and gerund of 88. A surname. Adabasi, alternative form of Adabasi. Adabasis, plural of Adabasi. Adhibendin, a phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Ad, relating to adicity. Adisha, a female given name. Adacillin, a penicillin antibiotic. Adicides, plural of adicity. Adicity, the number of arguments or operands a function or operation takes for a relation, the number of domains in the corresponding Cartesian product. Adidas, the German sports apparel manufacturer Adidas AG, formally founded in 1949. Adidas, wearing Adidas clothing, especially shoes. Adidases, plural of Adidas. Eddie, a diminutive of the male given names Adam, Adrian, or Aiden from Hebrew, Latin, or Irish. Adie syndrome, a neurological disorder characterized by a tonically dilated pupil that reacts slowly to light but shows a more definite response to accommodation, i.e. light near dissociation. Adie's pupil, Adie syndrome. Adie's tonic pupil, Adie syndrome. Adieu, said to wish a final farewell, goodbye. Adieus, plural of adieu. Adieus, plural of adieu. Editor, the head man of a rural village. Adigers, plural of Adiger. Adhide, a river in South Tyrol, Italy. Adigi, alternative form of adego. Adaya, alternative form of adego. Adagapula, a village in Palnadu district, India. Adagaside, a particular steroid glycoside. Adigrath, alternative form of adigranth. Aditar, alternative form of adigar. Adicars, plural of adicar. Adeli, a female given name. Adeline, a female given name of modern usage. Adimensional, without dimensions. Adimensionalize, alternative form form of adimensionalize. Adimensionalized, simple past and past participle of adimensionalize. Adimensionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adimensionalize. Adimensionalizing, present participle and gerund of adimensionalize. Adimensionalize, to remove the dimension from a quantity to make dimensionless. Adimensionalize, simple past and past participle of adimensionalize. Adimensionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adimensionalize. Adimensionalizing, present participle and gerund of adimensionalize. Adimensionalize, misspelling of adimensionalized. Adamalol, an antihypertensive drug. Adamurai, a martial arts from Tamil Nadu, India. An, a surname. Adana, a female given name from Hebrew. Adinazalam, a benzodiazepine drug with anxiolytic, anticonvulsant, sedative, and antidepressant properties. Adenidase, plural of adenity. Adenid, adinkr, any of a set of visual symbols representing concepts or aphorisms originally created by the Akan of Ghana and the Jayaman of Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa, often used as artistic devices. Adingras, plural of adinkra. Adinoptin, misspelling of adipontin. Adintrevimab, a SARS-CoV-2 neutralizing antibody. Aya, an ethnic group indigenous to Central Africa. Adiaposer, a wax-like organic substance formed by the decay, in a wet and low-oxygen environment, anaerobic bacterial hydrolysis of a dead body's fat. Adios, goodbye. Eos, alternative spelling of adios. Adios motherfucker, a mixed drink variant of the Long Island iced tea. Adios motherfuckers, plural of adios motherfucker. Adios, simple past and past participle of adios. Adioses, plural of adios. Ediases, plural of adios. Adiosing, present participle and gerund of adios. Ediaku, a language spoken in the south of the Ivory Coast, chiefly in the subprefecture of Dabu. Adiv, alternative form of adipo before a vowel. Adipalide, a solid amide, hexaneoic diamide, having the form of a creamy white powder. Adipamides, plural of adipamide. Adipate, any salt or ester of adipic acid. Adipates, plural of adipate. Adipectomies, plural of adipectomy. Adipectomy, excision of adipose tissue, often by liposuction. Adepsin, developing fatty deposits. Adiphene, an antispasmodic drug. Adepic, pertaining to or derived from fatty or oily substances applied to certain acids obtained from fats by the action of nitric acid. Adipic acid, a white crystalline decarboxylic acid, C4H2. It has many industrial applications. When condensed with hexamethylene diamine, it produces nylon. Adipimidate, any salt or ester of adipimidic acid, hexanimidic acid. Adipimidates, plural of adipimidate. Adipiodone, a particular molecule used as a contrast medium. Adiphthalin, a non-benzodiazepine anxiolytic drug. Adepo, fat, as fat tissue or fat cells. Adipoblasts, synonym of lipoblast. Adipoblastic, relating to adipoblasts. Adipoblasts, plural of adipoblasts. Adipocellular, composed of both adipose and cellular tissue. Adipocellulose, a kind of cellulose consisting of cuticular tissues of leaves and fruits and of cork. Adipocellulosis, plural of adipocellulose. Adipocentric, with respect to adipose tissue or adipocytes. Adipose rate, to convert into adiposer. Adipose rated, simple past and past participle of adipose rate. Adipose rates, third person singular simple present indicative of adipose rate. Adipose rating, present participle and gerund of adipose rate. Adiposration, the act or process of changing into adiposer. Adiposer, a brown, fatty, waxy substance, fatty acids that forms on dead animal tissues in response to hydrolysis. Adiposers, plural of adiposer. Adipose-reform, having the form or appearance of adiposer. Adiposeride, alternative form of adiposer. Adipocerous, like or containing adiposer. Adipokine, a chemokine associated with adipose tissue. Adipokimokines, plural of adipokimokine. Adipocire, a mineral hydrocarbon mainly comprising octatriacontane found in some colcines. Adipocires, plural of adipocire. Adiposity, misspelling of adiposity. Adipocyte, a type of cell present in adipose tissue where fat is stored as a source of energy. Adipocytes, plural of adipocyte. Adipocytic, of or pertaining to adipocytes. Adipocytogenesis, the formation and development of adipocytes. Adipocytogenic, relating to adipocytogenesis. Adipocytokine, adipocytokines, plural of adipocytokine. Adipocytolysis, the cytolysis of adipocytes. Adipofacial, adipose and facial. Adipofibroblasts, and adipose fibroblasts. Adipofibroblasts, plural of adipofibroblasts. Adipogeneses, plural of adipogenesis. Adipogenesis, the formation of fatty tissue. Lipogenesis. Adipogenetic, synonym of adipogenic. Adipogenic, that forms fat or fatty tissue. Lipogenic, adipogenically, in an adipogenic manner. Adipogenicity, the quality of being adipogenic. Adipogenous, producing fat. Adipohemocyte, an adipose hemocyte containing drops of lipid. Adipohemocytes, plural of adipohemocyte. Adipohepatic, relating to fat/lipids and the liver. Adipohormone, any hormone such as adipomptin synthesized in adipose tissue. Adipohormones, plural of adipohormone. Adipoinduction, the induction of adipocytes. Adipoinductive, relating to adipoinduction. Adipoinsular, relating to fat and insulin. Adipokine, any of several cytokines secreted by adipose tissue. Adipokines, plural of adipokine. Adipokinesis, the mobilization of fat as part of lipid metabolism. Adipokinetic, relating to adipokinesis. adipokinic, relating to or composed of adipokines. Adipokinin, a hormone from the anterior pituitary that aids the mobilization of fat stored in adipose tissue. Adipokinins, plural of adipokinin. Adipolin, a particular adipokine encoded in humans by the FAM132A gene. Adipolysis, the process of converting fat into free fatty acids, especially by the action of enzymes. Adipolytic, that hydrolyzes fat into free fatty acids, especially by the action of enzymes. Adipoma, a mass of fat found internally, also a fatty tumor. Adipomas, plural of adipoma. Adipomata, plural of adipoma. Adipometer, a caliper used to estimate the amount of internal fat by measuring the thickness of a fold of skin. Adipometers, plural of adipometer. Adipometric, relating to adipometry, the measurement of fat levels in the body. Adipometrics, synonym of adipometry. Adipometry, the measurement of body fat using an adipometer. Adipomaking, a glycoprotein form of cytokine associated with adipose tissue. Adipomeakins, plural of adipomyakine. Adipomcytenia, misspelling of adipocytenia. Adipomcrosis, necrosis of adipose tissue. Adiponctenia, the presence of adipunctin in the blood. Adipunctin, a protein hormone that modulates glucose regulation and fatty acid catabolism. Adiponctinemia, the normal presence of adipunctin in the bloodstream. Adipunctins, plural of adipunctin. Adipunction, misspelling of adipunctin. Adiponitrile, the nitrile derived from adipic acid. Adiponitriles, plural of adiponitrile. Adiponutrin, a glycoprotein similar to patatin. Adipopexia, alternative form of adipoxis. Adipopsis, the storage of fat in tissue. Adipophyllin, an adipose differentiation-related protein associated with globule surface membrane material. Adipophyllin, misspelling of adipophyllin. Adipose, containing, composed of, or consisting of fat, fatty. Adipose fin, a soft, fleshy fin located behind the dorsal fin and just forward of the caudal fin, found fish of certain families, believed to have some sensory function. Adipose fins, plural of adipose fin. Adipose tissue, connective tissue which stores fat and which cushions and insulates the body. Adipose tissues, plural of adipose tissue. Adiposeness, the state or quality of being adipose. Adiposis, plural of adiposis. Adiposis, a condition marked by the accumulation of adipose fatty tissue. Adiposis dolorosa, a rare condition characterized by multiple painful lipomas, mainly on the trunk, upper arms, and upper legs. Adipositas, adiposity, obesity. Adiposities, plural of adiposity. Adipositis, inflammation of the adipose tissue. Adiposity, obesity, the state of being fat. Adiposogenital, pertaining to adipose fatty tissue and to the genitals. Adiposome, an organelle in the form of a lipid droplet with protein in its membrane. Adiposomes, plural of adiposome. Adiposopathies, plural of adiposopathy. Adiposopathy, any disease, etc. caused by an excessive amount of body fat. Adiposphere, an adipose tissue organoid. Adipospheres, plural of adiposphere. Adipostasis, the regulation of adipose tissue in the body. Adipostat, a supposed mechanism of adipostasis in which signals from adipose tissue regulate appetite. Adipostatic, relating to adipostases. Adipostatin A, an alkyl resorcinol and inhibitor of glycerol 3-phosphate dehydrogenase found in various plants. Adipyuria, synonym of lapuria. Adipotaxis, migration towards adipose tissue. Adaptus, of or relating to adipose, the fatty tissue. Adipole, the divalent radical obtained by removing the 2 hydroxyl groups of adipic acid. Adipoles, plural of adipoil. Adepsia, absence of thirst. Adepsias, plural of adipsia. Adaptic, of or relating to adipsia. Adipsen, a peptidase that is secreted by adipocytes into the bloodstream and is involved in the suppression of infection. Adapsas, thirst quenching. Adipsy, archaic form of adipsia. Adipil, adipole. Adire, a type of traditional Yoruba tie-dyed cloth. Adirondack, a member of an Algonquin people that lived along the Ottawa River in Ontario and Quebec. Adirondack boat, a type of lightweight oared boat developed for recreational activities. Adirondack boats, plural of Adirondack boat. Adirondack chair, a kind of outdoor lounge chair made of wood with wide armrests. Adirondack chairs, plural of Adirondack chair. Adirondack guide boat, synonym of Adirondack boat. Adirondack guide boats, plural of Adirondack guide boat. Adirondack lean-to, a type of log structure with a single sloping roof used in the Adirondacks as a camping shelter. Adirondack lean-toss, plural of Adirondack lean-to. Adirondack shelter, synonym of Adirondack lean-to. Adirondack shelters, plural of Adirondack shelter. Adirondacker, a native or inhabitant of the Adirondacks. Adirondackers, plural of Adirondacker. Adirondacks, plural of Adirondack. Adiru, acronym of Air Data Inertial Reference Unit. Adiru, plural of Adiru. Adisham, a village and civil parish in Canterbury District, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TR 2254. Ahasen, a female given name. Adat, a diminutive of the male given name Aditya from Sanskrit. Adibaran, a diuretic drug. Adilar, in a state of confusion, excitement, or anxiety, usually combined with an expectancy. Adida, a group of solo deities is the sons of Aditi and Kashyapa. Adidas, plural of Adithya. Aditi, the daughter of Daksha, wife of Kashyapa, and mother of the gods. Aditikyu, the larger of the shell perforations of plesiamid brachiopods. Aditicules, plural of aditicule. Aditoprim, an anti-infective drug. Adits, plural of adit. Adidas, the entrance to a cavity or channel. Adit, Ayavabupasolodiya is the sons of Aditi and Kashyapa. Adas, plural of Aditya. A male given name. Adavasi, a member of a heterogeneous set of ethnic and tribal groups considered the aboriginal population of South Asia. Adavasis, plural of adavasi. Av, the golden jackal, a smaller sort of jackal, sometimes domesticated. Ados, plural of ado. Adas, initialism of air defense identification zone. Alternative spelling of edge. Abbreviation of adjective. Ada, alternative form of aja. Ana, synonym of enjave. Adjacence, the state of being adjacent or contiguous. Adjacency. Adjacences, plural of adjacent. Adjacencies, plural of adjacency. Adjacency, the quality of being adjacent or near enough so as to touch. Adjacency lists, a collection of unordered lists each representing the neighbors of a vertex that represents a finite graph. Adjacency lists, plural of adjacency lists. Adjacency matrices, plural of adjacency matrix. Adjacency matrix, a matrix showing which vertices of a graph are adjacent to which other vertices. Adjacency matrices, plural of adjacency matrix. Adjacent, lying next to, close or contiguous, neighboring, bordering on. Adjacent angle, either of a pair of angles that share a common side. Adjacent angles, plural of adjacent angle. Adjacently, in such a way as to be adjacent. Adjacentness, the quality of being adjacent. Adjacents, plural of adjacent. Ada, synonym of dull Asian wild dog. Ajags, plural of ajag. Ajar, synonym of ajaran. Ajara, an autonomous republic of Georgia located in its southwestern corner, bordered by Turkey to the south and by the Black Sea to the west, predominantly populated by Muslim Georgians. Capital, Batumi. Ajara, of, from, or pertaining to Ajara or its people. Ajarans, plural of Ajaran. Ajaria, alternative spelling of Ajara. Ajarian, alternative form of Ajaran. Ajarian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, an autonomous republic of the Soviet Union within the Georgian SSR. Ajarians, plural of Ajarian. Ajars, plural of Ajar. Adduct, to annex. Adjected, simple past and past participle of adject. Adjectify, to convert a word that is not an adjective into an adjective. Adjecting, present participle and gerund of adject. Adjection, act of adjecting or adding or the thing added. Adjectional, pertaining to adjection that is or may be annexed. Adjections, plural of adjection. Adjectitious, add, additional. Adjectitiously, in an adjectitious way, additionally. Adjectival, of or relating to or functioning as an adjective. Adjectival noun, a noun used as an adjective. Adjectival nouns, plural of adjectival noun. Adjectival phrase, alternative form of adjective phrase. Adjectival phrases, plural of adjectival phrase. Adjectival pronoun, a pronoun that accompanies a noun, such as are in English. Adjectival pronouns, plural of adjectival pronoun. Adjectivality, the state or condition of being adjectival. Adjectivalization, synonym of adjectivization. Adjectivalizations, plural of adjectivalization. Adjectivalize, to make adjectival. Adjectivalize, simple past and past participle of adjectivalize. Adjectivalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adjectivalize. Adjectivalizing, present participle and gerund of adjectivalize. Adjectivally, as or in the manner of an adjective. Adjectivals, plural of adjectival. Adjective, a word that modifies a noun or noun phrase or describes a noun's referent. Adjective die, a die that only works when used together with mordants. Adjective phrase, a phrase that modifies or describes a noun or pronoun and which can usually be used both attributively and predicatively, can be graded, and can include an adverbial phrase as a modifier within it. Adjective phrases, plural of adjective phrase. Adjective pronoun, an adjective used as a pronoun, such as each, either, and neither, which relate to objects taken singly. Adjective pronouns, plural of adjective pronoun. Adjective verb, a type of intransitive stative verb used to express a quality or entrance into a quality. Adjective verbs, plural of adjective verb. Adjective, simple past and past participle of adjective. Adjectived, the quality of being an adjective. Adjectiveless, without an adjective or adjectives. Adjective-like, resembling or characteristic of an adjective. Adjectively, as an adjective, adjectively. Adjectives, plural of adjective. Adjectiving, present participle and gerund of adjective. Adjectivization, alternative form of adjectivization. Adjectivizations, plural of adjectivization. Adjectivize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of adjectivize. Adjectivized, simple past and past participle of adjectivize. Adjectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adjectivize. Adjectivizing, present participle and gerund of adjectivize. Adjectivism, the excessive use of adjectives. Adjectivities, plural of adjectivity. Adjectivitis, the overuse of adjectives in writing. Adjectivity, the state or condition of being an adjective. Adjectivization, the process or result of adjectivizing, conversion into an adjective. Adjectivizations, plural of adjectivization. Adjectivize, to convert a word into an adjective. Adjectivized, simple past and past participle of adjectivize. Adjectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adjectivize. Adjectivizing, present participle and gerund of adjectivize. Adjects, third person singular simple present indicative of adject. Adject, a surname from Aachen. Ajaz, plural of ajay. Agenda, misspelling of agenda. Agendas, plural of agenda. Adid, a male given name. Adudger, a snake of species Python molorus. Adjidgers, plural of adjidger. Ajego, a kind of yam, Dioscorea haestivale. Adjecta, a hot, spicy, but subtly flavored paste often used to flavor food, mainly in the Caucasian regions of Abkhazia and Simgrilo. Adjoin. To extend an algebraic object, for example a field, a ring, etc., by adding to it an element not belonging to it and then ensuring closure, for example by also adding all finite power series of the element. Adjoinant. Contiguous, adjoining. Adjoint. Simple past and past participle of adjoin. Adjointedly. In an adjoined manner, connectively. Adjoineth. Third person singular simple present indicative of adjoin. Adjoining. Being in contact at some point or line, joining to. Adjoins. Third person singular simple present indicative of adjoin. Adjoin. Used in certain contexts, in each case involving a pair of transformations, one of which is or is analogous to conjugation, either automorphism or complex conjugation. A joint functor, one of a pair of functors such that the domain and codomain of one of them are identical to the codomain and domain of the other one, respectively, and such that there is a pair of natural transformations which turns the pair of functors into an adjunction. Adjoint functors, plural of a joint functor. Adjointable, that may be made adjoint. Adjointly, by means of an adjunction. Adjointness, the state or quality of being adjoint. Adjointnesses, plural of adjointness. Adjoints, plural of adjoint. Adjour, to postpone. Adjournable, capable of being adjourned. Adjournal, adjournment, postponement. Adjournals, plural of adjournal. Adjourn, simple past and past participle of adjourn. Adjourner, agent noun of adjourn, one who adjourns. Adjourners, plural of adjourner. Adjournative, third person singular simple present indicative of adjourn. Adjourning, present participle and gerund of adjourn. Adjournment, the state of being adjourned or action of adjourning. Adjournment, sign die, indefinite adjournment. Adjournments, plural of adjournment. Adjournment, sign die, plural of adjournment, sign die. Adjourns, third person singular simple present indicative of adjourn. Adjoining, obsolete spelling of adjoining. Adjp, abbreviation of adjective phrase. Adjps, plural of edgp. Avith, plural of edge. Avith, plural of edge, abbreviation of adjective. Avith, abbreviation of adjacent. Avith, abbreviation of adjacent. Adis, plural of edged. Andya, a city in Vrancia County, Romania. Adjudge, obsolete spelling of a judge. Adjudgeable, alternative form of adjudgeable. Adjud, to declare to be. Adjudgeable, capable of being adjudged. Adjudged, simple past and past participle of a judge. Adjudgment, alternative form of a judgment. Adjudgments, plural of a judgment. Adjudger, one who adjudges. Adjudgers, plural of a judger. Adjudes, third person singular simple present indicative of a judge. Adjudging, present participle and gerund of a judge. Adjudgment, the action of imposing judgment. Adjudgments, plural of a judgment. Adjudicable, capable of being adjudicated. Adjudicate, to decide, rule on, or settle as a judge. Adjudicated, simple past and past participle of adjudicate. Adjudicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of adjudicate. Adjudicating. Present participle and gerund of adjudicate. Adjudication. The act of adjudicating, of reaching a judgment. Adjudicational. Relating to adjudication. Adjudications. Plural of adjudication. Adjudicative. Of or pertaining to an adjudication or to an adjudicator. Adjudicator. One who adjudicates. Adjudicators. Plural of adjudicator. Adjudicatory. Of or pertaining to an adjudication. Adjudicatress. A woman or girl who adjudicates. An adjudicatrix. A female adjudicator. Adjudicatrices. Plural of adjudicatrix. Adjudicatrix. A woman or girl who adjudicates. A female adjudicator. Adjudicature. An act of adjudication. A judgment. Adjudicatures. Plural of adjudicature. Adjugate. To yoke an animal to something. Adjugative. Simple past and past participle of adjugate. Adjugates. Plural of adjugate. Adjugating. Present participle and gerund of adjugate. Adjuments. Help, support, that which or one who helps or supports. Adjuments. Plural of adjument. Adjunct. An appendage, something attached to something else in a subordinate capacity. Adjunct professor. A college professor who is employed part-time or for a limited time, is junior to a full professor, or is otherwise not eligible for tenure. Adjunct professors. Plural of adjunct professor. Adjunct treatment. An additional treatment, for example, a drug or procedure used to increase the efficacy or safety of a primary treatment. Adjunct treatments. Plural of adjunct treatment. Adjuncted. Simple past and past participle of adjunct. Adjuncthood. The role or status of an adjunct to colleague or subordinate. Adjunctification. The tendency of universities to have as many faculty members as possible be adjuncts who receive lower pay and or benefits, lack tenure, etc. Adjuncting. The act of working as an adjunct professor. Adjunction. The act of joining, the thing joined or added. Adjunctions. Plural of adjunction. Adjunctive. Forming an adjunct. Adjunctively. In an adjunctive way. Adjunctiveness. The state or quality of being adjunctive. Adjunctives. Plural of adjunctive. Adjunctivity. The state or quality of being adjunctive or of forming or constituting an adjunct. Adjunctly. In an adjunct manner. Adjuncts. Plural of adjunct. Adjureth. Adjuring. Adjuration. A grave warning. Adjurations. Plural of adjuration. Adjuratory. Of or pertaining to an adjuration. Adjure. To issue a formal command. Adjure. Simple past and past participle of adjure. Adjurer. One who adjures. Adjurers. Plural of adjurer. Adjures. Third person singular simple present indicative of adjure. Adjurus. Second person singular simple present indicative of adjure. Adjureth. Third person singular simple present indicative of adjure. Adjuring. Present participle and gerund of adjure. Adjurings. Plural of adjuring. Adjurer. Alternative spelling of adjurer. Adjurers, plural of adjurer. Adjust, to modify. Adjustabilities, plural of adjustability. Adjustability, the state or condition of being adjustable. Adjustable, capable of being adjusted. Adjustable bend, a bend not used to securely attach two lines or ropes in a firm manner while still being able to adjust the length of the combined lines. Adjustable bends, plural of adjustable bend. Adjustable hitch, a common name for various hitch knots, which, as the name suggests, are easily adjustable without untying from the post or ring, etc. Adjustable hitches, plural of adjustable hitch. Adjustable loop, an end loop knot, which, as the name suggests, is easy to adjust the loop size without untying. Adjustable loops, plural of adjustable loop. Adjustable pliers, a type of pliers used by plumbers that can be quickly changed in size and is primarily used for tightening nuts on water pipes. Adjustable spanner, an adjustable hand tool for tightening and loosening nuts and bolts. Adjustable spanners, plural of adjustable spanner. Adjustable wrench, synonym of adjustable spanner. Adjustable wrenches, plural of adjustable wrench. Adjustables, plural of adjustable. Adjustably, in a way that is adjustable. Adjustage, adjustment. Adjustages, plural of adjustage. Adjustation, adjustment. Adjustations, plural of adjustation. Adjusted, which has been compensated in order to avoid bias. Adjusted flow time of a well test, a calculation of the cumulative well production since the last extended shut-in period divided by the flow rate immediately before the moment a well is shut in for a build-up test. Adjusted flow times, plural of adjusted flow time. Adjusted gross income, a taxpayer's total gross income minus specific deductions for things like business expenses, health savings account deductions, education expenses, and alimony payments, which is used to calculate taxable income by removing personal exemptions and itemized deductions. Adjusted gross incomes, plural of adjusted gross income. Adjuster, one who adjusts something, especially the amount of compensation due in an insurance claim. Adjusters, plural of adjuster. Adjustus, second person singular simple present indicative of adjust. Adjusta, third person singular simple present indicative of adjust. Adjustable, alternative form of adjustable. Adjusting, present participle and gerund of adjusts. Adjusting entries, plural of adjusting entry. Adjusting entry, a journal entry made to ensure that some financial activity is assigned to the posting period in which the activity occur. Adjustings, plural of adjusting. Adjusta, tending or serving to adjust. Adjustment, the action of adjusting something. Adjustment account, an account used in double-entry bookkeeping to represent the other side of adjustments that need to be made. Adjustment accounts, plural of adjustment account. Adjustment center, part of a prison used for the segregation and isolation of difficult prisoners. Adjustment centers, plural of adjustment center. Adjustment disorder, a disorder of individuals who cannot adjust to or cope with a particular stressor, such as a major life event. It may be characterized by depression, anxiety, and sange or traumatic stress symptoms. Adjustment disorders, plural of adjustment disorder. Adjustmental, relating to adjustment. Adjustments, plural of adjustment. Adjuster, alternative form of adjuster. Adjusters, plural of adjuster. Adjustress, a female adjuster. Adjustresses, plural of adjustress. Adjusts, third person singular simple present indicative of adjusts. Adjuted, alternative form of adjutage. Adjutages, plural of adjutage. Adjutancies, plural of adjutancy. Adjutancy, the state or office of being an adjutant, assistant, or helper. Adjutant, a lower-ranking officer who assists a higher-ranking officer with administrative affairs. Adjutant General, a military chief administrative officer. Adjutant Generals, plural of Adjutant General. Adjutant Stork, the marabou. Adjutant Storks, plural of Adjutant Store. Adjutant General, alternative spelling of Adjutant General. Adjutant Generals, plural of Adjutant General, alternative spelling of Adjutant Generals. Adjutants, plural of Adjutant. Adjutants General, plural of Adjutant General. Adjutants General, plural of Adjutant General. Adjutantship, the role or status of adjutant. Adjutantships, plural of adjutantship. Adjudator, alternative spelling of agitator. Adjudators, plural of adjutator. Adjude, simple past and past participle of adjute. Adjuts, third person singular simple present indicative of adjute. Adjuting, present participle and gerund of adjute. Adjutor, an adjutant, a helper or assistant. Adjutors, plural of adjutor. Adjutory, serving to help or assist, helpful. Adjutress, alternative form of adjutrix, female adjutor. Adjutresses, plural of adjutrix. Adjutrix, a female adjutor. Adjuvance, alternative form of adjuvancy. Adjuvances, plural of adjuvants. Adjuvancies, plural of adjuvancy. Adjuvancy, the condition of being adjuvant. Adjuvant, helping, helpful, assisting. Adjuvant therapies, plural of adjuvant therapy. Adjuvant therapy, any secondary treatment for cancers such as chemotherapy given after the primary treatment such as surgery in order to remove residual microscopic disease. Adjuvantation, action of adding an adjuvant. Adjuvantations, plural of adjuvantation. Adjuvanted, modified by addition of an adjuvant. Adjuvantic, alternative form of adjuvant. Adjuvanticity, the condition of being adjuvant in all senses. Adjuvanting, acting as an adjuvant. Adjuvantly, as an adjuvant or supplementary treatment. Adjuvanto, a constructed language, developed by Louis de Beaufront. Adjuvants, plural of adjuvant. Adjuvate, to help, to further. Adjuvative, simple past and past participle of adjuvate. Adjuvates, third person singular simple present indicative of adjuvate. Adjuvating, present participle and gerund of adjuvate. Adjuvation, the process or the result of adjuvating. Adjuvations, plural of adjuvation. Aduvelo, an international auxiliary language created by Claudius Colas in 1910 from a mix of Esperanto and Ido. Atin, a surname transferred from the given name. Atkins, a surname originating as a patronymic. Atkinses, plural of Adkins. Atkinson, a surname. Atkinsons, plural of Atkinson. Atkinson, a surname. Atkinsons, plural of Atkinson. Atkinson, a surname. Atkinsons, plural of Atkinson. Adel, initialism of activities of daily living, a set of activities such as bathing, feeding, or relieving oneself. Ally, the father of one of King David's officials mentioned in 1 Chronicles 27:29. Adelam, a surname. Island, the world of advertising. Adelaon, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Atlalan, a barangay of Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Adelaide, synonym of Job's tears. Adelaire, an adsorbed layer in surface chemistry, a layer that is chemically interacting with the substrate. Adelaires, plural of Adelaire. Adelays, plural of Adlai. Elect, to choose or elect, especially to promote someone to higher office before they have served in a lower capacity. Adlectu, simple past and past participle of adlect. Adlecting, present participle and gerund of adlect. Adulction, the process of adlecting. Adulctions, plural of adulction. Alects, third person singular simple present indicative of adlect. Adulgation, a right formerly claimed by the states of the German Empire of joining their own ministers with those of the emperor in public treaties and negotiations to the common interest of the empire. Adelman, a surname. Adler, a surname from German. Adolrian, of or relating to Alfred Adler 1870-1937, Austrian medical doctor, psychotherapist, and founder of the School of Individual Psychology. Adlerism, the psychology and psychotherapy theories of Alfred Adler. Alas, without ads advertising. Alasness, absence of advertisements. Adelstrop, a village and civil parish without a parish council in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 2427. Islet, alternative letter case form of adlet, half human, half dog cryptid. Islets, plural of adlet. Islet, a surname. Islet, a habitational surname from Old English. Adleys, plural of adley. Adler, alternative spelling of ad-lib. Adlib, simple past and past participle of adlib. Adlibing, present participle and gerund of adlo. Adlids, plural of adlib. Adlinton, a place name. Atlintons, plural of Adlington. Adlocation, motion towards something. Adlocative, relating to adlocation. Adlock, the ship of characters Sherlock Holmes and Irene Adler from the television series Sherlock. Adlocution, obsolete form of allocution. Adlocutions, plural of adlocution. Addle, plural of ADL. Adluminidine, an alkaloid found in Fumaria parviflora. Adlumindine, an alkaloid found in plants of genus Adlumia. Adluminal, near or toward the lumen of a seminiferous tubule. Adluminally, in an adluminal manner or direction. Adlumine, an alkaloid found in plants of genus Adlumia. Adlupilum, the denon-3,5-dihydroxy-2,2-methylbutanoyl 4,6,6-tris-3-methyl-but-2-anyl cyclohexate 2,4-dene 1,1 present in hops. Initialism of agency debit memo. Alternative form of Adam. Admiral. Aber, abbreviation of administrator. Ax, abbreviation of administratrix. Abbreviation of admiralty. Admag, a television program in which actors advertise real products in a fictional setting. Admags, plural of admag. Admail, synonym of advertising mail. Avan, a person in the business of devising, writing, illustrating or selling advertisements. Amanuensis, in Old English law, one taking a corporal oath, that is, by laying the hand on the Bible, in distinction from one taking the oath in other forms, or affirming. Admarginal, along a margin. Admarginate, to write in the margin. Admarginated, simple past and past participle of admarginate. Admarginates, third person singular simple present indicative of admarginate. Admarginating, present participle and gerund of admarginate. Anas, that part of society that is influenced by mass media advertising. Admaxillary, near to the maxilla jawbone. Unla, initialism of absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. Admeasure, to measure. Admeasure, simple past and past participle of admeasure. Admeasurement, apportionment. Admeasurements, plural of admeasurement. Admeasure, agent noun of admeasure, one who admeasures. Admeasurers, plural of admeasurer. Admeasures, third person singular simple present indicative of admeasure. Admeasuring, present participle and gerund of admeasure. Admedial, near the medial plane. Admedially, in an admedial manner or direction. Advenian, near the median plane. Advan, plural of admin. Admenturation, measurement, especially of area. Admenturations, plural of admenturation. Unless, plural of admesial, alternative form of admesial. Admesial, near or moving towards the midline. And that, initialism of absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, toxicity, a set of test categories used together in drug discovery to provide insight into how a pharmaceutical drug interacts with the body as a whole. There, I dialect spelling of admire. There, simple past and past participle of admire. Adden, administration or administrative work. Admin vortex, a disorganized soldier. Admin vortexes, plural of admin vortex. Admin vortices, plural of admin vortex. Admin, abbreviation of administration. Admind, simple past and past participle of admin. Adminhood, the state or period of being in admin. Adminical, something that aids or supports. Adminicals, plural of adminical. Adminicular, supplying help, auxiliary, corroborative, explanatory. Adminiculary, adminicular. Adminiculate, to prove, to corroborate. Adminiculated, simple past and past participle of adminiculate. Adminiculates, third person singular simple present indicative of adminiculate. Adminiculating, present participle and gerund of adminiculate. Adminiculation, proof, corroboration. Adminiculations, plural of adminiculation. Adminiculum, that which gives support to a part. Admining, present participle and gerund of admin. Admonish, to reduce in size or magnitude, to diminish. Admonish, simple past and past participle of admonish. Admonishes, third person singular simple present indicative of admonish. Admonishing, present participle and gerund of admonish. Admonisphere, the administrative layers of an organization's hierarchy. Admonispheres, plural of admonisphere. Administer, to apportion out, distribute. Administration, misspelling of administration. Administered, simple past and past participle of administer. Administer, simple past and past participle of administer. Administer, one who administers something. Administrers, plural of administrer. Administress, second person singular simple present indicative of administer. Administra, third person singular simple present indicative of administer. Ministerial, of or pertaining to administering or administration. Administering, present participle and gerund of administer. Administerings, plural of administering. Administers, third person singular simple present indicative of administer. Administer, simple past and past participle of administer. Administrability, quality of being administrable. Administrable, able to be administered. Administrador, a steward or official in various Spanish and Portuguese-speaking countries. Administrators, plural of administrator. Administrant, administrating. Administrants, plural of administrant. Administrate, to administer. Administrated, simple past and past participle of administrate. Administrates, third person singular simple present indicative of administrate. Administrating, present participle and gerund of administrate. Administration, alternative letter case form of administration. Administration of the fullness of times, synonym of dispensation of the fullness of times. Administrational, relating to administration. Administrations, plural of administration. Administrative, of or relating to administering or administration. Administrative court, in many civil law jurisdictions, a specialized court separate from the ordinary court system in charge of reviewing decisions made by public authorities under administrative law. Administrative courts, plural of administrative court. Administrative kingship, the government of a country by a sovereign via a formally constituted bureaucracy. Administrative law, all the laws that pertain to the administrative agencies of government. Administrative lead time. The amount of time between the commencement of a procurement action and the receipt of the products or services purchased as a result of such an action. Administrative lead times. Plural of administrative lead time. Administrative leave. A leave of absence under unusual circumstances, especially such leave that is enforced during a disciplinary investigation. Administrative leaves. Plural of administrative leave. Administrative loading. The loading of troops and equipment so as to make the maximal use of the available space without regard to tactical considerations such as speed and convenience of unloading. Administrative region. A type of region in some countries. Administrative regions. Plural of administrative region. Administrative segregation. Synonym of whole solitary confinement. Administratively. In an administrative manner or for purposes of administration. Administrativeness. The quality of being administrative. Administrativia. Administrivia. Administratics. Misspelling of administratrix. Administrator. The Queen's representative in some Commonwealth territories, comparable to a Governor General. Administratorio. Of or relating to an administrator or administration. Administratorices. Plural of administratorix. Administratorix. Female equivalent of administrator. Administrators. Plural of administrator. Administratorship. The position or role of an administrator. Administratorships. Plural of administratorship. Administratory. Administrative. Administrator. Obsolete form of administrator. Administrators. Plural of administrator. Administratress. A female administrator. Administratresses. Plural of administratress. Administratrices. Plural of administratrix. Administratrix. A female administrator. Administratrixes. Plural of administratrix. Administratrixship. The state or position of being an administratrix. Administer. Obsolete form of administer. Administered. Simple past and past participle of administer. Administress. A female administrator. Administresses. Plural of administress. Administering. Present participle. And gerund of administer. Administrivia. Administrative details that which take a significant amount of time to complete. And then, simple past and past participle of admin. Adminning. Present participle and gerund of admin. Admins. Plural of admin. Adminship. The role of an administrator. Administratorship. Adminships. Plural of adminship. Adhere. Simple past and past participle of admire. Admirabilities. Plural of admirability. Admirability. That quality which produces admiration or wonder. Admiral. Deserving of the highest esteem or admiration, estimable. Admirableness. The state or quality of being admirable. Admirablest. Superlative form of admirable, most admirable. Admirably. In a way worthy of admiration. Admiral. Obsolete form of admiral. Admiral. Alternative letter case form of admiral in its various senses. Admiral of the fleet. The highest ranking officer in the Royal Navy. Admiral of the fleet. The highest rank in the Royal Navy and other Commonwealth Navy's NATO grade of 10, currently only ceremonial. Admiral of the Red, a senior rank of the Royal Navy, immediately outranked by the Admiral of the Fleet, abolished as a promotional rank in 1864. Admiral of the Swiss Navy, one who appears important but is not. Admiral Sauce, a sauce for fish or seafood made with butter, anchovies, capers, etc. Admiral Shell, an ornamental cone shell, can use amirales. Admiral Shells, plural of Admiral Shell. Admiral Ship, synonym of flagship, the principal ship. Admiral Ships, plural of Admiral Ship. Admiral's Barge, a motorboat used by flag officers for harbor transport. Admiral's Barges, plural of Admiral's Barge. Admiral's Eight, the Admiral's share of any booty or prize captured by any ship under his command. Admiral's Eighths, plural of Admiral's Eight. Admiral's Sauce, alternative form of Admiral Sauce. Admiralties, plural of Admiralty. Admiralty, the rank of Admiral. Admiraless, a female admiral. Admiralises, plural of Admiralis. Admiral, obsolete form of Admiral. Admiral, obsolete form of Admiral. Admirals, plural of Admiral. Admiral's Beach, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Admirals of the Fleet, plural of Admiral of the Fleet. Admirals of the Red, plural of Admiral of the Red. Admirals of the Swiss Navy, plural of Admiral of the Swiss Navy. Admiralship, the state, property, or office of being an admiral. Admiralships, plural of admiralship. Admiralties, synonym of Admiralty Islands, a group of islands of South Pacific, Pacific Ocean. Admiralty, an area of Central and Western District, Hong Kong. Admiralty Brass, an alloy of 69% copper, 30% zinc, and 1% tin. Admiralty Ham, tinned meat or fish. Admiralty Islands, a group of islands in the Bismarck Archipelago to the north of New Guinea in the South Pacific Ocean, belonging to Papua New Guinea. Admiralty Law, the area of law that deals with ships at sea and the rights of sailors, passengers, and owners of cargo. Admirance, admiration. Aberrant, obsolete form of admiral. Admirante, obsolete form of admiral. Admirate, to admire. Admirate, simple past and past participle of admirate. Admirates, third person singular simple present indicative of admirate. Admirating, present participle. And gerund of admirate. Admiration, a positive emotion including wonder and approbation, the regarding of another as being wonderful. Admirational, of or relating to admiration. Admirations, plural of admiration. Admirative, characterized by admiration. Admiratively, in an admirative manner. Admiratives, plural of admirative. Admirativity, the quality of being admirative. Admirator, an admirer, one who admires. Admirators, plural of admirator. Admire, a city and town in Kansas. Admirable, alternative form of admirable. Admire, simple past and past participle of admire. Admirely, so as to be admired. Admiree, one who is admired. Admirees, plural of admiree. Admirer, one who admires. Admirers, plural of admirer. Admirers, third person singular simple present indicative of admire. Admirers, second person singular simple present indicative of admire. Admire, third person singular simple present indicative of admire. Admiring, feeling or showing admiration. Admiringly, in an admiring manner. Admirings, plural of admiring. Admirize, to admire, wonder. Admissibilities, plural of admissibility. Admissibility, the state or quality of being admissible or allowable. Admissible, alternative spelling of admissible. Admissibilities, plural of admissibility. Admissibility, the state or quality of being admissible or allowable. Admissible, capable or deserving to be admitted, accepted or allowed, allowable, permissible, acceptable. Admissibleness, the state or quality of being admissible. Admissibly, in a manner that is admissible, acceptably. Admission, the act or practice of admitting. Admission Day, a public holiday in Hawaii, celebrated since 1969 on the third Friday in August to commemorate the anniversary of the state's 1959 admission to the Union. Admissions, plural of admission. Admissive, tending to admit or allow. Admissively, in an admissive manner, so as to admit. Admissory, pertaining to admission. Unless to allow to enter, to grant entrance to, whether into a place, into the mind, or into consideration. Admits, third person singular simple present indicative of admit. Admittable, able to be admitted. Admittance, the act of admitting. Admittances, plural of admittance. Admitter, the certificate of admission formerly given in some American colleges, such as Harvard. Admitters, plural of admitter. Admittance, obsolete form of admittance. Admittances, plural of admittance. Admitted, simple past and past participle of admit. Admittedly, as is acknowledged to be true, by general admission, confessedly. Admittee, one who is admitted. Admittees, plural of admittee. Admitter, someone who or something which admits. Admitters, plural of admitter. Admittus, second person singular simple present indicative of admit. Admitteth, third person singular simple present indicative of admit. Admit, admittable, archaic spelling of admittable. Admitting, present participle and gerund of admit. Admittingly, by one's own admission, admittedly. Admittings, plural of admitting. Admitivities, plural of admittivity. Admittivity, the reciprocal of impedivity. Admix, to mingle with something else, to mix. Admixed, simple past and past participle of admix. Admixes, third person singular simple present indicative of admix. Admixing, present participle and gerund of admix. Admixed, simple past and past participle of admix, alternative spelling of admixed. Admixtion, a mingling of different things, a mixture. Admixtions, plural of admixtion. Admixture, an instance of admixing, a mixing in of something. Admixture, to which something has been admixed. Admixtures, plural of admixture. Adl, abbreviation of admiral. Adals, plural of admiral. Initialism of alternating direction method of multipliers. Admonish, to inform or notify of a fault, to rebuke in a serious tone, to tell off. Admonishable, worthy of admonishment, deserving reprimand or rebuke. Admonish, simple past and past participle of admonish. Admonisher, one who admonishes. Admonishers, plural of admonisher. Admonishes, third person singular simple present indicative of admonish. Admonishing, present participle and gerund of admonish. Admonishingly, in an admonishing manner. Admonishings, plural of admonishing. Admonishment, the act of admonishing, a reprimand or rebuke. Admonishments, plural of admonishment. Admonish, simple past and past participle of admonish. Admonition, a rebuke by an authority that one has erred and should not persist in their actions, a reprimand. Admonitional, synonym of admonitory. Admonitioner, an admonisher, one who admonishes. Admonitioners, plural of admonitioner. Admonitionists, a supporter of the admonition to the Parliament of 1572, which denounced the bishops of England and called for the replacement of Episcopalianism with Presbyterianism. Admonitionists, plural of admonitionists. Admonitions, plural of admonition. Admonitive, of or conveying admonition. Admonitively, as an admonition. Admonitor, an admonisher, a monitor. Admonitorial, admonitory. Admonitorily, in an admonitory manner. Admonitors, plural of admonitor. Admonitory, of or pertaining to an admonition, serving to reprove, warn, or advise. Admonitrices, plural of admonitrix. Admonitrix, a female admonitor. Adwhite, a municipality, Ostia, Austria. Admonti, a soft mineral composed of magnesium, boron, oxygen, and hydrogen. Admontites, plural of admontite. Admor, a Hasidic rabbi. Admortization, alternative spelling of admortization. Admortization, in feudal law, the reducing of lands or tenements to mortmain. Admotion, the process of admoving, motion towards something. Admove, to move toward. Admove, simple past and past participle of admove. Admoves, third person singular simple present indicative of admove. Admoving, present participle and gerund of admove. Adver, abbreviation of administrator. Admos, plural of admer. Anox, abbreviation of administratrix. Ada, plural of ADM. Adno, initialism of 8 Nyota Manila University. Adno, initialism of 8 Nyota Manila University. Ax, abbreviation of administratrix. Administrator, archaic spelling of administer. Administers, third person singular simple present indicative of administer. Initialism of ammonium dinitramide. Any DNA sample recovered from biological samples not intended for DNA use, including historical and archaeological samples. A male given name from Arabic. Another, a female given name. Plural of a nan. Plural of a DNA. A nascence, adhesion of parts to each other by the whole surface. A nasan, grilling to or on something else. A nate, linked or fused to a structure of a type different from itself. For example, attachment of a stamen to a petal is innate, while attachment of a stamen to another stamen is connate. Innately, in an innate manner. A nation, the fusion of different floral verticils or sets of organs. A nations, plural of a nation. Anado, a small or secondary bulb. A navirus, any member of the realm of Naviria of viruses. And naviruses, plural of a navirus. A nervular, along or alongside a nervure vein. And that, a surname transferred from the given name. A narrow, near a nerve. Adnexa, the appendages of an organ, such as the fallopian tubes of the uterus. Adnexal, having the property of be next. Adnexectomies, plural of adnexectomy. Adnexectomy, the removal of a lump in the tissue of the adnexa of the uterus. Adnex, narrowly attached to a stem or stipe. Adnexitides, plural of adnexitis. Adnexitis, inflammation of the adnexa of the uterus, i.e. the fallopian tubes or ovaries. Adnexum, an appendage of an organ, especially a fallopian tube viewed as an appendage of the uterus. An eye, a surname. An eyes, plural of an eye. And a surname transferred from the given name. An eye, acronym of Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. Adnominal, involving or relating to words that modify a noun. Adnominal case, the grammatical case used to modify a noun or related to a word modifying a noun. Adnominal cases, plural of adnominal case. Adnominalize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of adnominalize. Adnominalize, simple past and past participle of adnominalize. Adnominality, the quality of being adnominal. Adnominalization, the process of transformation into an adnominal. Adnominalize, to transform a word into an adnominal adnoun form. Adnominalize, simple past and past participle of adnominalize. Adnominalizer, a suffix or particle which converts a word to a nominal form. Adnominalizers, plural of adnominalizer. Adnominalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adnominalize. Adnominalizing, present participle and gerund of adnominalize. Adnominally, in an adnominal way, used like in a noun adjectively. Adnominals, plural of adnominal. Adnominatio, paranomasia, wordplay. Adnomination, a form of wordplay in which phonetically similar words are juxtaposed. A noun, an adjective used as a noun sensu stricto, an absolute adjective nominalized adjective. A nouns, plural of a noun. Admiemathanha, a people indigenous to South Australia. Ado, initialism of active ex data objects. Ado, troublesome business, fuss commotion. Ado Akiti, the largest city and state capital of Akiti State, Nigeria. Adobe, an unburned brick dried in the sun. Adobe bread, a type of bread baked by the Pueblo peoples of the southwestern United States, made with yeast, flour, salt, warm water, and a sweetener such as honey or sugar, and often with the addition of meat, vegetables, seeds, or nuts, and formed into animal shapes. Adobe breads, plural of adobe bread. Adobe lilies, plural of adobe lily. Adobe lily, the flowering plant Fritillaria pluriflora. Adobe-like, resembling the building material adobe. Adobes, plural of adobe. Adobo, a Philippine dish in which pork or chicken is slowly cooked in a sauce including soy sauce, vinegar, and crushed garlic. Adobos, plural of adobo. Anacid, any of the extinct turtles in the family Adaceae. Adacids, plural of adacid. Although, obsolete spelling of ado. Adenmatic, that rejects the use of dogma. Adolatin, an analgesic anti-inflammatory polypeptide present in bee venom. Adolescence, misspelling of adolescence. Adolescence, to commence or progress through adolescence. Adolescent, simple past and past participle of adolescence. Adolescence, the transitional period of physical and psychological development between childhood and maturity. Adolescences, plural of adolescence. Adolescency, adolescence. Adolescent, of relating to or at the age of adolescence at the stage between being a child and an adult. Adolescently, in an adolescent manner, like a teenager. Adolescence, plural of adolescent. Adolescens, third person singular simple present indicative of adolescence. Adolescing, present participle and gerund of adolescence. Adol, a male given name from the Germanic languages, variant of Adolf. Adolfs, plural of Adolf. Adolphine, apocryphal former name for the drug methadone. Adolf, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Adolf, a surname from French. Adolf, plural of Adolf. Adolfo, a male given name from the Germanic languages of rare usage, variant of Adolf. Adolf, plural of Adolf. Adolfsen, a surname. Adolfsens, plural of Adolfsen. Adolphus, a male given name from the Germanic languages, a Latinized variant of Adolf. Adonai, the Lord, a Hebrew title of God. Adonara, a language of Indonesia. Adonian, of or pertaining to Adonis. Adona, an annual festival celebrated by women in ancient Greece to mourn the death of Adonis, the consort of Aphrodite. Adonian, of or relating to the mythological Adonis. Adone, of or pertaining to Adonis. Adonica, a female given name. Adonix, plural of Adonic. Adonides, plural of Adonis. Adenidin, a glucoside found in the plant Adonis vernalis false hellebore, pheasant's eye. Adenylyline. The polycyclic compound 1R20R4-hydroxy 5,10,9-thiol-2,6,9,12 tetraoxa 17 is a pentacyclo-12.5.1.148.08 10.017 14ene 3,11 ione present in Jacobia adenidifolia. Adenirubin, a particular carotenoid. Adonis, a beautiful young man loved by Aphrodite. Adonis belt, the iliac furrows. Adonis belt, plural of Adonis belt. Adonis blue, a bright blue butterfly, Polydomatus bellardus of the family Lycaenidae. Adonis blues, plural of Adonis blue. Adonize, alternative form of adonize. Adonized, simple past and past participle of adonize. Adonizes, plural of adonis. Adonizing, present participle and gerund of adonize. Adonis, one who maintains that the vowel points of the tetragrammaton translated Jehovah are the vowel points that belong to the word Adonai. Adonis, plural of Adonis. Adonital, ribitol. Adonidoxin, a particular steroid glycoside. Adonidoxal, a particular steroid glycoside. Adonization, act or process of adonizing. Adonize, alternative form of adonize. Adonized, simple past and past participle of adonize. Adonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adonize. Adonizing, present participle and gerund of adonize. Adoncha, the absence of T. Ado, a guerrilla movement in Oman, Ka, 1970 CA. Adores, at the door or through the door. Adopt, to take a child, heir, friend, citizen, etc. by choice into a relationship. Adopt out, to expel a child from a family by placing them for adoption, to put a child up for adoption privately without going through an adoption agency. Adoptiversaries, plural of adoptiversary. Adoptiversary, alternative form of adoptiversary. Adoptabilities, plural of adoptability. Adoptability, the property of being adaptable. Adoptable, able to be adapted. Adoptables, plural of adoptable. Adoptants, adoption. Adoptative, adoptive. Adoptiversaries, plural of adoptiversary. Adoptiversary, the anniversary of an adopted child's or pet's adoption day. Adopted, simple past and past participle of adopt. Adopted out, simple past and past participle of adopt out. Adoptively, in a manner of something adopted. Adoptee, an adopted son or daughter. Adoptees, plural of adoptee. Adopter, one who adopts. Adopters, plural of adopter. Adoptus, second person singular simple present indicative of adopt. Adopta, third person singular simple present indicative of adopt. Adoption, a proponent of adoptionism. Adoptionism, alternative form of adoptionism. Adoptionist. Alternative form of adoptionist. Adoptionistic, alternative form of adoptionistic. Adoptionists, plural of adoptionists. Adoptions, plural of adoption. Adopting, present participle and gerund of adopt. Adopting out, present participle and gerund of adopt out. Adoption, the act of adopting. adoptional, of or relating to adoption. Adoptionism, a form of Christianity which maintains that Jesus is divine only in the sense that God the Father adopted him either at Jesus' birth or at his death, as opposed to the Orthodox understanding of the nature of the Trinity. Adoptionist, one who believes in or supports adoptionism. Adoptionistic, relating to adoptionism. Adoptionists, plural of adoptionists. Adoptions, plural of adoption. Adoptious, adopted. Adoptive, related through adoption. Adoptive father, a man who has adopted a child as opposed to a biological father. Adoptive fathers, plural of adoptive father. Adoptive mother, a woman who has adopted a child as opposed to a biological mother. Adoptive mothers, plural of adoptive mother. Adoptive parent, a person who adopts a child and brings it up as their own. Adoptive parents, plural of adoptive parent. Adoptive sibling, a person who is not one's biological sibling, but was legally and socially raised as if they were. Adoptive siblings, plural of adoptive sibling. Adoptively, in an adoptive manner by adoption. Adopter, alternative form of adopter. Adopters, plural of adopter. Adopts, third person singular simple present indicative of adopt. Adopts out, third person singular simple present indicative of adopt out. Adorabilities, plural of adorability. Adorability, the quality of being adorable, adorableness. Adorable, befitting of being adored, cute or lovable. Adorableness, the state or quality of being adorable. Adorablenesses, plural of adorableness. Adorables, informal form of adorable. Adorably. In an adorable manner. Adorable, cute, lovable. Adoro, located near the mouth. Adorably, in an adorable way, near to the mouth. Adoret, adoring. Adorantes, those Unitarians who believed that it was lawful to worship Christ as a divinity. Adoreski, sexually attractive and cute. Adores, to worship, adore. Adorated, simple past and past participle of adorate. Adorates, third person singular simple present indicative of adorate. Adorating, present participle and gerund of adorate. Adoration, an act of religious worship. Adorational, relating to adoration. Adorationally, in an adorational manner. Adorations, plural of adoration. Adjurative, pertaining to adoration. Adorator, synonym of adorer. Adoratories, plural of adoratory. Adorators, plural of adorator. Adoratory, a room in a temple for the adoration of idols. Adoratress, a kind of female quasi-royal priestess in ancient Egypt. Adoratrices, plural of adoratress. Adore, adorable. Adorbs, adorable. Adorcism, the voluntary, desired, or curative possession by a spirit. Adorcisms, plural of adorcism. Adore, to worship. Adore. Simple past and past participle of adore. Adorment. The act of adoring. Adoration. Adore. Someone who adores. Adores. Plural of adore. Adores. Third person singular simple present indicative of adore. Adores. Second person singular simple present indicative of adore. Adore. Third person singular simple present indicative of adore. Adorable. The ship of characters Dorian Pavis and the Iron Bull from the video game Dragon Age, Inquisition. Adoring. Present participle and gerund of adore. Adoringly. In an adoring manner. Adorings. Plural of adoring. Adorkability. The quality of being adorkable. Adorkable. Adorable in a dorky, socially awkward manner. Adorkableness. The quality of being adorkable. Adorkably. In an adorkable manner. Adore. To make more beautiful and attractive, to decorate. Adorn oneself with borrowed plumes. To claim the honor of another for yourself. Adore. Archaic spelling of adorned. Adornmemo. Able to be adorned. Adornation. Adornment. Adornations. Plural of adornation. Adornado. A surname from Italian. Adored. Simple past and past participle of adorn. Adorn oneself with borrowed plumes. Simple past and past participle of adorn oneself with borrowed plumes. Adorner. One who places adornments. One who adorns. Adorners. Plural of adorner. Adornest. Second person singular simple present indicative of adorn. Adorna. Third person singular simple present indicative of adorn. Adorning. Present participle and gerund of adorn. Adorning oneself with borrowed plumes. Present participle and gerund of adorn oneself with borrowed plumes. Adorningly. Decoratively using adornments. Adornings. Plural of adorning. Adornment. A decoration. That which adorns. Adornments. Plural of adornment. Adorno. A clay ornament attached to a piece of pottery, usually at the rim. Adornum. Alternative form of adornment. Adornoyan. Adornoyan. Of or relating to Theodore W. Adorno 1903-1969, German sociologist, philosopher, and musicologist known for his critical theory of society. Adornos. Plural of adorno. Adorns. Third person singular simple present indicative of adorn. Adorns oneself with borrowed plumes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adorn oneself with borrowed plumes. Adorst. Alternative spelling of adorst. Adoth. Initialism of American descendants of slavery. Adoth. Plural of ado. Adosculation. Impregnation by external contact without intromission. Adus says. Plural of adus. Adasham. Synonym of Hashem. Adasawai. A meal of adobo with fried rice and fried egg. Adasapine. A dibenzazepine drug that has been studied for the treatment of urinary incontinence. Adosterol. A particular iodine-containing sterol. Adoli. A unit of mass or volume equivalent to 4 cis. Adaulis. Plural of aduli. Other. A river in southwestern France. Adavad, marinated. Adavasio, a surname from Italian. And down, downward, to or in a lower place. Adoxograph, a work of adexography. Adexographer, one who composes adexography. Adexographers, plural of adexographer. Adoxographe, of or pertaining to adexography, adoxographical. Adoxographical, of or pertaining to adexography, adoxographic. Adoxographically, in an adoxographic manner. Adexographies, plural of adexography. Adoxographs, plural of adoxograph. Adexography, fine writing on a minor or trivial subject. Adoze, dozing, napping, asleep. Adozlacin, one of the duocarmicins. Ad, initialism of adenosine diphosphate. ADP ribose, a phosphate ester of ribose and adenosine diphosphate. Adpow, an old Indian measure of capacity. Adpows, plural of adpow. Adparticle, a cluster of atoms or molecules that is adsorbed onto the surface of a material. Adparticles, plural of adparticle. Adbill, plural of adperson. Adperson, an admin or adwoman. Adpersons, plural of adperson. Affle, initialism of all digital phase lock loop. Plural of atpl. Adpocalypse, a series of events whereby advertisers stopped their marketing campaigns on the video sharing site YouTube, causing YouTube to introduce stricter guidelines on video monetization. Adpocalypses, plural of adpocalypse. Adposition, an element that combines syntactically with a phrase and indicates how that phrase should be interpreted in the surrounding context, a preposition or postposition. Adpositional, of, pertaining to, or of the nature of an adposition. Adpositional phrase, a phrase in a syntactic category that includes an adposition as head and usually a complement such as a noun phrase. Adpositional phrases, plural of adpositional phrase. Adpositionally, in an adpositional manner. Adpositionhood, the property of being at position. Adpositions, plural of adposition. A word that functions both as an adverb and as a preposition. Adpreps, plural of adprep. Adpress, alternative form of oppress. Adpress, simple past and past participle of oppress. Adpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of adpress. Adpressing, present participle and gerund of adpress. Adpression, a pressing closely together. Adpromisor, a surety. Adpromissers, plural of adpromisor. Action démocratique du Québec, a political party in Quebec. Initialism of adverse drug reaction. Adracolin, a component of nuclear pore complex implicated in Tripola syndrome. Adrasis, a salt inflorescence on marshes. Ovrad, obsolete spelling of adreed. Adradio, a lady to the adradius. Adradioli, in an adradial mare. Adrafinil, a mild stimulant of the central nervous system used to relieve excessive sleepiness and inattention in elderly patients. Adrageth, Vumtragicanth. Adraga, a surname from Italian. Adragas, plural of adragna. Adragan, a male given name. Adragoness, a person who does not believe in dragons. Adragonists, plural of adragoness. Adrak, alternative form of adraki ginger. Adraki, ginger. Adramasite, a tetragonal sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula NH-NaAlSO-ClOH. A dry region, a region of Mauritania. Adrastea, the goddess of divine retribution. Adrastin, of or relating to the nymph Adrastea or Adrastea in Greek mythology. Adrastians, plural of Adrastian. Adrastain, alternative form of Adrastian. Adrastos, a male given name from ancient Greek. Adraw, to draw out, to draw a sword. A drawing, present participle and gerund of a draw. A draw, past participle of a draw. A draws, third person singular simple present indicative of a draw. A draxone, adrenochrome. Adreed, to dread, fear greatly. Adreeded, simple past and past participle of adreed. Adreeding, present participle and gerund of adreed. Adreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of adreed. Adreen, a female given name. Adreamed, dreaming. Adreamed, alternative form of adreamed. Adjectal, near or beside the rectum. Adri, to carry on, practice, past life, time, etc. Adri, simple past and past participle of adri. Adri, present participle and gerund of adri. Adris, third person singular simple present indicative of adri. Adrenal, pertaining to the adrenal glands, suprarenal glands, their secretions, or the function derived therefrom. Adrenal arteries, plural of adrenal artery. Adrenal artery, an artery in the human abdomen that supplies blood to the adrenal glands. Adrenal cortex, the outer portion of the adrenal glands that produces hormones essential to homeostasis. Adrenal cortexes, plural of adrenal cortex. Adrenal gland, in mammals, either of a pair of complex endocrine glands situated above each kidney, secreting hormones which control the heart rate, blood pressure, and metabolism. Adrenal glands, plural of adrenal gland. Adrenalated, adrenalize. Adrenalectomies, plural of adrenalectomy. Adrenalectomize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomize, simple past and past participle of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomizing, present participle and gerund of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomization, synonym of adrenalectomy. Adrenalectomize, to subject to an adrenalectomy. Adrenalectomize, simple past and past participle of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomizing, present participle and gerund of adrenalectomize. Adrenalectomy, the removal of one or both adrenal glands, usually advised for patients with tumors in those glands. Adrenaline, alternative spelling of adrenaline. Adrenaline rush, alternative form of adrenaline rush. Adrenaline rushes, plural of adrenaline rush. Adrenaline, epinephrine, the hormone and neurotransmitter. Adrenaline junkie, one who is seemingly addicted to the sensation of exhilaration associated with risky behaviors or exciting situations and who actively seeks such opportunities. Adrenaline junkies, plural of adrenaline junkie. Adrenaline rush, a surge of strength and energy brought on by a dangerous situation by, or as if by, adrenaline. Adrenaline rushes, plural of adrenaline rush. Adrenaline sport, extreme sport. Adrenaline sports, plural of adrenaline sport. Adrenaline, under adrenaline. Adrenalinergic, activated by adrenaline. Adrenalins, plural of adrenaline. Adrenalinic, of or pertaining to adrenaline. Adrenalinogenic, creating adrenaline. Adrenalins, plural of adrenaline. Adrenalization, alternative form of adrenalization. Adrenalize, to render frightening or thrilling, such as to stimulate the production of adrenaline. Adrenalize, simple past and past participle of adrenalize. Adrenalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adrenalize. Adrenalizing, present participle and gerund of adrenalize. Adrenalism, excessive secretion of steroid hormones of the cortex of the suprarenal gland. Adrenalitis, inflammation of one or both adrenal glands leading to an insufficiency of cortisol and / or aldosterone. Adrenalization, the state of being adrenalized. Adrenalize, U.S. and Oxford British English Standard spelling of adrenalize. Adrenalize, simple past and past participle of adrenalize. Adrenalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adrenalize. Adrenalizing, present participle and gerund of adrenalize. Adrenally, in adrenal terms. Adrenaline, an adrenergic agonist used as a topical vasoconstrictor and hemostatic. Adrenals, plural of adrenal. Adrenamedullary, misspelling of adrenomedullary. Adrenarche, a stage of maturation of the cortex of the human adrenal glands related to puberty, typically occurring between the ages of 6 and 10 years and involving both structural and functional changes. Adrenarcheal, of or pertaining to adrenarche. Adrene, any salt or ester of adrenic acid. Adrenates, plural of adrenate. Adrenectomies, plural of adrenectomy. Adrenectomy, alternative form of adrenalectomy. Adrenergic, having the quality of adrenaline or epinephrine. Adrenergic receptor, any of several sites in the surface membranes of cells innervated by adrenergic neurons. Adrenergic receptors, plural of adrenergic receptor. Adrenergically, by means of or in terms of adrenaline or epinephrine. Adrenergics, plural of adrenergic. Adrenic. Adrenal. Adrenic acid, a polyunsaturated fatty acid having 22 carbon atoms and 4 double bonds, 7Z10, Z13, Z16, Z-oxysadetrenoic acid. Adrenitis, alternative form of adrenalitis. Adreno, relating to the adrenal gland. Adrenocortical, alternative spelling of adrenocortical. Adrenocarcinoma, a carcinoma of the adrenal gland. Adrenocarcinomas, plural of adrenocarcinoma. Adrenosptive, relating to adrenosters. Adrenospter, Adrenergic receptor. Adrenoceptors, plural of adrenoceptor. Adrenocolinergic, describing cholinergic effects produced by the adrenal gland. Adrenochrome, an oxidation product of adrenaline or epinephrine. Its semicarbazone is used as a drug to reduce bleeding. Adrenochromes, plural of adrenochrome. Adrenocortex, synonym of adrenal cortex. Adrenocortic, alternative form of adrenocortical. Adrenocortical, relating to the adrenal cortex. Adrenocortically, in terms of or by means of the adrenal cortex. Adrenocorticoi, relating to or produced by the adrenal cortex. Adrenocorticosteroid, adrenal corticosteroid. Adrenocorticosteroids, plural of adrenocorticosteroi. Adrenocorticotrophic, alternative form of adrenocorticotropic. Adrenocorticotrophin, adrenocorticotropic hormone. Adrenocorticotropic, that stimulates the adrenal cortex. Adrenocorticotropic hormone, a peptide hormone secreted by the pituitary gland that stimulates the secretion of other hormones. Adrenocorticotropic hormones, plural of adrenocorticotropic hormone. Adrenocorticotropin, an adrenocorticotropic hormone that is a polypeptide secreted by the anterior pituitary. Adrenodoxin, a ferredoxin present in mitochondria of the adrenal cortex. Adrenodoxins, plural of adrenodoxin. Adrenogenic, relating to the adrenal gland or to the adrenal cortex. Adrenogenital, relating to the effects of adrenocortical hormones. Adrenogenital syndrome, congenital adrenal hyperplasia. Adrenogenitalism, a disorder that causes the adrenal glands to produce an excessive amount of androgens. Adrenogonadal, adrenal and gonadal. Adrenoctomies, misspelling of adrenalctomies. Adrenal leukodystrophies, plural of adrenal leukodystrophy. Adrenal leukodystrophy, alternative form of adrenal leukodystrophy. Adrenal leukodystrophic, of or relating to adrenal leukodystrophy. Adrenal leukodystrophies, plural of adrenal leukodystrophy. Adrenal leukodystrophy, a degenerative genetic disease in which myelin is lost from nerve cells in the brain. Adrenolytic, that inhibits the production or function of adrenaline. Adrenomedulin, misspelling of adrenomedulin. Adrenomedullary, of or relating to the adrenal medulla. Adrenomedullin, a peptide associated with a pheochromocytoma tumor of the adrenal medulla. Adrenomegaly, enlargement of the adrenal glands. Adrenomimetic, that has an action similar to that of the adrenal hormones. Adrenomimetics, plural of adrenomimetic. Adrenomodulin, misspelling of adrenomedulin. Adrenomyeloneuropathy, a progressive, X-linked, genetic, neurological disorder that deteriorates the myelin sheath that protects the spinal cord. Adrenopathies, plural of adrenopathy. Adrenopathy, any disease of the adrenal glands or the suprarenal glands. Adrenoreactive, that shows a response to catecholamines. Adrenoreceptor, adrenergic receptor. Adrenoreceptors, plural of adrenoreceptor. Adrenorphin, an endogenous, C-terminally emidated opioid octapeptide produced from proteolytic cleavage of proenkephalin and widely distributed throughout the mammalian brain. Adrenostatic, inhibiting the action of the adrenal glands. Adrenosterone, a hormone originally isolated from the adrenal cortex that has weak androgenic effects. Adrenotoxic, toxic to the adrenal glands. Adrenotrophic, that stimulates the adrenal glands. Adrenotropic, that stimulates the adrenal glands or adrenal cortex. Adrenotropin, an adrenotropic hormone. Address, misspelling of address. That, the sun-facing side of a mountain in the northern hemisphere, especially the south-facing slope. Adrets, plural of adret. Adru, simple past of a draw. Evia, a town and commune of Rovigo, Veneto, Italy, situated on the site of an Etruscan city of the same name. Adria Leste, synonym of Doxorubicin. Adrialuna, a barangay of Nogin, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Adriamaisin, an anthracycline antibiotic drug used in cancer chemotherapy. Adriamcinan, the quinone 7s 9s 6 7 9 11 tetrahydroxy 9 2 hydroxyacetyl 4 methoxy 8 10-hydro 7 H tetracene 5 12 dione, which is the glycone of doxorubicin. Adrian, a male given name from Latin or Etruscan. Adrian quis, his strike. Adriana, a female given name from Latin or Etruscan, a feminine form of Adrian. Adrian, a female given name. Adrianite, any member of the Ariazi. Adrianitids, plural of Adrianitiae. Adrianite, any of the Ariazi of family Ariadity. Adrianitidis, plural of Adrianite. Adriana, a female given name from Latin, variant of Adriana. Adriana, a female given name from Latin. Adrian, a female given name. Adrianople, former name of Edirne, a city in northwestern Turkey. Adrianople red, synonym of Turkey red. Adrianople reds, plural of Adrianople red. Adrianopolis, alternative form of Adrianople. Adrianopolitan, of or pertaining to Adrianople modern-day Edirne. Adrianopolitans, plural of Adrianopolitan. Adrians, plural of Adrian. Adriatic, of or pertaining to the Adriatic Sea. Adriatic Gulf, Adriatic Sea is sea near the Mediterranean Sea. Adriatic question, the debate over the fate of the territories along the eastern coast of the Adriatic Sea that formerly belonged to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Adriatic Sea, a sea and arm of the Mediterranean Sea stretching north from the Aegean Sea to Venice, separating the Italian and Balkan peninsulas. Adriatico, archaic form of Adriatic. Adriatic, archaic form of Adriatic. Adriaticin, an analog of yesitoxin present in some mussels from the northern Adriatic. Adriaticins, plural of Adriatic sin. Adrec, initialism of auxiliary division of the Royal Irish Constabulary. Adriel, a male given name from Hebrew. Abrian, a surname from French. Adrian, a female given name from French. Adrians, plural of Adrian. Adrift, floating at random. Adrina, a female given name. Dripping. Adrogate, to adopt a free citizen. Adrogated, simple past and past participle of adrogate. Adrogates, third person singular simple present indicative of adrogate. Adrogating, present participle and gerund of adrogate. Adrogation, a kind of adoption in ancient Rome. Adrogations, plural of adrogation. Adroit, deft, dexterous, or skillful. Adroiter, comparative form of adroit, more adroit. Adroitus, superlative form of adroit, most adroit. Adroitly, deftly, in an adroit manner. Adroitness, skillfulness or ease of ability. Adroitnesses, plural of adroitness. Adra, the anabolic steroid oxymethylone, also known as Anadrol. Adrenitis, frustration with the amount of time required to become truly familiar with someone. Adrube, drooping. Adra, drebe. Adrastro, near the rostrum now. Adrouse, drowsy. ADRP, abbreviation of autosomal dominant retinitis pigmentosa. Ada, plural of ADI. Adat, initialism of advanced decision to refuse treatment. Adat, plural of adat. Adry, dry. Adramycin, misspelling of adriamycin. Ad, initialism of American Dialect Society. Ad, plural of AD. Adas, initialism of anti-decitor. Ads, a nickname for Adam. Adze, initialism of automatic dependent surveillance addressed automated transmission of location information for aircraft using an airline specified communication system. ADS-B, initialism of automatic dependent surveillance, broadcast automated broadcast of aircraft location information from satellite navigation systems to air traffic control networks. ADS-C, initialism of automatic dependent surveillance contract automated transmission of GPS location information from an aircraft via a contractual agreement with an ACARS provider. ADS-R, rebroadcast AES, initialism of automatic dependent surveillance, rebroadcasting of ADS, automated transmission of GPS location information from an aircraft via an ADS station. ADS, plural of ad. Adibai, alternative spelling of odds-botikin. Asked, initialism of adipose-derived stem cell. Ascendant, archaic form of ascendant. Ascendin, a particular steroid glycoside. Ascendicide, a particular steroid glycoside. And seditious, derived or acquired from something extrinsic, not part of the real, inherent, or essential nature of a thing. And seditiously, in an seditious way. Adegrept, a feudal serf or laborer who is attached to an estate and sold or transferred with it. Adscripted, simple past and past participle of adscript. Adscripting, present participle and gerund of adscript. Adscription, the state of being joined, bound, or annexed. Adscriptions, plural of adscription. Adscriptive, attached or annexed to the glebe or estate and transferable with it. Adscripts, plural of adscript. Ask, plural of atsk. Adseg, alternative letter case form of adseg. Adseverin, synonym of cinderin. Atide, a surname. A chart, synonym of zounds. A chell, a kind of large poster for display at a bus shelter. A shell. Alternative form of a shell. A shells. Plural of a shell. A shells. Plural of a shell. Add signification. Additional signification. Add significations. Plural of its signification. Add signify. Simple past and past participle of its signify. Add signifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of its signify. Add signify. To denote additionally. Add signifying. Present participle and gerund of its signify. As a surname. Adsets. Plural of adset. ADSL. Initialism of asymmetric digital subscriber line. ADSLs. Plural of ADSL. Adsmith. A writer of advertising copy. Adsmiths. Plural of adsmith. Adsorb. To accumulate on a surface by adsorption. Adsorbabilities. Plural of adsorbability. Adsorbability. A measure of the degree to which a material is capable of adsorption. Adsorbable. Able to be adsorbed. Adsorbance. A measure of the amount of material adsorbed on a surface. Adsorbances. Plural of adsorbent. Adsorbate. Alternative form of adsorbent. Adsorbate. A substance that has been adsorbed. Adsorbates. Plural of adsorbate. Adsorb. Simple past and past participle of adsorb. Adsorbate. Tending to adsorb. Adsorbents. Plural of adsorb. Adsorber. Something which adsorbs, especially a solid material, such as activated carbon, that has a high surface area and is used to capture a gas or a liquid. Adsorbers. Plural of adsorber. Adsorbing. Present participle and gerund of adsorb. Adsorboluminescence. Luminescence following the adsorption of a small molecule or ion by a surface. Adsorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of adsorb. Adsorption. Misspelling of adsorption. Adsorb. To adsorb. Adsorptive. Alternative form of adsorptive. Adsorbed. Simple past and past participle of adsorb. Adsorbing. Present participle and gerund of adsorb. Adsorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of adsorb. Adsorption. The adhesion of a liquid or gas on the surface of a solid material forming a thin film on the surface. Adsorption calorimetry. The study of the heat exchange when molecules are adsorbed on a surface. Adsorptional. Of or pertaining to adsorption. Adsorptionally. By means of or in terms of adsorption. Adsorptions. Plural of adsorption. Adsorptive. Pertaining to, tending toward, or characterized by adsorption. Adsorptively. In an adsorptive manner, with a tendency toward or characteristic of adsorption. Adsorptiveness. The property of being adsorptive, of tending toward, or being characterized by adsorption. Adsorptives. Plural of adsorptive. Adsorptivity. The condition of being adsorptive. Adavie. The sort of language used in advertisements, typified by bold claims and optimistic encouragement. Adspection. Close inspection typically of an animal. Adspections. Plural of adspection. Adstrata. Plural of adstratum. Adstratal. Relating to an adstratum. Adstrate. Adstratum. Adstrates. plural of adstrate. Adstratum, any language having elements that are responsible for change in neighboring languages. Adstrect, alternative form of astrict. Adstricte, simple past and past participle of adstrict. Adstricting, present participle and gerund of adstrict. Adstriction, alternative form of astriction. Adstrictions, plural of adstriction. Adstricts, third person singular simple present indicative of adstrict. Adstringent, alternative form of astringent. Adstringents, plural of adstringent. Atsu, initialism of automatic distress signal unit. Atsuki bean, alternative form of Azuki bean. Atsuki beans, plural of Atsuki bean. Adsurgent, alternative form of assurgent. Andoid, a suburb of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8888. Adsymphysial, alternative form of adsymphysial. Adsymphysial, near a symphysis. Abbreviation of adult. Adtech, digital technology for the delivery and measurement of advertising campaigns. Adavac, a technique for drying blood plasma. Plural of ADT. Ado, initialism of accessory dwelling unit. Ado, a surname. Adance, obsolete typography of advance. Aduranted, obsolete typography of advantage. Adurantages, plural of aduantage. Adah, acronym of Active Directory users and computers. Aducanuma, a human monoclonal antibody and drug candidate designed for treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Adunture, obsolete typography of adventure. Aduntures, plural of adunture. Ado, a traditional square tambourine found in Portugal and elsewhere of Moorish origin. Anos, plural of aduv. Adurd, a dialect of the Akhmuri language of Nigeria. Andores, obsolete typography of advice. Adois, obsolete typography of advise. Aduti, ellipsis of aduki bean. Aduki bean, alternative form of azuki bean. Aduki beans, plural of aduki bean. Adubies, plural of aduki. Adularsons, the optical phenomenon exhibited by some specimens moonstones of the mineral adularia of exhibiting a white to pale bluish or rarely pale orange sheen along crystal faces. Adularsant, exhibiting adularsons. Adularia, a variety of orthoclase feldspar found as colorless to white prismatic crystals in cavities in metamorphic rocks. Some specimens reflect a bluish sheen along crystal faces. This phenomenon is called adularsons, and adularia with this property is called moonstone. Cyanidine. Adularias, plural of adularia. Adularization, addition of or replacement by adularia. Adularize, to gain or be replaced by adularia. Adularize, simple past and past participle of adularize. Adularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adularize. Adularizing, present participle and gerund of adularize. Adulate, to flatter effusively. Adulate, simple past and past participle of adulate. Adulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of adulate. Adulating. Present participle and gerund of adulate. Adulation. Flattery, fulsome praise. Adulations. Plural of adulation. Adulator. One who lavishes excessive praises or flattery, one who adulates. Adulatorily. In an adulatory manner. Adulatorious. Adulatory, flattering. Adulators. Plural of adulator. Adulatory. Exhibiting adulation, overly flattering. Adulatress. A female adulator. Adulatresses. Plural of adulatress. Adolescent. Alternative form of adolescent. Adolescents. Plural of adolescent. Adala. An ancient ruin on a hilltop overlooking the valley of Elah, straddling the green line between Israel and the West Bank. Adullamite. An inhabitant of Adullam. Near this town there was a cave where David and his allies sought refuge from Saul. Adullamites. Plural of Adullamite. Adult. A fully grown human or other animal. Adult actress. A female porn star. Adult actresses. Plural of adult actress. Adult album alternative. A radio format combining various styles of pop and rock with new wave, jazz, etc., but generally excluding hard rock and rap. Adult alternative. Synonym of adult album alternative. Adult babies. Plural of adult baby. Adult baby. A person who has a paraphilia involving role-playing a regression to an infant-like state, wearing diapers, etc. Adult beverage. An alcoholic beverage. Adult beverages. Plural of adult beverage. Adult bookstore. A store selling pornography in the form of books and video and often selling sex toys as well. Adult contemporary. A category of music including soft rock, ballads, easy listening, soul, and rhythm and blues. Adult content. Content such as pornography or violence that is not generally thought to be appropriate for viewing by children due to their shocking or sexual nature. Adult education. The practice in which adults engage in systematic and sustained self-educating activities. Adult film. A pornographic film. Adult films. Plural of adult film. Adult learner. A student over the age of 25 who is enrolled at an institute of higher learning. Adult learners. Plural of adult learner. Adult movie. A pornographic film. Adult movies. Plural of adult movie. Adult protection. Policies and actions in place for the protection of sometimes vulnerable adults. Adult safeguarding. Adult relations. Sexual activity. Adult respiratory distress syndrome. Synonym of acute respiratory distress syndrome. Adult shop. A sex shop. Adult shops. Plural of adult shop. Adult star. A porn star. Adult stars. Plural of adult star. Adult survivor. A survivor of child sexual abuse who is now an adult. Adult survivors. Plural of adult survivor. Adult syndrome. Abbreviation of acrodermatome while lacrimal tooth syndrome. Adult third culture kid. A third culture kid who has grown into adulthood. Adult third culture kids. Plural of adult third culture kid abbreviation, ACK. Adult onset diabetes. Former name of type 2 diabetes. Adult oriented rock. Synonym of yacht rock. Adultcentrism, the tendency to customarily view the adult perspective as superior to the youngster's perspective. Adultcentrists, exhibiting adultcentrism. Adulte, completely grown, mature. Adulter, an adulterer, especially a male one. Adulterable, susceptible to being adulterated. Adulterant, that which adulterates or reduces the purity of something. Adulterants, plural of adulterant. Adulterate, corrupted or made impure by being mixed with something else, adulterated. Adulterated, intentionally tainted with impurities, usually is motivated by cheapening the production of a food product or enhancing the psychotropic effects of a street drug. Adulterates, second person singular simple past indicative of adulterate. Adulterately, in an adulterate manner. Adulterateness, the state or quality of being adulterate. Adulterates, third person singular simple present indicative of adulterate. Adulteratus, second person singular simple present indicative of adulterate. Adulterateth, third person singular simple present indicative of adulterate. Adulterating, present participle and gerund of adulterate. Adulteration, the process of adulterating. Adulterations, plural of adulteration. Adulterator, one who or that which adulterates or harms the purity of something. Adulterators, plural of adulterator. Adulter, simple past and past participle of adulter. Adulterer, one who commits adultery. Adulterers, plural of adulterer. Adulteress, a female adulterer, a married woman or wife who commits adultery. Adulteresses, plural of adulteress. Adulteries, plural of adultery. Adulterine, spurious, due to adulteration. Adulterines, plural of adulterine. Adultering, present participle and gerund of adulter. Adulterize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of adulterize. Adulterize, simple past and past participle of adulterize. Adulterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adulterize. Adulterizing, present participle and gerund of adulterize. Adulterize, to commit adultery. Adulterize, simple past and past participle of adulterize. Adulterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of adulterize. Adulterizing, present participle and gerund of adulterize. Adulterous, of or characterized by adultery. Adulterously, in an adulterous manner. Adulterousness, a state of being adulterous. Adulters, third person singular simple present indicative of adulter. Adulterer, sexual intercourse by a married person with someone other than their spouse. See more synonyms at thesaurus:/cuckoldry. Adultescence, the state or period of being adultescent. Adultescent, an adult who continues to participate in and enjoy youth culture. Adultescence, plural of adultescent. Adulthood, the state or condition, for humans and other animals, of physical and psychological maturity. Adulthoods, plural of adulthood. Adulticidal, of or pertaining to an adulticide. Adulticide, a pesticide designed to kill adult insects rather than their larvae. Adulticided, simple past and past participle of adulticide. Adulticides, plural of adulticide. Adulticiting. Present participle and gerund of adultici. Adultier. Comparative form of adulti, more adulti. Adultiest. Superlative form of adulti, most adulti. Adultification. The treatment of a non-adult as an adult. Adultify. Simple past and past participle of adultify. Adultify. Third person singular simple present indicative of adultify. Adultiform. Resembling the adult form. Adultify. To treat the non-adult like an adult. Adultifying. Present participle and gerund of adultify. Adulting. Activities typically associated with adulthood. Adultish. Of or suitable for an adult. Adultism. A predisposition towards adults or a bias against children or other younger people. Adultus. Biased in favor of adults and against children, exhibiting adultism. Adultivity. The state or quality of being an adult, majority. Adultization. The act or process of adultizing. Adultize. To raise a child in such a way that it adopts adult behaviors earlier than is usual. Adultize. Simple past and past participle of adultize. Adultizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adultize. Adultizing. Present participle and gerund of adultize. Adult-like. Resembling or characteristic of an adult. Adultly. In an adult manner, not childishly. Adult-nap. To kidnap. To abduct an adult. Adult-napped. Simple past and past participle of adult-nap. Adult-napping. Present participle and gerund of adult-nap. Adult-naps. Third person singular simple present indicative of adult-nap. Adultness. The state or quality of being an adult. Adultocentric. Centered on adults to the exclusion of children. Adultocentrism. The quality of being adultocentric. Adultly. A premature adult form of an insect. Adultids. Plural of adultway. Adultulcent. Alternative form of adultescent. Adultulcents. Plural of adultulcent. Adultomorphism. The tendency to interpret the behavior of children as if they were adults. Adultophile. Italiophile. Adultophiles. Plural of adultophile. Adultophilia. Taliophilia. Adultophilic. Taliophilic. Adulteress. Alternative form of adulteress. Adulteresses. Plural of adulteress. Adultery. Misspelling of adultery. Adults. Plural of adult. Adultship. The state, condition, character, or conduct of an adult. Maturity. Adulthood. Adult speak. The style of language used by adults. Adultswear. Alternative form of adultwear. Adultwear. Clothing for adults. Adulty. Resembling or characteristic of an adult. Adumber. To overshadow or to obscure. Adumber. Simple past and past participle of adumber. Adumbering. Present participle and gerund of adumber. Adumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of adumber. Adumbral. Dark, shady. Adumbre. giving a faint shadow or slight resemblance, shadowing forth. Adumbrate, to foreshadow vaguely. Adumbrated, simple past and past participle of adumbrate. Adumbrates, third person singular simple present indicative of adumbrate. Adumbrating, present participle and gerund of adumbrate. Adumbration, the state of being in shadow or shade, countable as shadow. Adumbrationism, the attribution of insights, ideas, or analogies absent from original works. Adumbrations, plural of adumbration. Adumbrado, of or pertaining to adumbration. Adumbratively, in an adumbrative manner. Adenati, a village in Raqqa, Argeș County, Romania. Edanete Agapesni, a village and commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. Adenation, the act of uniting, union. Adenations, plural of adenation. Adik, curved inward, hooked. Adumcate, curved inwards, hooked. Aduncated, alternative form of aduncate. Aduncity, crookedness, curvaceousness, hookedness. Adungus, curved inwards. Hooked. Adik, alternative form of aduncooked. Other, a river in West Sussex, England, which flows into the English Channel. Adur, to burn, completely or slightly. Adur, simple past and past participle of adur. Adjuring, present participle and gerund of adjure. Adera, a chlorinated or brominated derivative of hydroquinone once used as a photographic developer. Adu, plural of adu. Adeus, plural of adu. Adah, at dusk, in the dusk or twilight. Adas, abnormally dark or over-concentrated associated with various states of discomfort or illness, specifically being too hot or dry. Andaste, edast, burnt. Adastable, capable of being burned, combustible. Adastion, cauterization. Adastions, plural of adastion. Edasersis, a reddish discoloration of the skin of a citrus fruit. Adasnas, the state or quality of being adust. Aduwa, enemy of the god, Satan, nickname of Iblis. Ab, initialism of average daily volume. Ad, abbreviation of adverb. Ad, abbreviation of adverb. Veda, a Sanskrit philosophical term that may be literally rendered in English as non-duality, denoting that though differences and variegation appear in the human condition, they are unreal or illusory and are not ultimately true. Advaitism, the non-dualist school of Vedanta founded by the 8th century Indian philosopher Sankaracharya. Advalvar, towards the valve of a mollusk. Avak, obsolete form of advanced. Advancable, misspelling of advanceable. Amass, to promote or advantage. Advance copies, plural of advanced copy. Advance copy, a copy of a new book or magazine by a publisher which is distributed to a bookseller, library, or others before the publication is printed for mass distribution. Advance directive, a legal document outlining a person's end-of-life medical and healthcare wishes. Advance directives, plural of advance directive. Advance fee fraud, any type of fraud involving an advance fee scam. Advance fee frauds, plural of advance fee fraud. Advance fee scam, a consumer fraud that involves obtaining a relatively small amount of money from the victim in advance of some large deferred benefit, such as a job, a high rate of return, or a share of embezzled money. Advance fee scams, plural of advance fee scam. Advance guard, a unit or units leading the way of advancing or marching troops, guarding them from ambushes, reconnoitering and pursuing the enemy, etc. Advance guards, plural of advance guard. Advance man, a male advance person. Advance men, plural of advance man. Advance payment, the part of a contractually due sum that is paid or received in advance for a good, service, or social security payment. Advance payments, plural of advance payment. Advance people, plural of advance person. Advance person, someone who travels to a destination in order to arrange accommodation, meetings, security, etc. for one or more celebrities, politicians, business leaders, or other public figures who will arrive subsequently. Advance persons, plural of advance person. Advance the ball, to move the ball closer to the goal. Advance woman, a female advance person. Advance women, plural of advance woman. Advance guard, alternative spelling of advance guard. Advance guards, plural of advance guard. Advanceable, that can be advanced as a tax credit that may be brought forward for immediate use rather than be reclaimed at the end of the year. Amassed, simple past and past participle of advance. Advanced age, synonym of old age, latter part of life. Advanced cryptic, a cryptic crossword which includes an additional puzzle which must be solved using the completed grid or which transforms entries in the grid. Advanced cryptics, plural of advanced cryptic. Advanced degree, a university degree such as an MSc or PhD awarded after a baccalaureate on completion of a further program of academic studies. Advanced degrees, plural of advanced degree. Advance green, in some jurisdictions, a type of traffic light signal in which the green light initially flashes while the matching light for oncoming traffic remains red, signaling drivers that they may make an unobstructed turn across the oncoming lane while the flashing continues. Advanced greens, plural of advanced green. Advanced higher, a national school qualification a level above higher, which allows for further study while still in secondary school. Advanced level, synonym of a level type of examination. Advanced meat recovery, a technical application by which a slaughterhouse removes residual tissue resulting in mechanically separated meat from the bones of slaughter animals after the particular primal cuts have been made. Advanced pawn, a pawn that is on the opponent's side of the board, the 5th rank or higher. Advanced pawns, plural of advanced pawn. Advanced refreshment, drunkenness, intoxication. Advanced technology attachment, synonym of ATI. Advance the ball, simple past and past participle of advance the ball. Advanced time, the time when the field will advance from the present time t. Advanced times, plural of advanced time. Advanced tongue root, an articulation that involves the expansion of the pharyngeal cavity by moving the base of the tongue forward and often lowering the larynx during the pronunciation of a vowel. Advanced tongue roots, plural of advanced tongue root. Advanced traffic management, technologies that monitor and manage traffic flow to improve transportation efficiency. Advanced train control system, A system of railroad equipment designed to ensure safety by monitoring locations of trains and locomotives, providing analysis and reporting, and automation of track warrants and similar orders. Advancedly, in an advanced manner, to an advanced degree. Advancedness, the quality of being advanced. Advancement, the act of advancing, promotion to a higher place or dignity. Advancement campout, a campout that is intended to help younger scouts to advance to higher ranks. Advancement campouts, plural of advancement campout. Advancement, archaic spelling of advancement. Advancements, plural of advancement. Advancements, plural of advancement. Advancer, one who advances or puts forward. Advancers, plural of advancer. Advances, plural of advance. Advances the ball, third person singular simple present indicative of advance the ball. Advances, second person singular simple present indicative of advance. Advanceth, third person singular simple present indicative of advance. Advancing, present participle and gerund of advance. Advancing the ball, present participle and gerund of advance the ball. Advancingly, in an advancing manner. Advancings, plural of advancing. Advanso, tending to advance. Advani, a Sindhi Hindu surname. Advanis, plural of advani. Advantage, any condition, circumstance, opportunity, or means, particularly favorable or chance to success or to any desired end. Advantage gambling. Advantage play. Advantage play. Player use of discouraged or bannable but not illegal techniques such as card counting to gain an advantage, usually over the house, at games of chance. Advantage player, one who engages in advantage play. Advantage players, plural of advantage player. Advantageable, providing an advantage, helpful to the advancement of a cause. Advantaged, simple past and past participle of advantage. Advantageous, being of advantage, beneficial. Advantageouser, comparative form of advantageous, more advantageous. Advantageously, in a manner which provides an advantage in an advantageous manner. Advantageousness, the state or quality of being advantageous. Advantages, plural of advantage. Advantageth, third person singular simple present indicative of advantage. Advantaging, present participle and gerund of advantage. Advantageous, obsolete spelling of advantageous. Advantame, a non-caloric sweetener synthesized from isovanillin and aspartame. Abuatk, simple past and past participle of advance. Advance, obsolete form of advance. Advanced, simple past and past participle of advance. Advancement, obsolete form of advancement. Advancement, obsolete form of advancement. Advancements, plural of advancement. Advancements, plural of advancement. Advancer, obsolete form of advancer. Advancers, plural of advancer. Advances, plural of advance. Advancing, present participle and gerund of advance. Advantage, obsolete form of advantage. Advantages, plural of advantage. Advac, to transport something by advection. Advected, simple past and past participle of advect. Advecting, present participle and gerund of advect. Advection, the horizontal movement of a body of atmosphere or other fluid along with a concurrent transport of its temperature, humidity, etc. Advection fog, a type of fog caused by the passage of moist air horizontally over a relatively colder surface and the consequent cooling of that air to below its dew point. Advection fogs, plural of advection fog. Advectional, relating to advection. Advectionally, synonym of advectively. Advections, plural of advection. Adictatious, brought to a place from somewhere else, imported, foreign. Advective, relating to advection. Advectively, in an advective manner. Advex, third person singular simple present indicative of advect. That, carrying towards an organ or structure. Advent, to exceed or to come to be superadded to be added to something or become a part of it, though inessential. Advent, simple past and past participle of advene. Advement, and event. Advements, plural of advement. Advens, third person singular simple present indicative of advene. Advenies, that have it evenian. Advene, caused by outside forces, coming from without, external, additional. Adventing, present participle and gerund of advene. Advent, the first or the expected second coming of Christ. Advent calendar, a calendar used to count down the days of Advent, having windows revealing a hidden picture or gift on each day. Advent calendars, plural of Advent calendar. Advent candle, a candle marked with the days of December up to Christmas Eve. Advent candles, plural of Advent candle. Advent crown, synonym of Advent wreath. Advent crowns, plural of Advent crown. Advent Sunday, the fourth Sunday before Christmas Day, the start of Advent, 30 November St. Andrew's Day or the nearest Sunday to it. Advent wreath, a usually evergreen wreath adorned with 4 or sometimes 5 candles, the first of which is lit on Advent Sunday, followed by the lighting of an additional candle on each subsequent Sunday. Advent wreaths, plural of Advent wreath. Advented, simple past and past participle of Advent. Adventurous, obsolete form of adventurous. Advential, synonym of adventitious. Adventistomies, plural of adventistomy. Adventistomy, removal of the adventitia. Adventitious, archaic form of adventitious. Adventing, present participle of advent. Advention, an external addition. Adventions, plural of advention. Adventitious, adventitious. Adventitiously, in an adventitious manner, adventitiously. Adventism, the Adventist Christian movement founded by William Miller in 19th century United States. Adventist, one who believes in the second advent, usually known as the second coming of Jesus, an advocate of Adventism. Adventists, plural of Adventists. Adventitia, the outermost layer of epithelial tissue encasing a visceral organ. Adventitial, alternative form of adventitious. Adventitially, alternative form of adventitiously. Adventitious, plural of adventitia. Adventition, the action or fact of occurring adventitiously, extrinsic addition or influence, accidental or incidental occurrence. Adventitions, plural of adventition, adventitious, from an external source, not innate or inherent foreign. Adventitiously, in an adventitious manner, sporadically. Adventitiousness, the degree to which a thing is adventitious. Adventive, accidental. Adventively, in an adventive manner. Adventives, plural of adventive. Adventral, extending along a venter protuberance. Advents, plural of advent. Adventual, relating to the advent. Adventure, a feeling of desire for new and exciting things. Adventure education, the use of cooperative games, trust activities, problem-solving initiatives, high adventure activities, and wilderness expeditions as a means of helping individuals, families, groups, communities, and organizations engage in a change or growth process. Adventure game, a computer or video game of the genre characterized by investigation, exploration, puzzle solving, interaction with game characters, and a focus on narrative rather than reflex-based challenges. Adventure games, plural of adventure game. Adventure playground, a set of outdoor play equipment such as slides, monkey bars, etc. for children. Adventure playgrounds, plural of adventure playground. Adventure sport, synonym of extreme sport. Adventure therapy, the use of adventure-based activities to provide people with emotional and/or behavioral problems with experiences that lead to positive change in their lives. Adventure tourism, synonym of adventure travel. Adventure travel, a type of tourism involving exploration or travel with a certain degree of risk, real or perceived, and which may require special skills and physical exertion. Adventurication, a vacation that focuses on experiencing new places and activities, often involving outdoor adventures and unique experiences rather than just relaxation. Adventurications, plural of adventurication. Adventure, simple past and past participle of adventure. Adventurum, collectively, all adventure stories. Adventureful, adventurous. Adventureless, without adventure, uneventful. Adventurelessness, lack of adventure. Adventurement, adventure. Adventurements, plural of adventurement. Adventurer, one who enjoys adventures. Adventurous, alternative form of adventuress. Adventuresses, plural of adventurous. Adventurers, plural of adventurer. Adventurership, the state or condition of an adventurer. Adventures, plural of adventure. Adventuresome, characterized or marked by adventure. Adventuresomely, in an adventuresome manner. Adventuresomeness, the state or quality of being adventuresome. Adventuress, a female adventurer, a woman who seeks adventure. Adventuresses, plural of adventuress. Adventurous, second person singular simple present indicative of adventure. Adventurer, third person singular simple present indicative of adventure. Adventuring, alternative form of aventurine. Adventurines, plural of adventurine. Adventuring, present participle and gerund of adventure. Adventurings, plural of adventuring. Adventurish, somewhat connected with or indicative of adventure or adventurism. Adventurism, the behavior of an adventurer, risk-taking. Adventurisms, plural of adventurism. Adventurist, someone who is into adventurism. Adventuristic, relating to or exhibiting adventurism. Adventurists, plural of adventurists. Adventurize, to make into an adventure, to give adventurous characteristics to. Adventurized. Simple past and past participle of adventurize. Adventurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adventurize. Adventurizing. Present participle and gerund of adventurize. Adventurous. Inclined to adventure. Willing to take risks. Prone to embark on hazardous enterprises. Daring. Adventurous sport. Synonym of extreme sport. Adventurously. In an adventurous manner. Adventurousness. The quality of being adventurous. Adventury. Adventure-like. Adventus Saxonum. The arrival en masse of Germanic settlers or invaders in Britain in the 5th, 6th centuries CE. Adver. Abbreviation of advertising. Adver. A word that modifies a verb, adjective, other adverbs, or various other types of words, phrases, or clauses. Adverb phrase. An adverbial phrase. Adverb phrases. Plural of adverb phrase, alternate name for adverbial phrases. Adverbal. Bare form of adverbial. Adverbative. Functioning as an adverb, adverbial. Adverbad. Simple past and past participle of adver. Adverbhood. The property being adver. Adverbial. Of or relating to an adverb. Adverbial accusative. In some languages, such as Ancient Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, German, Arabic, the use of a noun or adjective in the accusative case as an adverb. Adverbial accusatives. Plural of adverbial accusative. Adverbial case. A noun case in the Abkhaz, Georgian, and Udmurt languages. Adverbial cases. Plural of adverbial case. Adverbial clause. A subordinate clause that functions like an adverb within a main clause. Adverbial clauses. Plural of adverbial clause. Adverbial genitive. A noun declined in the genitive case that functions as an adverb. Adverbial genitives. Plural of adverbial genitive. Adverbial number. A word that expresses a countable number of times, an adverbial numeral. Adverbial numbers. Plural of adverbial number. Adverbial of time. Synonym of time, adverbial. Adverbial participle. A participle that modifies a verb in the same sentence and is equivalent to an adverbial clause in English. Adverbial participles may denote time, condition, cause, concession, manner, means, purpose, or attendant circumstance. Adverbial participles. Plural of adverbial participle. Adverbial particle. The adverbial component of a phrasal verb. A word, typically a short one, which functions as an adverb accompanying and qualifying the verb component of a phrasal verb. Adverbial particles. Plural of adverbial particle. Adverbial phrase. A phrase that collectively modifies a verb, adjective, another adverb, or a prepositional phrase. Adverbial phrases. Plural of adverbial phrase. Adverbialization. Alternative form of adverbialization. Adverbializations. Plural of adverbialization. Adverbialize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of adverbialize. Adverbialize. Simple past and past participle of adverbialize. Adverbializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adverbialize. Adverbializing. Present participle and gerund of adverbialize. Adverbialism. The view that perceptions do not have objects. So, for example, one senses readily rather than being aware of a read sense datum. Adverbialist. An advocate of adverbialism. Adverbialists. Plural of adverbialists. Adverbiality. The condition of having characteristics of an adverb. Adverbialization. A process of rendering adverbial of adverbializing. Adverbializations. Plural of adverbialization. Adverbialize. To use as or change into an adverb. Adverbialize. Simple past and past participle of adverbialize. Adverbializer. A morpheme, particle, etc. that converts a word into an adverb. Adverbializers. Plural of adverbializer. Adverbializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adverbialize. Adverbializing. Present participle and gerund of adverbialize. Adverbially. As, or in the manner of an adverb. Adverbialness. Adverbiality. Adverbials. Plural of adverbial. Adverbials of time. Plural of adverbial of time. Adverify. To convert a word that is not an adverb into an adverb. Adverbing. Present participle and gerund of adverb. Adverbize. To use any word that is not or had not been an adverb, especially an adjective as if it were an adverb. Adverbizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adverbize. Adverbiz. To convert to an adverb. Adverbized. Simple past and past participle of adverbiz. Adverbizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of adverbiz. Adverbizing. Present participle and gerund of adverbiz. Adverbless. Without an adverb or adverbs. Adverb-like. Resembling or characteristic of an adverb. Adverophobia. An excessive aversion to the use of adverbs, especially in writing literature. Adverbs. Plural of adver. Advergame. A computer game published by an advertiser in order to promote a product or service. Advergames. Plural of advergame. Advergaming. The creation or playing of advergames. Advergence. The evolution of a mimic to resemble its model more closely. Advermation. Useful information within an advertisement. Adversaying. A hamlet in Billingshurst Parish, Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 0723. Advocent. Opposed, adverse. Adversaria. Originally, a book of accounts, so named from the placing of debt and credit in opposition to each other. Adversarial. Characteristic of or in the manner of an adversary, combative, hostile, opposed. Adversarial collaboration. Any of a class of study designs in which scientists with conflicting theories work together with others who are neutral or agnostic about those theories, and this team runs an experiment to test the theories empirically and thus find out whether one of the theories is contradicted by the evidence found. Adversarial collaborations. Plural of adversarial collaboration. Adversarial stylometry. The practice of altering writing style to thwart efforts to identify the author or their characteristics. Adversarial system. A system of law in which advocates represent the prosecution and the defense, and an impartial person, judge or people jury, determine the truth of the matter. Adversarial systems. Plural of adversarial system. Adversariality. The quality of the adversarial. Adversarially. In an adversarial way. Adversarialness. The quality of the adversarial. Adversaries. Plural of adversary. Adversariness. Quality of being adversary. Adversarious. Hostile. Adversarial. Adversary. The devil, Satan. Adversative. Expressing opposition or difference. Adversatively. In an adversative manner. Adversativeness. Quality of being adversative. Adversatives. Plural of adversative. Adversativity. Adversativeness. Adverse. Unfavorable and antagonistic in purpose or effect. Hostile. Actively opposing one's interests or wishes. Contrary to one's welfare. Acting against. Working in an opposing direction. Adverse effect. A side effect with negative deleterious consequences rather than positive beneficial ones, especially such an effect in pharmacology. Adverse effects. Plural of adverse effect. Adverse event. Any occurrence that has any negative deleterious influence in any degree from mild to severe. Adverse events. Plural of adverse event. Adverse impact. The rejection for employment, placement, or promotion of a significantly higher percentage of a protected class when compared with a non-protected class. Adverse impacts. Plural of adverse impact. Adverse interests. Something contrary to the interests of a party to a lawsuit. Adverse interest rule. The presumption that the failure of a party to produce a witness available to them indicates that the testimony of that witness would go against the party. Adverse interests. Plural of adverse interests. Adverse parties. Plural of adverse party. Adverse party. The opposing party in a lawsuit under an adversary system of law. Adversary. Adverse possession. A means of acquiring title to another's real property without compensation by occupying the property in a manner that has under common law the requirements of being actual, open and notorious, exclusive, hostile, under cover of claim or right, and continuous for a certain number of years. Adverse possessions. Plural of adverse possession. Adverse selection. The process by which the price and quantity of goods or services in a given market is altered due to one party having information that the other party cannot have at reasonable cost. Adverse witness. A hostile witness. Adverse witnesses. Plural of adverse witness. Adverse yaw. The phenomenon whereby rolling an aircraft to start a turn in one direction increases the drag on the upgoing wing on the outside of the turn, creating a tendency, especially at low airspeed and high angle of attack, for the aircraft to yaw out of the turn and instead begin to turn in the direction opposite that desired. Adversely. In an adverse manner. Adversely possessed. To take ownership of property through the doctrine of adverse possession. Adversely possessed. Simple past and past participle of adversely possess. Adversely possesses. Third person singular simple present indicative of adversely possess. Adversely possessing. Present participle and gerund of adversely possess. Adverseness. The state or quality of being adverse or opposed. Adversenesses. Plural of adverseness. Adverser. Comparative form of adverse, more adverse. Adversest. Superlative form of adverse, most adverse. Adversifoliate. Having leaves placed opposite each other on a stem. Adversifolious. Synonym of adversifoliate. Adverian. A tendency or wish to avoid someone or something. Adversities, plural of adversity. Adversity, the state of adverse conditions, state of misfortune or calamity. Adversaire, opposite, contrary. Adver, an advertisement, an ad. Advertisement, a form of communication that combines the elements of advertising and entertainment. Advertisements, plural of advertainment. Advertecture, large advertising painted on the walls of buildings. Averted, simple past and past participle of advert. Advertence, the quality of the aversion. Advertences, plural of advertence. Advertencies, plural of advertency. Advertency, the quality of the aversion. Advertent, attentive. Advertently, intentionally, on purpose, purposely. Advertise, the specialist vocabulary of the advertising industry. Adverticle, an advertisement masquerading as an actual news or feature article in a newspaper or magazine. Adverticles, plural of adverticle. Adverting, present participle and gerund of advert. Advertique, any antique promotional gift item. Advertiques, plural of advertique. Advertisable, suitable for being advertised. Advertise, to give especially public notice of something, to announce publicly. Advertise, simple past and past participle of advertise. Advertisee, one who views or reads an advertisement, the target of advertising. Advertisees, plural of advertisee. Advertisement, a commercial solicitation designed to sell some commodity, service, or similar. Advertisement-like, resembling or characteristic of an advertisement. Advertisements, plural of advertisement. Advertiser, one who advertises. Advertisers, plural of advertiser. Advertises, third person singular simple present indicative of advertise. Advertises, second person singular simple present indicative of advertise. Advertises, third person singular simple present indicative of advertise. Advertisee, tending to advertise something promotional. Advertising, communication whose purpose is to influence potential customers about products and services. Advertising agencies, plural of advertising agency. Advertising agency, a business enterprise dedicated to creating, planning, and handling advertising on behalf of its client companies. Advertising mail, mail that is directly sent to recipients to advertise goods and services. Advertisinges, the jargon used in advertising. Advertisings, plural of advertising. Advertisable, alternative spelling of advertisable. Advertise, alternative spelling of advertise. Advertise, simple past and past participle of advertise. Advertisement, alternative spelling of advertisement. Advertisements, plural of advertisement. Advertiser, one who advertises. Advertisers, plural of advertiser. Advertises, third person singular simple present indicative of advertise. Advertising, present participle and gerund of advertise. Editorial, an advertisement written in the form of an objective editorial presented in a printed publication and usually designed to look like a legitimate and independent news article. Editorials, plural of advertorial. Adverts, plural of advert. Advesperate, to draw towards evening. Advesperated, simple past and past participle of advesperate. Advesperates, third person singular simple present indicative of advesperate. Advesperating, present participle and gerund of advesperate. Advesperation, the approach of evening. Advesperations, plural of advesperation. Advice, an opinion offered to guide behavior in an effort to be helpful. Advice and consent, in enacting formulae of bills and in other legal or constitutional contexts, the situation where a weak executive branch of a government enacts something previously approved of by the legislative branch, or where the legislative branch concurs and approves something previously enacted by a strong executive branch. Advice animal, alternative letter case form of advice animal. Advice animal, a photograph of an animal or human caption with quotations typical of a stereotype or stock character, and where the background of the original image is often replaced with a color wheel. Advice animals, plural of advice animal. Advice animals, plural of advice animal. Advice boat, a swift boat used to carry messages, a dispatch boat. Advice boats, plural of advice boat. Advice column, a newspaper feature in which questions typically from anonymous readers who seek advice are answered by an advice columnist or agony aunt. Advice columnist, someone who regularly writes for the advice column of a newspaper. Advice columnists, plural of advice columnists. Advice columns, plural of advice column. Advice of delivery, synonym of delivery receipt. Adviseful, attentive, watchful. Adviseless, lacking advice. Advice-a-line, a telephone service offering advice, a helpline. Advice-a-lines, plural of advice-a-line. Advices, plural of advice. Advices of delivery, plural of advice of delivery. Adview, obsolete form of aview. Adviewed, simple past and past participle of adview. Adviewing, present participle and gerund of adview. Adviews, third person singular simple present indicative of adview. Advil, a brand name for ibuprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Advilin, a gelsolin that regulates the morphogenesis of neurons. Advils, plural of Advil. Advincula, a surname from Spanish. Advinculus, plural of advincula. Advisabilities, plural of advisability. Advisability, the quality of being advisable or prudent. Advisable, worthy of being recommended, desirable. Advisableness, synonym of advisability. Advisably, wisely, in an advisable manner. Advisal, the act of advising. Advisals, plural of advisal. Advisatory, advisory. Advise, to give advice to offer an opinion to, as worthy or expedient to be followed. Advisable, alternative spelling of advisable. Advised, considered or thought out, resulting from deliberation. Advisedly, with intentionality and deliberately, usually also with the connotation of due consideration and wise choosing. Advisedness, the state or quality of being advised of being done or used advisedly. Advisedst, second person singular simple past indicative of advise. Advisee, someone who receives advice. Advisees, plural of advisee. Advisement, consideration or deliberation. Advisements, plural of advisement. Adviser, one who advises. Advisoress, alternative form of advisoress. Advisors, plural of advisor. Advisorship, the status or office of an advisor. Advisorships, plural of advisorship. Advises, third person singular simple present indicative of advise. Advisest, second person singular simple present indicative of advise. Adviseth, third person singular simple present indicative of advise. Advising, present participle and gerund of advise. Advisingly, so as to advise. Advisings, plural of advising. Adviseth, advisory in tone and content. Adviso, an advisory, information, advice, intelligence. Advisos, plural of adviso. Advisor, one who offers advice. Advisoress, a female advisor. Advisoresses, plural of advisoress. Advisories, plural of advisory. Advisorally, way of advice. Advisors, plural of advisor. Advisorship, the state or role of an advisor. Advisorships, plural of advisorship. Advisory, able to give advice. Advisory letter, a formal written document that provides guidance or recommendations on a specific topic. Advisory letters, plural of advisory letter. Advisory opinion, an opinion issued by a court that does not have the effect of resolving a specific legal case, but merely advises on the constitutionality or interpretation of a law. Advisory opinions, plural of advisory opinion. Advisos, plural of adviso. Advise, obsolete spelling of advise. Advocaat, a Dutch liqueur made of egg yolks, sugar, and strong liquor, typically brandy. Advocats, plural of advocate. Advocacies, plural of advocacy. Advocacy, the profession of an advocate. Advocacy group, a group of people, always allied and sometimes also formally organized, who use various forms of advocacy to influence public opinion and policy. Advocacy groups, plural of advocacy group. Advocacy planning, a style of urban planning that seeks to represent the interests of various groups within society. Advocacy research, research carried out to support a specific person or group, rather than in an objective and neutral manner. Advocate, alternative form of advocate egg liqueur. Advocate, someone whose job is to speak for someone's case in a court of law, a counsel. Advocate general, a senior law officer advising a government. Advocated, simple past and past participle of advocate. Advocator, alternative form of advocator. Advocators, plural of advocator. Advocates, plural of advocate. Advocateship, the office or function of an advocate. Advocacy. Advocateships, plural of advocateship. Advocatas, a female advocate. Advocatesses, plural of advocatas. Advocateth, third-person singular simple present indicative of advocate. Advocating, present participle and gerund of advocate. Advocation, advocacy, the act of advocating or pleading. Advocational, relating to or characterized by advocacy or advocation. Advocationally, by means of advocacy. Advocations, plural of advocation. Advocative, related to advocation. Advocator, one who advocates, an advocate. Advocators, plural of advocator. Advocatory, characteristic of an advocate. Advocatress, a female advocate. Advocatresses, plural of advocatress. Advocatress, a female advocate. Advocatrices, plural of advocatress. Advocatrix, a female advocate, especially as a title of Mary, Mother of Jesus. Adduct, to summon or call to a higher tribunal. Adduct, simple past and past participle of advoc. Adducts, third person singular simple present indicative of advoc. Advoking, present participle and gerund of advoc. Adolute, having or being a mollusk spiral shell in which the whorls touch along a line but do not overlap. Advolution, a rolling towards something, goal orientation. Advolutions, plural of advolution. Adulta, an adulterer. Adulteress, plural of adultera. Adulteress, an adulteress. Adulteresses, plural of adulteress. Adulteries, plural of adultery. Adultery, adultery. Advoway, one who has an advulsion. Advoways, plural of advowy. Adverer, a protector, especially a patron saint. Adverers, plural of adverer. Adveries, plural of advery. Advery, alternative form of avowary. Advolhen, the right to present a nominee to a vacant ecclesiastical benefice or church office. Advolsenage, an advolsen. Advolsenages, plural of advolsenage. Advolsens, plural of advolsen. Advotaries, plural of advotary. Adultery, adultery. Ave, obsolete form of avoyer. Aveus, plural of adver. Advp, abbreviation of adverbial phrase. Adps, plural of adp. Av, plural of adv. Adus, plural of adv. Adif, abbreviation of advertisement. Adnoting, abbreviation of advertising. Adifs, plural of ad. Abba, initialism of assault with a deadly weapon. Adver, obsolete form of award. Adwe, simple past and past participle of Edward. Adwering, present participle and gerund of Edward. Adwords, plural of Edward. Adware, a software application that includes advertisements, which are displayed while the software is running. Developers use adware as a source of income and to keep the costs of the software down, usually making it free. Some adware programs can include spyware. Adwick, ellipsis of Adwickla Street, a large village in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5308, and the name of the local railway station. OS Grid Ref SC 5408. Adwickla Street, a large village in the metropolitan borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 5308. Advise, with regards to ads, advertisements. Advised, simple past and past participle of advise. Advises, third person singular simple present indicative of advise. Advising, present participle and gerund of advise. Adwoman, a woman working in advertising, a female admin. Adwomen, plural of adwoman. Ax, abbreviation of administrative maximum, supermax. That, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Adaigia, a republic and federal subject of southwest Russia. Official name, Republic of Adaigia. Capital, makeup. Adaigian, of or pertaining to Adagu. Adaigai, a Northwest Caucasian language spoken in the Republic of Adaigia, in the Russian Federation. Adaijik, relating to Adaijai or Adaigia. Adaigia, alternative form of Adaigia. Adaigian, of or pertaining to Adagum. Adaidia, a Northwest Caucasian language spoken in the Republic of Adaigia, in the Russian Federation. Adag, autonomous oblast. Autonomous oblast of the Soviet Union in the Russian SFSR, established on August 24, 1922 and existing until July 3, 1991, when it was elevated to the status of a republic and renamed Republic of Adaigia. A dynamandry, the quality of being self-styled. A dynamia, lack or loss of strength, usually due to a disease. A dynamias, plural of a dynamia. A dynamic, not dynamic, without strength or vigor. A dynamy, a dynania. A dynata, plural of a dynaton. A dynaton, a form of hyperbole that uses exaggeration so magnified as to express impossibility, an instance of such hyperbole. A dynatons, plural of a dynaton. A dinerigenin, a glycoside with cardiac activity found in oleander. A dirun, a particular steroid glycoside. Adipunctin, misspelling of adipunctin. A dysplasia, a severe form of dysplasia in which an organ is extremely shrunken. The innermost sanctum of a temple in which oracles are announced. Plural of aditum. Adito, pertaining to the aditus. Adidin, synonym of aditum. Adidins, plural of aditin. Adets, plural of adet. Adito, the innermost sanctuary or shrine in a temple from where oracles were given. Adedams, plural of adidum. Adedas, opening of the larynx. Ad, alternative spelling of ads. Ads ho, alternative form of ads ho. Ads hos, plural of ads ho. Ads, a cutting tool that has a curved blade set at a right angle to the handle and is used in shaping wood. Ads ho, a strong, heavy hoe traditionally used in trail making. Ads hos, plural of ads ho. Adzai hammer, a type of hammer having an extended eye. Adzai hammers, plural of adzai hammer. Adtebel, either of two bird species of the extinct family Aptornithy, once endemic to New Zealand. Adadals, plural of adzebel. Ad is simple past and past participle of ads. Ads like, resembling or characteristic of an ads. Adur, a worker who uses an ads. Adura, an oceanic Austronesian language spoken in Moro Province, Papua New Guinea. Aderma, synonym of Zarma. Adars, plural of adzur. Adat, plural of ads, then ads. Adar, synonym of ajaran. Ajira, alternative spelling of ajara. Ajaria, alternative spelling of ajara. Ajars, plural of ajar. Ajeta, alternative spelling of ajika. Adung, present participle and gerund of ads. Adux, alternative form of gadzux. Adugi, either the plant or the seed of the azugi bean. Adugi bean, alternative spelling of azuki bean. Adugi beans, plural of azuki bean. Adugis, plural of azuki. Adequacies, plural of adequacy. Adequacy, obsolete spelling of adequacy. Adequate, archaic spelling of adequate. Adequately, archaic form of adequately. Ad Yemen, a province of Turkey. Initialism of American English. A village in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, some distance north of Dumfries OS grid ref NX 9889. Ad, alternative form of letter 1E3. A star of spectral type that shows emission lines in its spectrum. A stars, plural of a star. Initialism of Association of European Airlines. Eze, a descendant of King Iacchus. Eathas, a king of the island of Aegina in the Saronic Gulf, one of the 3 judges in Hades. The mythical island said to be the home of Circe. Of or relating to the mythical island of Ea. A female given name. Initialism of as early as possible. Initialism of automatic emergency brake or autonomous emergency brake, a device in a car that brakes then slows a car if the system believes a crash is imminent. Initialism of as evidenced by. Plural of AEB. Initialism of United States Atomic Energy Commission. Ichmea, any member of the genus Ichmea of bromeliaceous plants. Ichmeas, plural of Ichmea. Plural of Isium. Isel, of, pertaining to, or resembling an Isium. Isida, plural of Isidium. Isael, or relating to the Isidium. Iseaspar, Iseaspar. Iseaspars, plural of Isidiaspor. Isidium, the cupulate fruiting body borne upon the mycelium of certain fungi commonly parasitic upon specimens of the Compositae, Lamiaceae, Leguminosae, and Ranunculiaceae families. Isidiums, plural of Isidium. Iseaspar, a binucleate spore of a rust fungus formed in a chain-like series in an Isium. Iseaspars, plural of Iseaspor. a cup-like fruiting structure of some parasitic rust fungi that contains chains of esiospores. Eoms, plural of esim. Egot, initialism of acute exacerbation of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Initialism of anti-epileptic drug. Ruad, the High King of Ireland who ruled in rotation with his cousins Tithorba and Sinbeath, each ruling for 7 years in turn. Edambal, relating to the Edigus. Edidai, plural of Edigus. Edigavelseller, Edigel and Valseller. Edingus, a copulatory organ of some male insects. Ads, a mosquito, specifically a mosquito of the genus Aedes. Edicula, a painted framed niche giving the appearance of death. Ediculi, plural of edicula. Edicular, of or relating to an edicula. Edicu, a small house or room. Edicules, plural of edicule. Edificicnia, evidence of organisms building structures outside of the infaunal realm, such as termite mounds or wasp nests. Edile, an elected official who was responsible for the maintenance of public buildings, regulation of festivals, supervision of markets, and the supply of grain and water. Ediles, plural of edile. Edileship, the opposite of an edile. Edileships, plural of edileship. Edilities, plural of edility. Edility, the office of an elected official responsible for festivals and the maintenance of public buildings. In relating to or characteristic of mosquitoes of the genus Aedes. Edo, a surname from Spanish. Edo, relating to genitalia. Plural of AED. Initialism of Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Initialism of Australian Eastern Daylight Time. A Gallic tribe of Gallia-Loginensis whose chief town was by A abbreviation of aeronautical engineer. Initialism of Amalgamated Engineering and Electrical Union, a British trade union founded in 1992 and merged with the MSF to form Amicus in 2001. Initialism of American Expeditionary Forces. Initialism of adverse events following inoculation. Plural of Efi. Egadian Islands. Alternative spelling of Egadian Islands. Egadian Islands. Alternative name for the Egadi Islands. Alternative form of Aegean. Evan Sea. Alternative spelling of Aegean Sea. A moon of Saturn. Egadian, or relating to Aegean in Greek mythology. Aegagris, the wild goat capra aegagris. Aegets, the Aelans. Ede. Synonym of Eumertalic. Even, of or relating to the Aegean Sea or the regions bordering it. Aegean cat. A short-tired domestic cat originating from the Cyclades. Aegean cats, plural of Aegean cat. Aegean Islands, a group of islands in the Aegean Sea. Aegean Sea, a sea in the northeastern part of the Mediterranean. Irana. The quality or characteristic of being Aegean. Aegeans, plural of Aegean breed of domestic cat. Ida, a male given name from Old English. Aegemolf, a male given name from Old English. Ida, Aegean Sea, Aegean. Ayer, absent and excused from one's classes due to illness. Ede, any of the cluing metamephalia Aegeidi. Aegeids, plural of Aegeid. Aegerite. Alternative form of Aegerite. Aegerolacin, any of a group of hemolytic proteins, many of which possess antitumoral, antiproliferative, and antibacterial properties. Aegerolacins, plural of aegerolacin. Agers, plural of ager. Aedes, a character in the founding myth of Athens. Aegigrain, the decorative carved head of a ram or goat. Aegigrains, plural of aegicrane. Aeda, any of the of those in the family Aegi. Aedides, plural of Aegis. Aedides, a male given name from ancient Greek of historical usage. Aedids, plural of Aegid. Aegileps, an ulcer or fistula in the inner angle of the eye. Aegialopsis, plural of Aegileps. Aegina, a nymph of the island that bears her name. Aeginetan, of or relating to Aegina. Aeginetans, plural of Aeginetan. Aeginetic, of or relating to the ancient Greek civilization of the island of Aegina. Aegipan, a goat-like creature resembling a satyr, sometimes portrayed as having a fish's tail. Aegipans, plural of Aegipan. Aegipans, plural of Aegipan. Egypt, obsolete spelling of Egypt. Egyptian, obsolete spelling of Egyptian. Egyptians, plural of Egyptian. Aegir, a moon of Saturn. Aegerinogite, alternative form of Aegerinogite. Aedrine, a mineral with monoclinic crystals with a chemical formula Na-Fe3C2O belonging to the pyrozine group. Aegerinogite, synonym of Aegerite. Aegerines, plural of Aegerine. Aegerinic, of or relating to the mineral aegerine. Aegerize, aegerine. Aegerites, plural of aegerite. Aegerite, synonym of aegerinic. Aegers, plural of aegir. Aedes, acronym of autonomous exploration for gathering increased science. Aedes, a mythological shield associated with the Greek deities Zeus and Athena and their Roman counterparts Jupiter and Minerva, shown as a short cloak made of goat skin worn on the shoulders, more as an emblem of power and protection than a military shield. The aegis of Athena or Minerva is usually shown with a border of snakes and with the head of Medusa in the center. Aegis-class cruiser, a cruiser equipped with sophisticated defenses against missile and air attack. Aegis-class cruisers, plural of Aegis-class cruiser. Aegis cruiser, an Aegis-class cruiser. Aegis cruisers, plural of Aegis cruiser. Aegisthus, plural of Aegis. Aegisthus, the murderer of Agamemnon and lover of his wife Clytemnestra. Hera, the goddess/personification of good health and the glow of health, one of the daughters of Asclepius. Elid, any crustacean in the family Elidae. Elids, plural of eaglid. Elod, obsolete form of eclogue. Elods, plural of eagla. Evlai, any crustacean of the superfamily family Ebloidia. Ebloids, plural of ebloid. Enophony, alternative form of egophony. Egoromantic, experiencing romantic interest disconnected from oneself and / or without an active desire for partnered romance. Egosexual, euphemistic form of autochoresexual. Aegispotami, a small river issuing into the Hellespont, northeast of Sestos, whose mouth was the scene of the decisive battle in 405 BC in which Lysander destroyed the Athenian fleet, ending the Peloponnesian War. Aegispotamos, alternative form of Aegispotami. Aegathalid, any member of the Aegathalidae. Agathalids, plural of Aegathalid. Agrif, the character of young Griff from his Song of Ice and Fire novel series. Agritude, obsolete form of agritude. Egrotant, alternative form of egrotat. Egrotat, a certificate indicating that a student is ill, excusing attendance at lectures and examinations and allowing courses to be passed without finishing the work. Egrotats, plural of egrotat. Ida, cuteness, adorableness, charm. Idvi, any vulture of a subfamily Egypini. Idivins, plural of Egypting. Egypi, relating to or characteristic of vultures. Egyptianellosis, infection with Egyptianella bacteria. Egypte, any of a group of proteins present in the salivary gland of the mosquito Aedes aegypti. Egyptins, plural of Egyptin. Egyptism, viral infection via the mosquito Aedes aegypti. Egyptococid, any extinct crocodiliform of the family Egyptococidae. Egyptocids, plural of Egyptococid. Aegyptus, a king of Egypt in Greek mythology. Aegri, alternative form of Aegirine. Aegirines, plural of Aegirine. Initialism of American Enterprise Institute. A is initialism of alcohol, epilepsy, insulin, overdose, underdose / uremia, trauma, infection, psychiatric, stroke / shock. Reasons why a patient may have an altered mental state. A language of Papua New Guinea. L, grandfather, forefather, ancestor. Elida, a female given name from Russian. Eladican, alternative form of Eolodican. Aelotropic, alternative spelling of aelotropic. Else, plural of ale. Aurelline, any spider in the tribe Aurelini. Aurelines, plural of Aurelline. Ailero, alternative form of Ailero. Ailerophile, alternative form of ailerophile. Ailerophile, alternative spelling of ailerophile. Ailerophiles, plural of ailerophile. Ailerophils, plural of ailerophile. Aileropho, alternative spelling of ailerophobe. Ailerophobes, plural of aileropho. Ailerophobia, alternative spelling of ailerophobia. Initialism of anion exchange membrane. Emilian Way. The Via Emilia, a Roman road running from Rimini to Piacenza. Plural of AEM. An advanced ENT with extra specialized training and certification with some of the practices and capacities usually afforded only to a paramedic such as EKG and Roman 4. Plural of ENT. Emulation, archaic spelling of emulation. Emu, obsolete form of emulate to emulate. Emule. Simple past and past participle of emu. Emules. Third person singular simple present indicative of emu. Emule. Present participle and gerund of emu. Ena. A fair or fair-like assembly in ancient Ireland. Enas. Plural of Enoch. Anas. A Trojan hero and the legendary ancestor of Romans. Aeneid, a classic epic poem written in Latin by Virgil in the 1st century BC between 29 and 19 BCE that tells the legendary story of Aeneas leaving Troy and settling in Italy as ancestor of the Romans. Aeneids, plural of Aene. Aeolithe, alternative form of Neolithic. Anas, bronze-colored. Idas, a kind of freshwater catfish, the bronze corridors Aeneas. Inama, a small ancient Greek district to the south of Thessaly, which it was sometimes considered part of, in central Greece. It was associated with Otea. Inanna, relating or pertaining to Enenia. Enanians, plural of Enenian. Enema, archaic form of enigma. Enemas, plural of enigma. Enigmata, plural of enigma. Enigmatite, an inosilicate mineral of sodium, iron, and titanium, forming brown to black triclinic lamellar crystals. Enigmatites, plural of enigmatite. Initialism of attachment of earnings order. Initialism of automatic exchange of information. Eoharmonica, a form of harmonium. Eoharmonicas, plural of eoharmonica. Eolis. Relating to Aeolus, the Greek god of wind. Aeolian attachment, a device that can be attached to a pianoforte to prolong the vibrations, increase the volume of sound, etc. by forcing a stream of air upon the strings. Aeolian attachments, plural of Aeolian attachment. Aeolian hept, an open box over which strings are stretched that sound when the wind passes over them. Aeolian harps, plural of Aeolian harp. Aeolian islands, synonym of Lipari Islands. Aeolian mode, a mode whose scale is the same as a natural minor scale with the interval pattern. Aeolian, a rock formed from dune sand, often calcareous. Aeolianates, plural of Aeolianate. Aeolianate, are relating to Aeolianate. Aeolians, Aeolian islands. Aeola, an ancient Greek dialect spoken in Boeotia, Thessalia, Asia Minor, and the island of Lesbos. Aeolic Greek, the dialect group of ancient Greek spoken in Thessaly, Boeotia, and Aeolia and on the island of Lesbos, most closely related to Archidocypriot and contributing some forms to Epic Greek, the language of Sappho and Alcaeus of Mytilene. Aelith, a sea slug of the suborder Aelidina. Aelidation, a sea slug of the suborder Aelidacea. Aelidations, plural of aelidation. Ele, any nutrient of phallidaility. Ele, plural of aelide. Elidis, plural of aele. Awene, an early type of harmonica with metal plates enclosing free reeds. Aowenes, plural of aelina. Aowe, a string stop on an organ with a very soft tone. Awehao, a steam engine powered by rocket propulsion due to escaping steam, consisting of a pressure vessel mounted on a bearing, with one or more tubes which exhaust steam tangentially to the rotation axis, so as to create rotation. Aewehaus, plural of eolipile. Ewehel, alternative form of eolipile. Ewehels, plural of eolipile. Eoes, an area of ancient Greece that comprised the west and northwestern region of Asia Minor, mostly along the coast, and also several offshore islands, particularly Lesbos, where the Aeolian Greek city-states were located. Ealismand, Ealismand, Eoisa, the use of the Aeolic language or its syntactic structures. Aeolisans, plural of Aeolism. Aeolis, a pompous person pretending to have inspiration or spiritual insight. Aeoise, pertaining to superfluous rhetorical flourishes, long-winded, bombastic. Aeolists, plural of aeolists. Aeolo, in continuous change. Aeoliticon, an obsolete keyed wind instrument resembling the harmonium, its tone produced from steel springs. Aeolodian, synonym of aeolodicon. Aeolomlodicon, an obsolete musical instrument derived from the aeolodicon but having brass tubes affixed to the reeds, making it more like an organ. Aeolophantalon, an obsolete musical instrument combining the aeolomlodicon with a piano, allowing them to be played separately or together. Aeosaurian, any extinct titanosaur of the clade Aeolosaurini. Aeolosaurians, plural of Aeolosaurian. Aeolosauri, any extinct titanosaur of the genus Aeolosaurus. Aeolosaurids, plural of Aeolosauri. Aeolaphidae, any of the thrips in the family Aeolaphidae. Aeolaphids, plural of Aeolapid. Aeolotaphe, pertaining to aeolotropy of a body or substance having physical properties, for example electric conductivity, refractive index that depend on the direction in which they are measured. Aeolacropism, aeolotropy. Aeolotropy, the phenomenon whereby the physical properties, for example electric conductivity, refractive index of a body depend on the direction in which they are measured. Aeolsplavy, a modification of the aeolodicon having wooden reeds or springs, a pedal which triggered a set of bellows, one for each note, and produced a soft and ethereal sound. Aeolsplavirs, plural of Aeolsplavir. Aeolus, the name of a number of characters in Greek mythology, including the founder of the Aeolian race and a god with power over wind. Alternative, letter case form of Aeon. Alternative form of Yenial. Ionia, alternative spelling of Ianian. Ione, alternative spelling of Ionic. Ire, synonym of a laterite. Iomia, any member of the genus Ionium of succulent, subtropical plants with rosette leaves on a basal stem, mostly native to the Canary Islands. Iomians, plural of Ionium. Analogy, the de city of Ens. Ens, plural of Aeon. Plural of Aeo. Epiceratine, any member of the subfamily Epiceratini, including the extant impala and related extinct species. Epiornis, an elephant bird of the genus Epiornis. Epiorneses, plural of Epiornis. Epiornihid, any member of Epiorniidae. Epiorniids, plural of Epiornithe. Equais, the case conveying inequality with another noun, equivalent to like or as in English. This case is used in some languages like Inuktitut. Equator, obsolete form of equator. Equators, plural of equator. Ifoan, pertaining or relating to that ancient people who resided in Italy. Efoens, plural of equian. Equihemiferous, having basidia maturing all over the surface of each lamella at once, not leaving patches of less matured spores. Equorial, marine, oceanic. Equoria, any pelagic hydrozoan of the genus Equoria. Equorians, plural of equorian. Equorin, a photoprotein isolated from luminescent jellyfish and other marine organisms, composed of two distinct units, the apoprotein apocorin and prosthetic group coelenterasine. Equorins, plural of equorin. A language of Pakistan. Provocalic form of arrow. Dated form of air. Obsolete form of era. A system allowing airplane pilots to communicate with flight control staff on the ground. Aereos, plural of radio. Aeraria, plural of aerarium. Aeraria, and aerarius, the lowest class of citizen in ancient Rome. Aerarians, plural of aerarian. Aerario, the state treasury of ancient Rome. Aris, plural of era. Aeratable, capable of being aerated. Erased, to supply with oxygen or air. Aerated, simple past and past participle of aerate. Aerated bread, bread which has been raised by charging the dough with carbon dioxide instead of raising by fermentation. Aerated breads, plural of aerated bread. Aerates, third person singular simple present indicative of aerate. Aerating, present participle and gerund of aerate. Aeration, the process by which air is circulated through or mixed with a substance such as soil or a liquid. Aeration, dated form of aeration. Aeration zone, a portion of the lithosphere in which the functional interstices of permeable rock or earth are not filled by water under hydrostatic pressure. Aeration zones, plural of aeration zone. Aerational, of or relating to aeration. Aerations, plural of aeration. Aerations, plural of aeration. Aerator, a device which mixes air with a substance, particularly soil or a liquid. Aerators, plural of aerator. Aerole, relating to the transmission of energy via pressurized air. Aerochym, dated form of aeronchima. Aerochima, a spondy, airy tissue found especially in the roots of aquatic plants. Aeronchimy, plural of aeronchima. Aeronchimal, relating to aeronchima. Aeronchimus, plural of aeronchima. Aeronchimatic, relating to an aeronchima. Aeronchimatus, relating to an aeronchima. Aeronchime, alternative form of aeronchima. Aeronchimus, having unusually large cells and thus air spaces. Arenia, a female given name. Areas, resembling or consisting of air. Ariel, living or taking place in the air. Ariel, dated form of aerial. Aerial cableway, a large assortment of cables suspended above the ground at a mine site or quarry used to transport tools and equipment over rough territory. Aerial cableways, plural of aerial cableway. Aerial camera, a camera that is placed on an aircraft or anything else that goes into the sky, used to get a bird's eye view of locations. Aerial cameras, plural of aerial camera. Aerial device, an aerial work platform. Aerial devices, plural of aerial device. Aerial ladder, a mechanically extendable ladder mounted to a fire engine. Aerial ladders, plural of aerial ladder. Aerial lift, a transport system that moves cabins, cars, gondolas, or open chairs above the ground by means of one or more cables strung between supporting towers. Aerial lifts, plural of aerial lift. Aerial park, a park or other premises where people can take part in ziplining and similar activities. Aerial parks, plural of aerial park. Aerial perspective, synonym of atmospheric perspective. Aerial photograph, a photograph taken from an aircraft or by a drone remotely controlled from the ground. Aerial photographs, plural of aerial photograph. Aerial photography, the activity or technique of photographing the Earth's surface from an aircraft, rocket, etc. Aerial ping pong, Australian rules football. Aerial railway, a system involving an enclosed carriage suspended on a series of wires, usually attached to a steep mountain slope, used for personal transportation over normally untraversable territory. Aerial railways, plural of aerial railway. Aerial root, any adventitious root that grows from a plant stem above ground. Aerial roots, plural of aerial root. Aerial rope slide, synonym of zipline. Aerial rope slides, plural of aerial rope slide. Aerial ropeway, an arrangement of overhead cables suspended from towers and supporting traveling buckets used for transporting ore, rock, materials, and or people, usually over rough terrain. Aerial ropeways, plural of aerial ropeway. Aerial runway, synonym of zipline. Aerial runways, plural of aerial runway. Aerial ski, a freestyle skiing discipline where athletes ski down a slope to launch themselves off a kicker, a vertically inclined ramp, and perform multiple twists and flips before landing on an inclined landing hill. Aerial survey, a method of collecting information by using aerial photography or from remote sensing technology using other bands of the electromagnetic spectrum, such as infrared, gamma ray, or ultraviolet. Aerial surveying, any type of information gathering accomplished from an aerospace vehicle in flight. Aerial surveys, plural of aerial survey. Aerial synonym of cable car, a hanging carriage or car for transporting people or cargo. Aerial trams, plural of aerial tram. Aerial tramway, a type of aerial lift which uses one or two stationary ropes for support while a third moving rope provides propulsion. Aerial tramways, plural of aerial tramway. Aerial work platform, a mechanical device used to provide temporary access to areas at high levels. Aerial work platforms, plural of aerial work platform. Aerial yoga, a form of yoga in which the body is supported by a hammock slung from the ceiling. Aerialism, aerial navigation, aeronautics, aviation. Aerialist, an acrobat performing high off the ground, defying a fall to earth as on a trapeze or a tightrope. Aerialists, plural of aerialists. Aerialities, plural of aeriality. Aeriality, the state of being aerial or airy, insubstantiality. Aerialization, the process of aerializing. Aerialize, to make something aerial. Aerialize, simple past and past participle of aerialize. Aerialize is third person singular simple present indicative of aerialize. Aerializing, present participle and gerund of aerialize. Aerial, in an aerial manner. Aerialness, the state or quality of the aerial. Aerials, aerial skiing. Aerials, plural of aerial. Area, of or belonging to the atmosphere or to the air. Aerial. Area, dated form of Aryan. Archaic form of arate. Arade, past of ariate. Arates, third person singular simple present indicative of ariate. Arade, present participle and gerund of ariate. Aeration, archaic form of aeration. Alternative form of eerie. Airy, having Aries. Airy, comparative form of airy, more airy. Aries, plural of airy. Aries, superlative form of airy, most airy. Aerifaction, aeration, exposure to air. Aerifactions, plural of aerifaction. Aeriferous, that conveys air. Aerification, aeration, especially of the soil. Aerifications, plural of aerification. Aerify, simple past and past participle of aerify. Aerifier, a device for making holes in a golf course to aerate the soil. Aerifiers, plural of aerifier. Aerifies, third person singular simple present indicative of aerify. Aeriform, pertaining to air. Aeriformed, aeriform. Aerify, to mix with air. Aerifying, present participle and gerund of aerify. Aerially, in an aerial manner. Aridine, a blue mineral with monoclinic crystals Ca alpha 3Mg, Fe2COO Co12H2O, made of clay and sometimes used as pigment. Arias, pertaining to air, airy. Or pertaining to aviation. Aerobar, an extension of a bicycle's handlebars, allowing the rider to rest his or her elbows and benefit from improved aerodynamics. Aerobars, plural of aerobar. Aeroclub, alternative form of aeroclub. Aeroclubs, plural of aeroclub. Aeroengine, an aircraft engine. Aeroengines, plural of aeroengine. Air or aircraft. Dated form of aero. Aeroelastic, alternative form of aeroelastic. Aeroelasticity, alternative form of aeroelasticity. Aeroengine, alternative spelling of aeroengine. Aeroengines, plural of aeroengine. Aerohydroservoelastic, both hydroelastic and aeroservoelastic. Aerohydroservoelasticity, the condition of being aerohydroservoelastic. Aeroservoelastic, alternative form of aeroservoelastic. Aeroservoelasticity, alternative form of aeroservoelasticity. Aeroservohydroelastic, synonym of aerohydroservoelastic. Aerothermodynamic, alternative form of aerothermodynamic. Aerothermodynamics, alternative form of aerothermodynamics. Aeroacoustic, relating to aeroacoustics. Aeroacoustics, a branch of acoustics that studies noise generation via either turbulent fluid motion or aerodynamic forces interacting with surfaces. Aeroallergen, any airborne allergen such as pollen. Aeroallergenic, that functions as an aeroallergen. Aeroallergenicity, the condition of being aeroallergenic. Aeroallergens, plural of aeroallergen. Aeroallergic, describing any but allergic material. Aeroallergies, plural of aeroallergy. Aeroallergy, an allergy to an airborne allergen. Aeroantigen, an antigen present in the air. Aeroantigens, plural of aeroantigen. Aeroassisting, synonym of aerobraking. Aeroate lactoses, the partial collapse of the lung experienced by pilots in extreme circumstances. Aerobacteriology, azaeobacteria. Aerobactin, a siderophore produced by the bacterium E. coli. Aeroball, a sport somewhat like volleyball in which the players compete while on a trampoline. Aeroballistic, relating to aeroballistics. Aeroballistically, in an aeroballistic manner. Aeroballistics, the part of ballistics that deals with the interaction of high-speed projectiles with the atmosphere. Aerobar, an extension to a handlebar that allows a cyclist to adopt a more aerodynamic position when racing. Aerobars, plural of aerobar. Aerobat, one who performs aerobatics. Aerobase, to perform aerobatics. Aerobated, simple past and past participle of aerobate. Aerobates, third person singular simple present indicative of aerobate. Aerobatic, having to do with acrobatic maneuvers such as spins, twirls, and flips performed by an airplane. Aerobatically, in an aerobatic manner. Aerobatics, the practice of flying maneuvers involving aircraft attitudes that are not used in conventional passenger-carrying flights. Aerobating, present participle and gerund of aerobate. Aerobats, plural of aerobat. Aero, any organism, but especially a bacterium that can tolerate the presence of oxygen or that needs oxygen to survive. Aerobeacon, a light used to warn aircraft away from tall structures. Aerobeacons, plural of aerobeacon. Aerobes, plural of aero. Aerobia, synonym of aerobium. Aerobian, aerobic. Aerobic, living or occurring only in the presence of oxygen, for example, aerobic bacteria. Aerobical, alternative form of aerobic. Aerobically, in an aerobic manner. Aerobicize, alternative spelling of aerobicize. Aerobicize, simple past and past participle of aerobicize. Aerobicizing, present participle and gerund of aerobicize. Aerobicity, the condition of being aerobic. Aerobicize, to perform aerobics. Aerobicize, toned by the use of aerobics. Aerobicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aerobicize. Aerobicizing. Present participle and gerund of aerobicize. Aerobics, a form of exercise designed to enhance one's cardiovascular fitness normally performed to music. Aerobic wear, clothing designed to be worn while taking part in aerobics. Aerobes, aerobic microorganisms. Aerobiologic, pertaining to or characteristic of aerobiology. Aerobiological, synonym of aerobiologic. Aerobiologically, in an aerobiological way. Aerobiologists, a biologist specializing in aerobiology. Aerobiologists, plural of aerobiologists. Aerobiology, the study of the dispersion of airborne biological materials as pollen, spores, microorganisms, or viruses. Alveoli. Any organism that needs air oxygen to survive. Alveantic, relating to alveants. Alveas, plural of aerobiant. Aerobioscope, an instrument that collects the bacterial content of air. Aerobioscopes, plural of aerobioscope. Aerobiosis, plural of aerobiosis. Aerobiosis, any form of life that is sustained by the presence of air or oxygen. Abiotic, of or pertaining to aerobiosis. Abiotically, by means of aerobiosis. Aerobes, aerobic, aerobism, aerobic respiration. Aerobia, synonym of aerobe. Aeroboard, expanded polystyrene foam, such as is used in insulation. Aerobos, a form of hydroaeroplane, a flying boat. Aeroboats, plural of aeroboat. Aerobomb, a bomb dropped from an aircraft. Aerobombs, plural of aerobomb. Aerobot, an autonomous flying robot used in the context of unmanned space probes for research within planetary atmospheres. Aerobots, plural of aerobot. Aerobrake, a mechanism for aerobraking. Aerobrate, simple past of aerobrake. Aerobrakes, plural of aerobrake. Aerobraking, the use of atmospheric drag to reduce the velocity of a spacecraft, especially so as to establish a stable orbit and to reduce fuel consumption. Aerobraking, misspelling of aerobraking. Aerobridge, alternative form of airbridge, an elevated corridor connecting an airport to a plane. Aerobridges, plural of aerobridge. Aerobus, Airbus passenger airliner. Aerobuses, plural of aerobus. Aerobuses, plural of aerobus. Aerocab, synonym of aircab, a flying taxicab. Aerocabs, plural of aerocab. Aerocamera, a device for taking photographs from the air. Aerocameras, plural of aerocam. Camera. Aerocapture, a form of aerobraking in which a spacecraft uses atmospheric drag to decelerate from a hyperbolic trajectory into a closed orbit, eliminating the need for a large orbital insertion burn and requiring only small correction burns to raise the spacecraft's periapsis out of the atmosphere. Aerocapture, simple past and past participle of aerocapture. Aerocaptures, plural of aerocapture. Aerocapturing, present participle and gerund of aerocapture. Aerocar, a flying car, a flying machine which looks and functions similarly to modern cars, often described as using anti-gravity technology. Aerocars, plural of aerocar. Aerocartograph, a kind of stereoplotter. Aerocartographic, relating to aerocartography. Aerocartographs, plural of aerocartograph. Aerocartography, the making of maps based on an aerial survey of the terrain. Aerosol, an air-filled cavity. Aerosols, plural of aerosol. Aerocellular, composed of air cells. Aerocentric, focusing on the air or air travel. Aerocell, aerocellular, composed of air cells. Aerocentric, focusing on the air or air travel. Aerochemical, relating to the chemical composition of the air. Aeroclub, a flying club, an organization for aircraft pilots. Aeroclubs, plural of aeroclo. Aerocolpos, vaginal gas, air or gas trapped in the vagina. Aerocombat, a sport that combines martial arts with aerobics. Aerocommercial, relating to commercial flight. Aerocraft, an aircraft. Aerografts, plural of aerocraft. Aerocurve, a kind of early airplane with curved surfaces. Aerocurves, plural of aerocurve. Aerocycle, a one-man helicopter proposed for use by infantrymen. Aerocycles, plural of aerocycle. Aerocest, an air vesicle. Aerocystitis, inflammation of the mucous membrane of the air sac in some animals. Aerocests, plural of aerocysts. Aeroderivative, a relatively small and light gas turbine based on those used in aircraft. Aeroderivatives, plural of aeroderivative. Aerodermictasia, subcutaneous emphysema. Audiometer, the diameter of fine particles in the atmosphere. Audiometers, plural of aerodiometer. Aerodigestion, aerobic digestion. Aerodigestive, pertaining to the airway and digestive tract. Aerodome, glider aircraft. Aerodones, plural of aerodone. Aerodonetic, relating to aerodonetics. Aerodonetics, the study of the stability of aircraft in flight, especially the study of gliders. Aerodontalgia, pain in the teeth caused by changes in air pressure. Aerodontalgias, plural of aerodontalgia. Aerodontalgic, exhibiting or relating to aerodontalgia. Aerodrome, an airfield. Aerodromes, plural of aerodrome. Aerodromic, of or relating to an aerodrome. Aerodromics, the science of flying airplanes. Aeroduct, a proposed form of ramjet that harnesses charged particles in the upper atmosphere. Aeroducts, plural of aeroduct. Aerodynamic, of or relating to the science of aerodynamics. Aerodynamical, synonym of aerodynamic. Aerodynamically, in an aerodynamic manner, in a manner which reduces drag. Aerodynamician, a person who studies aerodynamics. Aerodynamicians, plural of aerodynamician. Aerodynamicist, a person who studies aerodynamics. Aerodynamicists, plural of aerodynamicists. Aerodynamicity, the quality of being aerodynamic. Aerodynamicness, synonym of aerodynamicity. Aerodynamics, the science of the dynamics of bodies moving relative to gases, especially the interaction of moving objects with the atmosphere. Aerodynamics, dated form of aerodynamics. Aerodynamism, the condition of having an aerodynamic shape. Aerodynamist, a person who studies aerodynamics. Aerodynamists, plural of aerodynamists. Aerodyne, a heavier than air aircraft deriving its lift from motion. Aerodynes, plural of aerodyne. Aeroecological, relating to aeroecology. Aeroecology, the ecology of airborne organisms. Aeroelastic, of or pertaining to aeroelasticity. Aeroelastically, in an aeroelastic manner. Aeroelastician, a scientist or engineer whose specialty is aeroelasticity. Aeroelasticians, plural of aeroelastician. Aeroelasticities, plural of aeroelasticity. Aeroelasticity, the scientific study of the effect of aerodynamic loads on structures. Aeroelastics, Aeroelasticity. Aeroelectric, relating to the electrical systems in an aircraft. Aeroembolism, an embolism that results from the introduction or the formation under reduced pressure of air bubbles in the blood. Aeroembolisms, plural of aeroembolism. Aeroemphysema, a form of emphysema that results from rapid decompression. Aeroengine, alternative spelling of aero-engine. Aero-engineer, an engineer in the aircraft industry. Aero-engineers, plural of aero-engineer. Aero-engines, plural of aero-engine. Aerofauna, birds and bats flying animals. Aerofaunal, relating to aerofauna. Aeroflot, the largest airline in Russia. Aerofoil, British standard form of airfoil. Aerofoil, having an aerofoil. Aerofoils, plural of aerofoil. Aerogamy, airborne origami. Aerogastria, distension of the stomach by gas. Aerogel, a porous, ultralight solid-state substance similar to gel in which the liquid component is replaced with gas. Aerogels, plural of aerogel. Aerogen, any noble gas. Aerogeneous, alternative form of erogenous. Aerogeneration, power generation by means of the wind. Aerogenerator, a generator powered by wind, a wind turbine. Aerogenerators, plural of aerogenerator. Aerogenesis, the production of gas or air. Aerogenic, producing gas or air used especially of some bacteria. Aerogenically, by means of aerogenesis. Aerogenous, transmitted through the air. Aerogenously, in an aerogenous fashion, through the air. Aerogens, plural of aerogen. Aerogeography, the geography of the air in terms of the movements of air currents, etc. Aerogeologist, one who carries out aerogeology. Aerogeologists, plural of aerogeologists. Aerogeology, geological investigations carried out from the air. Aerogram, a wireless message. Aerogram, alternative spelling of aerogram. Aerograms, plural of aerogram, the alternative spelling of aerogram. Aerograms, plural of aerogram. Aerograph, a kind of airbrush. Aerographer, someone versed in aerography, an aerologist. Aerographer's mate, a rating in the United States Navy responsible for recording and analyzing meteorological and oceanographic data and maintaining related equipment. Aerographer's mates, plural of aerographer's mate. Aerographers, plural of aerographer. Aerographer's mates, plural of aerographer's mate. Aerographic, relating to aerography. Aerographical, synonym of aerographic. Aerographics, synonym of aerography. Production of weather charts. Aerographize, a synthetic foam consisting of a porous interconnected network of tubular carbon. It is one of the lightest structural materials ever created. Aerographs, plural of aerograph. Aerography, the production of weather charts. Aerogravimetric, relating to aerogravimetry. Aerogravimetry, synonym of aerogravity. Aerogravity, a form of gravimetry incorporating real-time aerial navigation. Aerogun, in anti-aircraft cannon. Aerogons, plural of aerogon. Aerohydrodynamic, acting by the force of air and water. Aerohydrous, composed of or containing air and water. Aerohygrophilus, avial and hygrophilus. Aeror, the taste or flavor of the air associated with a particular place or environment. Aerors, plural of aeror. Aerokinesis, a telekinetic ability to control the movement of air. Aerokinetic, relating to aerokinesis. Aerolite, a meteorite consisting of silicate minerals. Aerolites, plural of aerolite. Aerolith, a meteorite. Aerolithic, relating to aeroliths. Aerolithology, the study of meteorites. Aeroliths, plural of aerolith. Aerolytic, of or pertaining to aerolites. Aerolytics, the scientific study of aerolites. Aerolization, synonym of aerosolization. Aerolize, alternative form of aerosolize. Aerolize, simple past and past participle of aerolize. Aerolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aerolize. Aerolizing, present participle and gerund of aerolize. Aerologic, pertaining to aerology, characteristic of aerology. Aerological, relating to aerology. Aerologies, plural of aerology. Aerologist, one who studies or is knowledgeable in aerology. Aerologists, plural of aerologists. Aerology, the study of the atmosphere and technological methods involved, used in the U.S. Navy until early 1957 to encompass operations as well as scientific knowledge. Aerolysin, a cytolytic pore-forming toxin exported by Aeromonas hydrophila bacteria. Aerolysins, plural of aerolysin. Aeromagnetic, of or pertaining to aeromagnetics. Aeromagnetically, in terms of aeromagnetics. Aeromagnetics, the study of atmospheric magnetism mainly in thunderclouds. Aeromagnetometer, a magnetometer carried on an aircraft in order to measure the Earth's magnetic field. Aeromagnetometers, plural of aeromagnetometer. Aeromel, airmail. Aeromancer, a practitioner of aeromancy. Aeromancers, plural of aeromancer. Aeromancy, divination by use of atmospheric conditions. Aeromancy, dated form of aeromancy. Aeromantic, pertaining to or of the nature of aeromancy. Aeromantic, archaic spelling of aeromantic. Aeromarine, relating to aviation and the sea. Aeromechanic, a mechanic in the aircraft industry. Aeromechanical, of or pertaining to aeromechanics. Aeromechanically, in terms of aeromechanics. Aeromechanics, the branch of mechanics that deals with the motion of gases. It comprises aerostatics and aerodynamics. Aeromedical, of or pertaining to aeromedicine. Aeromedically, in an aeromedical way, in a way pertaining to aeromedicine. Aeromedicine, aviation or aerospace medicine. Aeromete, alternative form of aerometer. Aerometeorograph, a meteorograph designed for use in an aircraft or other flying vehicle. Aerometeographs, plural of aerometeorograph. Aerobiter, an instrument used to measure the mass and density of gases. Aerometers, plural of aerometer. Aeromates, plural of aeromete. Aerometric, describing any measurement of a physical property of air or other gases, but especially of temperature, pressure, and velocity. Aerometrically, by means of aerometry. Aerometry, the science of measuring the air, including air pressure, density, quality, direction, and condensation, pneumatics. Aeromodel, a model airplane. Aeromodeler, alternative form of aeromodeler. Aeromodelers, plural of aeromodeler. Aeromodeling, alternative form of aeromodeling. Aeromodeler, model aircraft maker. Aeromodelers, plural of aeromodeler. Aeromodeling, the building and flying of model aircraft. Aeromodels, plural of aeromodel. Aeromonad, any bacterium of the genus Aeromonas. Aeromonads, plural of Aeromonad. Aeromoniasis, infection with bacteria of the genus Aeromonas. Aeromorph, a fictional anthropomorphic character based on an aircraft, often with design influences from dragons, sharks, and mechas. Aeromorphs, plural of aeromorph. Aeromotor, a windmill, wind pump, or similar device powered by the wind. Aeromotors, plural of aeromotor. Aeromycological, relating to aeromycology. Aeromycology, the study of the dispersal of fungal spores in the air. Aera, a river in Ceredigion, Wales, which flows into Cardigan Bay at Aberoran. Aeronat, a dirigible balloon. Aeronauts, plural of aeronauts. Aeronaut, a person who travels through the air in an airship or balloon. Aeronaut, dated form of aeronaut. Aeromotor, having to do with aerial navigation. Aeronautical, or pertaining to the scientific study of flight. Aeronautical engineer, a professional who designs, develops, tests, and maintains aircraft and related systems. Aeronautical engineers, plural of aeronautical engineer. Aeronautical station, a terrestrial station that communicates with aircraft by radio as part of an aeronautical mobile service. Aeronautical stations, plural of aeronautical station. Aeronautically, in an aeronautical manner, with respect to aeronautics or aviation. Aeronautics, the design, construction, mathematics, and mechanics of aircraft and other flying objects. Aeronautism, the practice of aeronautic travel. Aeronauts, plural of aeronaut. Aeronauts, plural of aeronaut. Aeronaut, relating to both the Navy and the Air Force. Aeronavigation, the navigation through air, aerial navigation. Aeronavigational, relating to aeronavigation. Aeronaf, airplane, a flying machine, an aircraft. Aeronafs, plural of aeronaf. Aeroneuroses, plural of aeroneurosis. Aeroneurosis, a disorder afflicting pilots and members of aviation crews, characterized by exhaustion, fearfulness, and other symptoms of physical and emotional distress associated with prolonged flying times and stressful flight conditions. Aeronian, a subdivision of the Silurian period. Aeromer, one who studies aeronomy. Aeronomers, plural of aeronomer. Aeronomer, of or pertaining to aeronomy. Aeronomical, of or pertaining to aeronomy. Aeromist, one who studies aeronomy. Aeronomists, plural of aeronomists. Aeronomy, a branch of science that deals with the upper atmosphere of the Earth and the other planets with reference to their chemical composition, physical properties, relative motion, and responses to radiation from space. Aeropalanological, relating to aeropalanology. Aeropalanology, the study of pollen grains and spores pollinomorphs in the atmosphere. Aeropark, a visitor attraction where aeroplanes are on display. Aeroparks, plural of aeropark. Aeropathic, relating to aeropathy. Aeropathies, plural of aeropathy. Aeropathy, illness caused by a change in atmospheric pressure. Aeropause, the region of the atmosphere above which it is not possible for aircraft to fly. Aeropauses, plural of aeropause. Aero, the daughter of Catreus, king of Crete, and sister to Clymene, Epimosine, and Althemines. Catreus gave her to Nauplius to be drowned or sold abroad, but Nauplius spared her. Aerophagia, aerophagy. Aerophagic, of, relating to, or characterized by aerophagy. Aerophagus, a person who gulps in air. Aerophagists, plural of aerophagus. Aerophagus, of, relating to, or characterized by aerophagy. Aerophagy, the swallowing of air, especially in hysteria. Aerophane, a thin fabric resembling crepe. Aerophanes, plural of aerophane. Aerophare, radio beacon. Aerofares, plural of aerofare. Aerophilately, of or relating to aerophilately. Aerophilateless. One who practices aerophilately, a collector of airmail stamps. Aerophilateless, plural of aerophilateless. Aerophilately, the study or collection of airmail stamps, cancellations, etc. Aerophile, any air-breathing organism. Aerophiles, plural of aerophile. Aerophilic, that thrive in the presence of molecular oxygen. Aerophilus, synonym of aerophilic. Aerophobe, a person who is afraid of flying. Aerophobes, plural of aerophobe. Aerophobia, a pathological aversion or sensitivity to air or the movement of air, especially as a symptom of rabies. Aerophobia, dated form of aerophobia. Aerophobic, having a fear of flying in aircraft. Aerophone, any musical instrument which produces sound primarily by causing a body of air to vibrate without the use of strings or membranes and without the vibration of the instrument itself adding considerably to the sound. Aerophones, plural of aerophone. Aerophonic, or relating to the aerophones. Aerophore, a thin-walled area of the roots of some plants growing in swampy conditions through which gases are exchanged. Aerophores, plural of aerophore. Aerophoto, alternative form of aerophotograph. Aerophotograph, a photograph of the ground taken from an aircraft. Aerophotographer, one who carries out aerophotography. Aerophotographers, plural of aerophotographer. Aerophotographic, relating to aerophotography. Aerophotographically, in terms of or by means of aerophotography. Aerophotographs, plural of aerophotograph. Aerophotography, aerial photography. Aerophotos, plural of aerophoto. Aerophysical, relating to aerophysics. Aerophysics, the physics of the design and construction of aerodynamic devices. Aerophi, epiphi. Aerophytes, plural of aerophyte. Aerophytic, relating to aerophytes. Aeroplane, synonym of airplane, a powered heavy-of-an-air aircraft with fixed wings. Aeroplane, dated form of aeroplane. Airplane mode, alternative form of airplane mode. Airplane modes, plural of airplane mode. Airplane, simple past and past participle of airplane. Aeroplaner, an aeroplane pilot. Aeroplaners, plural of aeroplaner. Aeroplanes, plural of aeroplane. Aeroplanes, plural of aeroplane. Aeroplaning, present participle and gerund of airplane. Aeroplanus, an aeroplane pilot. Aeroplanists, plural of aeroplanists. Aeroplankton, the tiny life forms that float and drift in the air, carried by the current of the wind. Aeroplanktonic, of or relating to aeroplankton. Aeroplanktons, plural of aeroplankton. Aeroplura, synonym of pneumothorax. Aeroplustic, of or pertaining to aerial navigation. Aeropolitical, relating to aeropolitics. Aeropolitically, in terms of aeropolitics. Aeropolitics, the part of politics dealing with aviation with regard to international borders, air superiority, etc. Aeroponic, of pertaining to or grown using aeroponics. Aeroponical, alternative form of aeroponic. Aeroponically, by means of aeroponics. Aeroponics, the growing of plants without either soil or hydroponics but in a mist-laden atmosphere. Aeroport, an airport. Aeroport, dated form of aeroport. Aeroports, plural of aeroport. Aeroports, plural of aeroport. Aeropulse, pulsjet. Aeropulses, plural of aeropulse. Aeropillar, relating to an aeropile. Aeropile, a system of air passages in the chorion of some insects that enables oxygen exchange with the environment. Aeropiles, plural of aeropile. Aeros, plural of aero. Aerosaculitis, alternative form of airsiculitis. Aerosanitary, of or relating to the sanitary conditions of the atmosphere. Aerosapsy, the ability to perceive the state of the atmosphere. Aeroscope, a device used to collect dust particles, spores, etc. from the air for subsequent analysis. Aeroscopes, plural of aeroscope. Aeroscopic, relating to aeroscopy. Aeroscopy, the branch of meteorology that involves the scientific examination of the various properties and composition of the atmosphere and their variation. Aeroscreen, a kind of transparent screen fixed in front of the cockpit to protect the driver from flying debris. Aeroscreens, plural of aeroscreen. Aeros, of or like copper or brass, brassy. Aerosensation, the sensory perception of breathable air. Aeroservolastic, relating to aeroservolasticity. Aeroservolasticity, the study of the interaction between aerodynamic forces in aerospace engineering. Aeroshell, an aerodynamic shell that protects a spacecraft during travel from liftoff through the atmosphere from aerodynamic forces. Aeroshels, plural of aeroshell. Aerosiderite, a siderite mass of meteoric iron. Aerosideриtes, plural of aerosiderite. Aerosiderolite, a meteorite containing both stone and iron. Aerosiderolites, plural of aerosiderolite. Aerosol, a very fine pyrogenic form of silica. Aerosols, plural of aerosol. Aerosinusitis, sinusitis as the result of a rapid change in barometric pressure. Aerosol, a type of propeller-driven snowmobile running on skis. Aerosols, plural of aerosol. Aerosol, a mixture of fine solid particles or liquid droplets suspended in a gaseous medium. Aerosol bomb, an early design for an aerosol can, a refillable hand-sized steel can charged with a pressurized liquefied gas and a product to be expelled as a mist or a foam. Aerosol bombs, plural of aerosol bomb. Aerosol can, a canister whose pressurized contents may be released as an aerosol when a button is pressed. Aerosol cans, plural of aerosol can. Aerosol cheese, a canned processed cheese spread product with cheese contained in a pressurized canister similar to a whipped cream can. Aerosol cheeses, plural of aerosol cheese. Aerosol string, colored foam that streams out of a spray can as a party favor, a ropey emission of this foam. Aerosolation, alternative form of aerosolization. Aerosol, simple past and past participle of aerosol. Aerosolic, relating to aerosol's dispersion of liquid in a gas. Aerosole, present participle and gerund of aerosol. Aerosolization, the process by which a material, usually a solid or liquid, is dispersed into an aerosol form. Aerosolize, to disperse a material, usually a solid or liquid, as an aerosol. Aerosolize, simple past and past participle of aerosolize. Aerosolizer, a device used for aerosolizing. Aerosolizers, plural of aerosolizer. Aerosolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aerosolize. Aerosolizing, present participle and gerund of aerosolize. Aerosolizable, able to be converted into an aerosol. Aerosolization, the creation of an aerosol, the creation of a fine mist or many small droplets. Aerosolizations, plural of aerosolization. Aerosolize, alternative form of aerosolize. Aerosolize, simple past and past participle of aerosolize. Aerosolizer, alternative form of aerosolizer. Aerosolizers, plural of aerosolizer. Aerosolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aerosolize. Aerosolizing, present participle and gerund of aerosolize. Aerosols, plural of aerosol. Aerospace, the atmosphere of the Earth and the region of space around it. Aerospace engineer, an engineer who works in the development of aircraft or spacecraft. Aerospace engineering, the primary branch of engineering concerned with the research, design, development, construction, testing, science, and technology of aircraft and spacecraft. Aerospace engineers, plural of aerospace engineer. Aerospace plane, synonym of spaceplane. Aerospace planes, plural of aerospace plane. Aerospaces, plural of aerospace. Aerospatial, of or pertaining to aerospace. Aerosphere, Atmosphere. Aerospheres. Plural of aerosphere. Aerospike. Any of several forms of rocket engine having specialized nozzles. Aerospikes. Plural of aerospike. Aerosporological. Relating to airborne spores. Aerostability. The property of being aerostable. Aerostable. Of a virus capable of surviving in the air and potentially being transmitted via airborne means. Aerostat. An aircraft, such as a dirigible or balloon, that derives its lift from buoyancy rather than from wings or rotors. Aerostatic. Of or pertaining to aerostatics, pneumatic. Aerostatical. Aerostatic. Aerostatically, by means of aerostatics. Aerostatics. The study of gases in equilibrium and of balloons or aircraft in varying atmospheric conditions. Aerostation. Aerial navigation. The active science of raising and getting balloons in the air. Aerostation. Dated form of aerostation. Aerostations. Plural of aerostation. Aerostatistics. Hot air balloon flight. Aerostats. Plural of aerostat. Aerosteam. Powered by both heated air and steam. Aerostructural. Relating to an aerostructure. Aerostructure. Any component or subsystem of the airframe of an aircraft. Aerostructures. Plural of aerostructure. Aerotactic. Relating to aerotaxis. Aerotactical. Relating to air force tactics. Aerotactically. In an aerotactic manner. Aerotaxis. Movement of an organism either towards or away from a region of higher oxygen content. Aerotechnic. Aeronautic relating to aeronautics. Aerotechnical. Relating to the technical aspects of flight. Aerotechnics. Aeronautics, aeronautic technology. Aerotechnological. Relating to aerotechnology. Aerotechnology. The technology behind airplanes and similar flying machines. Aeroterrestrial. That lives above ground level, typically on high walls. Aerotherapeutic. Relating to aerotherapeutics. Aerotherapeutics. The treatment of disease by the use of air or other gases. Aerotherapies. Plural of aerotherapy. Aerotherapy. Any therapy that uses some form of air. Aerothermal. Relating to the heating of surfaces due to their contact with the flow of air or other gases. Aerothermochemistry. The thermochemistry of gases, especially in regard to high-speed flight and aeropropulsion. Aerothermodynamic. Of or pertaining to aerothermodynamics. Aerothermodynamically. In an aerothermodynamic manner. Aerothermodynamics. The scientific study of the thermodynamic properties of gases, especially when traveling at a high velocity. Aerothermoelastic. Relating to aerothermoelasticity. Aerothermoelasticity. The study of the effects of thermodynamic heating and loading on elastic materials or structures. Aerothorax. Pneumothorax. Aeratitis. An otitis caused by a change in atmospheric pressure resulting in accumulation of liquid in and subsequent inflammation of the middle ear. Aerotolerance. The quality of the air tolerant. Aerotolerant. Able to tolerate the presence of air, specifically oxygen. Aerotone bath. A kind of therapeutic bath, a foreigner to the jacuzzi. Aerotone baths. Plural of aerotone bath. Aerotonometer. An instrument that is used to measure the partial pressure of gases in the blood. Aerotonometers. plural of aerotonometer. Aerotonometric, relating to aerotonometry. Aerotonometry, the measurement of the partial pressure of gases in the blood. Aerotope, a gas-filled vesicle in the cells of some cyanobacteria. Aerotopes, plural of aerotope. Aerotow, the launching of a glider by towing it behind a powered aircraft. Aerotowed, simple past and past participle of aerotow. Aerotowing, present participle and gerund of aerotow. Aerotows, plural of aerotow. Aerotoxic, pertaining to toxicity related to flying in an aircraft. Aerotrain, a train that is supported on a cushion of air in the manner of a hovercraft. Aerotrains, plural of aerotrain. Aerotracker, someone who practices aerotrekking. Aerotrackers, plural of aerotracker. Aerotrekking, an air sport involving low altitude flying in a weight shift control ultralight or light sport aircraft. Aerotriangulation, the assigning of coordinates to points on the ground by use of aerial photographs. Aerotriangulations, plural of aerotriangulation. Aerotropic, growing towards higher concentrations of oxygen. Aerotropism, the growth of an organism either towards or away from a region of higher oxygen content. Aerotropism, dated form of aerotropism. Aerotropily, plural of aerotropolis. Aerotropolis, a city that has grown up around a pre-existing airport. Aerotropolysis, plural of aerotropolis. Aerotropy, movement typically of plants towards the air or oxygen. Aeroturbation, the mixing of soil by the wind or by gases emitted by decaying organic matter. Aerovac, aeromedical evacuation. Aerovac, plural of aerovac. Aerovane, an anemometer that combines a propeller and a tail on the same axis to measure wind speed and direction. Aerovanes, plural of aerovane. Aeroyacht, aeroboat. Aeroyachts, plural of aeroyacht. Erdo, the teletext-like system used in Ireland by the state broadcaster RTE Cute. Airdex, a lightweight and loosely woven cotton fabric used to make shirts and underwear. Ats, a surname from Dutch. Ats, plural of erts. Erginacin, an indolamine derivative, the N-trimethyl analog of psilocybin found in the mushrooms Inosip aeruginacins and Foliatina cyanopus. Aeruga, a phenol found in Pseudomonas fluorescens. Aeruginolicin, a proteinase formed by Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Aeruginocide, of a group of cyanobacterial peptide glycosides related to the aeruginacins. Aeruginosides, plural of aeruginocide. Aeruginocin, any of a family of peptidic protease inhibitors produced by the cyanobacterium Microcystis viridis. Aeruginocins, plural of aeruginocin. Aeruginous, pertaining to copper rust, in particular resembling the bluish-greenish color of copper rust. Aerugite, a rare complex nickel arsenate mineral that forms green to deep blue-green trigonal crystals. Aerugites, plural of aerugite. Erugal, metallic rust, particularly of brass or copper, verdigris, patina. Our alternative form of Erie. Era, a female given name. AS, initialism of advanced encryption standard. AS, alternative letter case form of AES. Is a initialism of active electronically scanned array. Habas, a son of King Priam, either by the Naiad Alexera or the seer Erisp, who interpreted the dreams of Queen Hecuba when she bore Paris, and who mourned the deceased daughter either Asterope and Hesperia of the river god Sebren. In Ovid Metamorphoses, transformed by Tethys, Sebren's mother into a diving seabird, perhaps a cormorant, or Scopolis' shearwater when he threw himself from atop a sea cliff in grief. Ida, a female given name. Ida, plural of Isa. Id, alternative form of Isk. Isbin, abbreviation of Iskines. Iskines, a celebrated Greek statesman and orator 389-314 BC, full name Alpha letter 1F30 Sigma Chi Iota Nu Eta Sigma letter 1F00 Tau Rho Omicron Mu Eta Tau Omicron Epsilon Kappa Omicron Theta Omega Kappa Iota Delta Eta Sigma Iskines Atron TF Cothicides 1. The canon of 10 Attic orators. Ishlaman, a surname. Ishlamens, plural of Ishlamen. Ishalayan, of or relating to Aeschylus, an ancient Greek dramatic poet. Aeschylian, alternative form of Aeschylian. Aeschylus, a Greek dramatic poet 525 BC, 456 BC. Aeolus was the earliest of the three greatest Greek tragedians. Aeschynanthus, any plant in the genus Aeschynanthus. Aeschynanthuses, plural of Aeschynanthus. Aeschyni, any of several basic oxide minerals of mostly titanium and niobium with either cerium and neodymium or yttrium. Aeschynites, plural of Aeschynite. Aeschynomoi, any plant of the genus Aeschynomene. Aeschynomoids, plural of Aeschynomoi. Is a mixture of saponins with anti-inflammatory, vasoconstrictor and vasoprotective effects, found in Aeschylus hippocastanum, the horse chestnut. Aesculapian, of or relating to Aesculapius, the Greco-Roman god of medicine. Aesculapian snake, a European species of non-venomous snake, Zames longissimus, associated with Asclepius' Roman counterpart, Aesculapius in ancient Greek mythology. Aesculapian snakes, plural of Aesculapian snake. Aesculapian staff, a symbol of the medical profession, medical consisting of a staff with a single snake or worm twined around it. Aesculapian staffs, plural of Aesculapian staff. Aesculapius, the god of medicine and healing, Greek counterpart, Asclepius. Aesculatin, a derivative of coumarin found in chicory and many other plants. Aescolic acid, alternative form of aescolic acid. Esculin, alternative form of esculin. Aetin, any member of the Aeschyni. Aeonids, plural of Aeschynid. Aesir, alternative spelling of Aesir. An ancient Greek author, famous for the fables ascribed to him. Aesopron, synonym of pink shrimp Pandalis borealis. Aesoprons, plural of Aesop prawn. Aesop shrimp, synonym of pink shrimp. Aesop shrimps, plural of Aesop shrimp. Aesop-like, resembling an Aesop's fable or moral. Aesopian, related to or concerning the Greek fabulist Aesop. Aesopianism, the positions expressed in Aesopian fables. Aesopic, of or relating to Aesop, Aesopian. Aesopical, of or relating to Aesop, Aesopian. Aesopically, in an Aesopic manner. Aesopish, characteristic of Aesop's animal fables, Aesopian. Aesop-like, alternative form of Aesop-like. Ips, plural of Aesop. Is, initialism of Australian Eastern Standard Time. Eusthenopia, alternative form of Asthenopia. Eusthenopic, alternative form of Asthenopic. Asthenosphere. Alternative spelling of asthenosphere. Asthenospheres. Plural of asthenosphere. Asthenospheric. Alternative spelling of asthenospheric. Aesthesis. Plural of aesthesis. Aesthesia. The ability to perceive sensations. Aesthesis. Plural of aesthesia. Aesthesic. Alternative form of aesthetic. Aesthesics. The study of perception, typically of music. Aesthesia. Pertaining to sensation or perception. Aesthesiogenic. Producing a sensation, stimulating the sense of touch. Aesthesiological. Pertaining to aesthesiology. Aesthesiology. The study of the senses and of sensations. Aesthesiometer. Alternative spelling of aesthesiometer. Aesthesiometers. Plural of aesthesiometer. Aesthesiometry. Alternative form of aesthesiometry. Aesthesioneuralblastoma. Alternative spelling of aesthesioneuralblastoma. Aesthesioneuralblastomas. Plural of aesthesioneuralblastoma. Aesthesiology. Alternative form of aesthesiophysiology. Aesthesis. Alternative spelling of aesthesis. Aesthetic. Sensory. Aesthetas. A specialized organ used to determine the concentration and direction of a smell. Aesthetasks. Plural of aesthetast. Aesthete. Someone who cultivates an unusually high sensitivity to beauty as an art or nature, often in a manner perceived to prioritize beauty over other qualities such as virtue and utility. Aesthetes. Plural of aesthete. Aesthetic. Concerned with beauty, artistic effect, or appearance. Aesthetic attraction. A form of attraction that is purely aesthetic, with or without romantic or sexual attraction. Aesthetic information. Sensory information that cannot be articulated in language. Aesthetic surgeon. A surgeon who performs aesthetic surgery. Aesthetic surgeons. Plural of aesthetic surgeon. Aesthetic surgeries. Plural of aesthetic surgery. Aesthetic surgery. Surgery which alters the physical appearance of a person, performed not for health reasons but in order to increase one's beauty or physical appeal. Cosmetic surgery. Aesthetical. Of or pertaining to aesthetics. Aestheticality. The quality of being aesthetic. Aesthetically. In an aesthetic manner, with a pleasing sensory effect. Aestheticalness. The quality of being aesthetic. Aesthetician. Alternative spelling of aesthetician, an expert in aesthetics. Aestheticians. Plural of aesthetician. Aesthetician. One who studies aesthetics, a student of art or beauty. Aestheticians. Plural of aesthetician. Aestheticization. Act or process of aestheticizing. Aestheticizations. Plural of aestheticization. Aestheticize. To make aesthetic. To show something at its best, most pleasing, or most artistic. Aestheticized. Simple past and past participle of aestheticize. Aestheticizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of aestheticize. Aestheticizing. Present participle and gerund of aestheticize. Aestheticism. A doctrine which holds aesthetics or beauty as the highest ideal or most basic standard. Aestheticisms. Plural of aestheticism. Aestheticis. A proponent of aestheticism. Aestheticists. Plural of aestheticis. Aestheticity. The quality of being aesthetic. Aestheticization, alternative form of aestheticization. Aestheticizations, plural of aestheticization. Aestheticize, alternative spelling of aestheticize. Aestheticize, simple past and past participle of aestheticize. Aestheticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aestheticize. Aestheticizing, present participle and gerund of aestheticize. Aestheticness, the quality of being aesthetic. Aesthetics, the study or philosophy of beauty. Aesthetize, alternative form of aesthetize. Aesthetized, simple past and past participle of aesthetize. Aesthetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aesthetize. Aesthetizing, present participle and gerund of aesthetize. Aesthetization, alternative form of aestheticization. Aesthetizations, plural of aesthetization. Aesthetize, synonym of aestheticize. Aesthetized, simple past and past participle of aesthetize. Aesthetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of aesthetize. Aesthetizing, present participle and gerund of aesthetize. Aestophysiology, the science of the relation between conscious human sensation and the physical nervous system. Aestiferous, as the tide turbulent, ebbing and flowing. Aestival, alternative spelling of estival. Aestivate, alternative spelling of estivate. Aestivated, simple past and past participle of aestivate. Aestivates, third person singular simple present indicative of aestivate. Aestivating, alternative spelling of estivating. Aestivation, a state of an activity and metabolic depression during summer, the summer version of hibernation. Aestivations, plural of aestivation. Aestivator, an animal that becomes dormant during the summer or dry season. Aestivators, plural of aestivator. Aestive, or relating to summer. Estivoautumnal, alternative form of estivoautumnal. Estivoautumnal, relating to or happening in summer and autumn. Eastue, alternative spelling of estuate. Estuating, present participle and gerund of estuate. Aestuous, full of passion, agitated. Isamnetai, plural of isametes. Isametes, the holder of an ancient Greek elected office similar to, and sometimes indistinguishable from, tyrant. Fifth, initialism of application enrollment token. Fifth, alternative form of a dot, et. Fifth, alternative spelling of eat. Fifth, a member of an indigenous people of the mountainous parts of Luzon, Philippines. Italene, any of the family Italene. Yes, plural of Ida. Ida, aged, at the age of. Ida, alternative form of Itario. Idios, plural of Itirio. Il, alternative form of evil. Ethalia, plural of ethalium. Ethalic, alternative form of ethalic. Ethalioi, resembling an ethalium. Ethalium, a flat, plump fruiting body formed by the aggregation of plasmodia in certain slime molds. Ethalometer, an instrument that measures the amount of black particulates in air or other gas. Ethalometers, plural of ethalometer. Ethylene, alternative form of ethylene. Ethylene, plural of ethylene. Ethelred, a male given name from Old English Ethelred noble counsel, well advised, variant of Ethelred or Ethelred. Then, a cryptogam, a plant of the obsolete taxonomic class Cryptogamia, having neither stamina nor pistils and therefore no proper flowers, such as an alga, fern, fungus, lichen, or moss. Ivevem, dated form of ethiogam. Evemus, of the nature of an ethiogam. Aegamus, of the nature of an aethiogram. Aedams, plural of aethiogram. Aedagams, plural of aethiogram. Ea, one of the Greek primordial deities who was the personification of light, brother husband of Hemera and grandson of chaos. Ether wave, alternative form of ether wave. Ether waves, plural of ether wave. Ethel, alternative spelling of ethereal. Ea, containing luminiferous ether. Etheria, one of the Haliades. Ethereal, alternative spelling of ethereal. Ethereally, alternative form of ethereally. Etheric, alternative spelling of etheric. Etherometric, relating to etherometry. Elarometry, a so-called science of energy that has no mass equivalent. Etherophone, synonym of their men. Etherophones, plural of etherophone. Etherbug, a fantasy and science fiction genre that features magically enchanted weapons, armor, and machines. Yes, plural of ether. Aealidae, alternative form of etiology. Ehyne, a sesquiterpenoid found in Solanum ethiopicum. Ethiopathological, misspelling of etiopathological. Ethiopadogenesis, misspelling of etiopathogenesis. Etho, obsolete form of Ethiop. Ethiops, plural of Ethiop. Ethiopia, alternative form of Ethiopia, a broad region of eastern Africa. Ethiops, any of various dark oxides or sulfides of metals. Esse, a particular steroid glycoside. Eurian, any noctuid moth in the genus Ethia. Eurians, plural of Etherian. Ethioscope, a device for measuring temperature variations due to different atmospheric conditions, such as cloud or clear skies. Ethioscopes, plural of Ethioscope. Ethiose, a daughter of Poseidon and the Pleiad Alcyone, daughter of Atlas. She was loved by Apollo and bore to him Eleuther and Linus. Ear, archaic spelling of ether. Ethers, plural of ether. Ida, alternative form of idia. Ideste. A member of the extinct family of baleen whales Idiosi. Iastes, plural of idioste. Idiogenesis, the origin and development of a pathological condition other than an illness. Idele, alternative form of ideolate. Idelid, obsolete spelling of ideolated. Idelids, third person singular simple present indicative of ideolate. Ideality, present participle and gerund of ideolate. Ideolation, alternative form of etiolation. Etiolations, plural of etiolation. Etiolata, attributing a cause for a statement or claim made, often as a simple relative clause of explanation. Etiolate, or pertaining to an etiology. Etiological, alternative spelling of etiological. Etiologically, in etiological terms. Etiologics, the zoe of etiologies. Etiologies, plural of etiology. Etiologist, one who studies etiology. Etiologists, plural of etiologists. Etiologize, to give an etiology to posit a cause of. Etiologize, simple past and past participle of etiologize. Etiologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of etiologize. Etiologizing, present participle and gerund of etiologize. Etiology, the establishment of a cause, origin, or reason for something. Etiapathogenesis is plural of etiapathogenesis. Etiapathogenesis, the cause and subsequent development of an abnormal condition or of a disease. Etiapathogenetic, alternative spelling of idiopathogenetic. Idiopathogenetically, alternative spelling of idiopathogenetically. Idiopathogenic, relating to idiopathogenesis. Idiopathologies, plural of idiopathology. Idiopathology, alternative form of idiopathology. Idites, an eagle stone. Ides, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given in letter 1 as 00 epsilon tau iod omicron sigma eidos idios. Ides, alternative form of idios. Ida, a nymph in Sicily who, according to legend, gave her name to the volcanic Mount Etna. Edin, alternative form of Etnian. Etnians, plural of Etnian. Edicthonatoxin, a bromated toxin produced by cyanobacteria Edicthonos hydrolicola that kills birds through avian vacuolar myelinopathy. Edicthonatoxins, plural of edicthonatoxin. Aetolia, a mountainous region of Greece on the north coast of the Gulf of Corinth, forming the eastern part of the modern prefecture of Aetolia Carnania. Aetolia Carnania, a prefecture nome in the west of Greece. Aetolian, or relating to Aetolia. Aetolians, plural of Aetolian. Ethnormative, exhibiting ethnormativity. Setting up one particular age group, typically adults, as a norm. Ethnormativity, any assumption of an age-based norm. Setting up one particular age group, typically adults, as a norm. Ethnormativity, any assumption of an age-based norm, and particularly the assumption that adults and adult experiences are normative, while children and childish experiences are consequently deviant or other. Idasaur, any of an extinct group of heavily armored herbivorous archosaurian reptiles of the order Edasauria. Edasauria, any Edasaur of the order Edasauria. Edasaurians, plural of Edasaurian. Edasaurian, a member of the subfamily Edasaurini of the family Staginoblidae. Edasaurians, plural of Edasaurine. Edasaurs, plural of Edasaur. Either the European arrangement in regard to the work of driving personnel engaged in international traffic. Plural of AET. A division of the runic alphabet containing 8 runes. Either plural of eat. It's plural of eat. Ex, initialism of edicthonatoxin. If, armored engineering vehicle. Il, alternative form of a vowel. Eve eternal, pertaining to eternity, a state between eternity, which is unchanging and outside of time, and temporality, which is subject to change and to death or annihilation. Things eve eternal are creations, like the temporal, but everlasting, like the eternal. Eternities, plural of eviternity. Eviternity, synonym of eternity existence without end. If, plural of aev. Yo, the temporal mode of existence between time and eternity said to be experienced by angels, saints, and celestial bodies which medieval astronomy believed to be unchanging. If, initialism of all elite wrestling, a U.S. media and entertainment company known for professional wrestling. Oh, and C, initialism of airborne early warning and control. F, initialism of Air Force. F, a native African not white-skinned in Rhodesia. Of that, initialism of associate of the Faculty of Actuaries professional qualification. Of the acronym of assigned female at birth. Of the plural of a fowl. Of eyes, in face, in front. Of a Chadic language of Nigeria. Of that an actin filament binding protein that binds to nectin. Of the initialism of as far as I am aware. Of the initialism of as far as I am concerned. Of the as far as I can. A fake mo, initialism of as far as I can make out. A faker, initialism of as far as I can recall / remember. A fakes, initialism of as far as I can see. A fate, initialism of as far as I can tell. A fate, alternative letter case form of a fate as far as I can tell. A fate, initialism of as far as I know. A fate, alternative spelling of a fake as far as I know. A fight, fainting. A fair, initialism of as far as I recall / remember. A biased, a person who does not believe in fairies. A biasts, plural of a fairies. A feu, as far as I understand. A fayui, initialism of as far as I understand it. A ha, a syllabary for the Aucan language. A hawena, a black sea bottlenose dolphin, Tursiops truncatus. Awenas, plural of a felina. Ava, a foreigner in the Philippines, usually male. A femonotide, a synthetic analog of the naturally occurring melanocortin peptide hormone alpha-melanocyte stimulating hormone alpha-MSH that has been shown to induce skin pigmentation through melanogenesis. Ophthalmon, a glycoprotein that binds vitamin E. Allow, plural of a fam. Allow, a river in Neathport Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales, which flows into Swansea Bay at Aberavon. Afador, a surname from Spanish. Afadadors, plural of afanador. Ahanasi, a transliteration of the Russian male given name Afat and acute s iwi ikdatki afanasage. Ahag, a lake monster in Welsh mythology, described variously as resembling a crocodile, beaver, or dwarf-like creature, and sometimes said to be a demon. Afanx, plural of afank. Afendi, alternative form of Effendi. Afandis, plural of Afandi. Initialism of as fast as possible. Azar, a Cushitic language spoken in Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Djibouti. Afar depression, synonym of Afar triangle. Afar triangle, a depression caused by the Afar Triple Junction, which is part of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. Afar Triple Junction, a convergence located along a divergent plate boundary dividing the Nubian, Somali, and Arabian plates. Afara, the limba tree. Afaras, plural of afara. Affair, to depart. Affair, simple past and past participle of affair. Affair, past participle of affair. Affaria, a proposed state seeking secession from Ethiopia. Afars, plural of afar. Afa, plural of AFA. Afase acumab, an anti-inflammatory antibody. Afatno, a drug against non-small cell lung carcinoma. Afai, initialism of as far as you know. Av, initialism of Air Force Base. Avan, initialism of acute focal bacterial nephritis. Av, plural of AFB. Apt, initialism of American Football Conference. Ap, initialism of AFC Bournemouth. AFC Dom, the state or condition of being in AFC. Upset, abbreviation of Air Forces Central. AF Chick, a female average frustrated chump. AF Chicks, plural of AF Chick. Atsai, initialism of Association of Film Commissioners International. Atsai, plural of Afsai. AFCNS, the state of being AFC. Afghan, acronym of CAF Africa Cup of Nations. AFP, initialism of Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation. APS, initialism of Automatic/Automated Fare Collection System. AFT, plural of AFC. AfD, alternative for Germany Alternative für Deutschland, a right-wing German political party. AFD, initialism of Auxiliary Floating Dry Dock Barge. AFD, plural of AFDB. AFT, initialism of Aid to Families with Dependent Children. AFT, initialism of Arc Fault Detection Device. AFT, plural of AFT. AFDS, plural of AFD. Other, acronym of Armed Forces Entertainment. Avir, to imbue with fear. To affright, to terrify. Averd, afraid. Averd, simple past and past participle of a fear. Afearing, present participle and gerund of a fear. Averd, third person singular simple present indicative of a fear. A febrile, having no fever without a fever. A female given name from Arabic. Averd, I dialect spelling of afeared. Afagastat, an experimental drug for the treatment of certain forms of Gaucher's disease, never marketed. Ahalia, a Cypriot dish consisting of pork marinated and cooked in red wine with coarsely crushed coriander seed. Afelimab, a monoclonal antibody that reduces the concentration of interleukin-6 in patients with sepsis. Afemi, an ethnic group living in the northern part of Edo State, Nigeria. Afeni, alternative form of Afemi. Aphrodita, an English spelling of an Albanian female given name, equivalent to English Aphrodite. Averta, synonym of balsam spurge Euphorbia balsamifera. Afuricide, a particular steroid glycoside. Avers, plural of afur. A fatal, not fatal. F. Initialism of accelerated freefall. F. Affirmative, the resolution made by one group and countered by the opposing group's negative. F. Abbreviation of affirmed. AVMAM, abbreviation of affirmed by a memorandum opinion. F. Abbreviation of affirming. F. Abbreviation of affidavit. Affabilities, plural of affability. Affability, the state or quality of being affable, friendly, or approachable. Affable, receiving others kindly and conversing with them in a free and friendly manner. Friendly, courteous, sociable. Affableness, the state or quality of being affable. Affables, superlative form of affable, most affable. Affably, in an affable manner. Adabras, executed in a workmanlike manner, ingeniously made. Affabulation, the moral of a fable. Affabulations, plural of affabulation. Affabulatory, having a moral or morals. Affidavit, misspelling of affidavit. Affidavits, misspelling of affidavits. Affay, alternative form of affade. Affair, something which is done or is to be done, business of any kind, commercial, professional, or public. Affair baby, child born of infidelity, the offspring of a pregnancy resulting from an extramarital affair. Affair of honor, alternative form of affair of honor. Affair of honor, synonym of affaire de honneur duel. Affaire, obsolete spelling of affair. Affaire de honneur, a duel. Affairs, plural of affair. Affairs de honneur, plural of affaire de honneur. Affaire, a brief romantic relationship, especially with someone who is in a relationship with another person, or not one's regular partner. Affaires, plural of affaire. Affaireless, without an affair adulterous relationship. Affairs, plural of affair. Affairs of honor, plural of affair of honor. Affairs of honor, plural of affair of honor. Affamish, to cause somebody to die of hunger, to starve. Affamish, simple past and past participle of affamish. Affamishes, third person singular simple present indicative of affamish. Affamishing, present participle and gerund of affamish. Affamishment, starvation or great hunger. Avir, to frighten, to scare, to terrify. Avir, alternative form of a feared used in Devonshire at the turn of the 19th century. Avir, simple past and past participle of a fear. Affearing, present participle and gerund of a fear. Avirs, third person singular simple present indicative of a fear. Ahak, to influence or alter. Effect, display, external show of emotion or effect, such as by voice, expression, gesture, or posture, whether voluntary or not. Effect displays, plural of effect display. Affectabilities, plural of affectability. Affectability, the condition of being affectable. Affectable, able to be affected. Affectative, affected. Affectation, an attempt to assume or exhibit what is not natural or real, false display, artificial show. Affectational, relating to affectation, fake for show. Affectationally, in an affectational manner. Affectationist, one who exhibits affectation. Affectationist, plural of affectationist. Affectations, plural of affectation. Affectatious, pretentious, artificial, fake, sham, feigned, doing something just for show. Affectatiously, in an affectatious manner, with affectation or pretension. Affectative, misconstruction of affective. Affective, influenced or changed by something. Affected equation, a polynomial equation in two variables. Affected equations, plural of affected equation. Affectedness. Superlative form of affected, most affected. Affectively, in an affected manner, hypocritically, with more show than reality. Affectedness, the state or quality of being affected. Affectednesses, plural of affectedness. Affecteds, plural of affected. Affectee, one who, or that which is affected. Affectees, plural of affectee. Affector, a person who affects to know something or to be something. Affectors, plural of affector. Affect this, second person singular simple present indicative of affect. Affecta, third person singular simple present indicative of affect. Affectability, alternative spelling of affectability. Affectable, alternative form of affectable. Affecting, producing or causing strong feelings and emotions. Affectingly, so as to affect in an emotional sense. Affectingness, the quality of being affecting. Affection, the act of affecting or acting upon. Affectionado, misspelling of aficionado. Affectional, pertaining to the affections, affective, characterized by emotion. Affectional preference, sexual or romantic orientation. Affectional preferences, plural of affectional preference. Affectionally, in an affectional manner. Affectionate, having affection or warm regard, loving, fond. Affectionate friendship, synonym of romantic friendship. Affectionate friendships, plural of affectionate friendship. Affectionate, simple past and past participle of affectionate. Affectionately, in an affectionate manner. Affectionateness, the state or quality of being affectionate. Affectionates, third person singular simple present indicative of affectionate. Affectionating, present participle and gerund of affectionate. Affectioned, feeling a certain affection for, dispose. Affectioning, present participle and gerund of affection. Affectionless, without affection, unfeeling, emotionless. Affectionlessness, the quality, state, or condition of being affectionless. Affections, plural of affection. Affectious, affectionate. Affectiously, affectionately, in an affectious way. Affective, relating to, resulting from, or influenced by the emotions. Affective computing, the study and development of systems and devices that can recognize, interpret, process, and simulate human effects. Affective disorder, any of various disorders characterized by disturbance in an individual's mood. Affective disorders, plural of affective disorder. Effective labor, work carried out in order to produce a specific emotional response in people. Affective partisan polarization, the process of steady growth of the mutual dislike between Republicans and Democrats since the 1970s. Effectively, in an effective way, emotionally. Effectiveness, the property of being effective. Affectivities, plural of affectivity. Affectivity, ability to experience effects, feelings, emotions, judgment, motivations, etc. Affectless, lacking or not showing emotion. Affectlessly, without effect or emotion. Affectlessness, emotional detachment, a lack of feeling. Affectomotor, relating to the effect of emotions on muscle movement. Affectimem, a term that expresses affection, a term of endearment. Effector, a nerve cell that directly activates a muscle. Effectors, plural of effector. Effector, obsolete spelling of effector. Effectors, plural of effector. Effects, plural of effect. Effectual, pertaining to or consisting in disposition or desire. Effectuality, the quality of being effectual. Effectually, in an effectual manner. Affectuous, passionate or affectionate. Affectuously, in an affectuous manner, passionately. Affel, to enfeeble. Affriddled, simple past and past participle of affeeble. Affeos, third person singular simple present indicative of affeeble. Affeeble, present participle and gerund of affeeble. Avere, to assess or reduce an arbitrary penalty or amercement to a precise sum, to fix the market value of. Avere, simple past and past participle of affear. Averer, one who affears. Affairers, plural of affairer. Affairing, present participle and gerund of affear. Allurement, the act of affearing or assessing an amercement according to the circumstances of the case. Averments, plural of affairment. Affairs, third person singular simple present indicative of affear. Avelt, a surname. Avelts, plural of afelt. Offenbencher, a breed of toy dog bred in Western Europe. Offenbenchers, plural of offenbencher. Offenspout, a major sulcus defining the primary visual cortex in apes and other monkey species. Afference, the brain's reception of signals from the